That's not a... Well then. Yeah, I'm having that kind of morning too, I guess. That's supposed to be an amphora, but I dropped it as an item. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be back. I don't have any specific plans for this. I actually just found it. I'm going to put it around the corner. Take the books out of the trunk that we've already read. We do have some books that need to be read yet. One is in my backpack, and 2 are in the trunk. These other 2, Aiming 4, Forging 5, they're recent finds. No chance I'm going to be able to read those anytime soon. We've got to get 2 more levels in Aiming before I can read that. I need Aiming 3 right now. I might just ignore that. Well, I mean, I'll ignore it with a primary objective of getting the next one. Yeah, we'll see, though. Today's objectives are being processed at the moment. Hey, Grimbaki, good to see you. Yep, I am on a scale of 1 to back. I believe we are so back. About this crushed cone. We actually recently acquired a tool that we can use to get rid of that, I think. We shouldn't need a sledgehammer to do this, but that's the game we're playing right now. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Alright. Cone problem has been solved. Oh, we've got another stack of rope, and I didn't even click the button last time. Clicking the button now. We're up to 3 stacks of rope, which is great. Every stack of rope is more construction when the time comes to construct. Into the pile with the rest of it. Alright, interior and exterior is empty except for the generators. Gonna put those around the corner. Yeah. Ah. Very, 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 very lucky find there, Grumbaki. Some of my previous characters went for their entire journeys without ever finding them. I need to go back and recall exactly where I found mine. I feel like it wasn't in the trash, was it? It could have been in the trash. For some reason, my brain is telling me it was in the trash. So we came home with the friendly butchers here with a couple of more yellow generators for future bases. The friendly butcher's mobile here is now fully emptied. Its trunk is 192. That is probably thoroughly mid in terms of the rest of my fleet. Let's just go ahead and, I think this one's going to be our first ammo van. Random garage in Riverside. Magicant, good to see you. Alright. Yeah, one of these things is going to be an ammo van, because I can't keep storing this ammo on the floor here. The floor was a very temporary solution. I am not such a disorganized individual. Okay, 200 in the red van, 204 in the white, 202 in the first black, and the second black here is our only perfect step van on the lot. I guess we'll start with this one. The perfect step van can be our... What the fuck? I thought I cleared this place out God knows how long ago. She was... I wonder if she actually spawned in the basement or something, even though I've already explored the basement. That's mildly disconcerting. She could have just migrated in from the outside. Come on. Off my lot. See, I have enough ammo crates on the floor right there that I can fill up the entire trunk of this thing already. I have more than that. I'm going to go ahead and put all of my rifle platforms in there, so that's all of my 556, all of my 762. I will not be shooting any of that for a very long time because I want to wait till I'm at least aiming level 8. It feels like a waste of a bullet if I'm shooting it at lower levels, because lower levels you're not going to be able to get as accurate of a long-distance shot. So all these long-distance platforms go into deep storage. Alright, after that I'll do 44 mag, I guess. I'm reticent to classify 45 ACP as a long-distance round, but I might as well. Despite being a pistol platform, you can shoot it farther than any other pistol platform. That is the niche that I really got attached to it for on my previous character. I see no reason that that's changed yet. Okay. And with that, let's just start shoving things in here. Okay. I don't have a home specifically for ammo vans yet, but I suppose this would go fine next to the loose ammo van up here. There's definitely no room in this lineup for ammo vans. Ammo vans are eventually going to get big enough that I would need like this entire parking lot up here for them. Ammo vans are a fleet, not a not a one-off. I mean, at least for main bases, right? For field bases, when I'm bringing ammo vans forward with me, I should only be taking one at the max. Maybe the loose and maybe the full. And that should be about it. I've kind of had a bad habit on my previous character of taking way more than I needed forward at a time, and kind of ended up wasting time on logistics in that regard. It's 202, 204, 200. So if I move red over here, and then put friendly butcher next to red, then it's just sort of, you know, the trunk quality is getting lower as we go from right to left. That makes sense to me until I can repair trunks, which is probably behooved me to get that sorted out. I quite literally referenced it in the thumbnail. That is currently my biggest problem with Zomboid at the moment. Is just I can't repair trunks yet. You wouldn't imagine that would be such a problem. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. It's not the worst thing in the world. I can live. It's just when you're playing in the current paradigm, your trunks are so guaranteed to take damage if you attempt to tow that if you just start tanking it, if you just start tanking the damage, you get this. This is what happens if you just tank the damage and you just ignore it as it builds up. You go from, what was this, it wasn't 169, it wasn't perfect when we found it. It was like 135 something. It's now down to 85. You will trash your trunks if you just tow and you ignore the consequences. So we can't do that. Just because I have a couple of standby... I mean, I have no standby ambulances. I don't. I have the main ambulance, and that's it. I have this thing, and then I have the library ambulance. I'm not fucking driving this thing around. I can't... I need to be able to fix it first. So, yeah, that's... It really does seem like leveling mechanics is the most sane thing to do right now. Like, yeah. No, leveling mechanics, I've done it many times in this game. It's not the funnest thing to do, but it is very clearly a necessity, possibly more so than it's ever been. Yeah. Yep. He is saying it like it is right there. Leveling mechanics... I mean, at least they've improved welding a little bit. I mean, as long as we can build stuff. I don't think we can build stuff yet. We can build some stuff. We can build fences and gates. I don't think we can't build floors yet. Still on the search for a magazine, as it were. I don't think they're... Well, We should do ourselves the service of just exploring Riverside further. I don't remember exactly which store the bookstore is, but I need to cross that out. So far, in terms of Main Street, the bookstore is the only place we fully 100%ed. For obvious reasons. I don't expect to find very many magazines in the school. In terms of, like, skill magazines. Like, I know they've probably messed with the loot tables a little bit. I still don't expect to be reliably finding Welders Monthly, because that's what we're looking for. If I want to level welding, I need Welders Monthly. The most materially efficient way to level welding, bar none, like there's no exceptions to this, is find the magazine, get yourselves the ability to make metal floors. I mean, look at all this red text. You can literally see it, even if you can't see the 4K tiny ass text. There's only one recipe in this menu that's not gated to a level. So if you're starting out from nothing in welding, you're making floors, you're not really doing much. So, ay, Dios míos. What's up, Kitio? How's it going? 210% lazy. We have no concept of work here. What are you talking about? Ay, Dios. All right, we are losing weight at 79 kilo. I don't think we're at the point where we need to be gaining again. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Let's whip up some salads, I guess. Yeah. All that needs to get onto the drying rack. Just gonna, well, that's a tiny slab of meat. Just cook that up. Take 2 slabs of rabbit meat since that other one is really small. Just cook them both up. So everything's going in the oven first to defrost it. And or cook like that potato. And then everything but the rabbit meat comes back out. How's it going, man? This is vanilla, for the most part. I talk about mods in the description. We made one mod ourselves, that's it. That filled up faster than I thought it would. Let's toss the... And you can't put rosemary in a salad, because of course you can't. Not in this universe, bucko. Alright, I guess I'll leave that in my backpack with the rest of it and thaw it, and we'll get it on a drying rack soon then. You can... I know you can put rosemary on things like roasts. But, there seem to be arbitrary limitations on what you can put it into. I feel like I've probably complained about that before. I've definitely complained about that before. That's like a day and a half worth of food. Scratch that. That is a full day of food. Perfect. That is couldn't have come out better myself. Okay. I'm trying to live, if it's not, I didn't really point this out, but I'm trying to live in a place where I don't want to unbalance the load on my 2 generators. I've got 2 generators, each of them powering 2 freezers right now. There's 2 freezers in here, 2 freezers out in the garage. So 2 generators, 2 freezers each. I don't want to unbalance them by putting a fridge down. There's just no way to balance that right now, unless I can eliminate one of these freezers completely, which we're working in that direction. At some point, we'll be able to get rid of all this basil, comfrey, chamomile, and just cook it down on the drying rack. And there's some other stuff in here, too, that we'll be able to cook off on the drying rack as well. At that point, we'll be able to, well, 88 tomatoes. So, you know. I got into another internet argument about freezing stuff. There was a massive thread on Steam of people talking right past each other about the, oh man, I heard something changed with freezing. I heard things go bad in freezers now. We picked these strawberries on the first day, guys. They're still fresh. You know, I'm no stranger to rage baiting on Steam. In fact, I may have even partaken in it once. But, the Project Zomboid community seems uniquely predisposed to, I'm going to post something on Steam and get angry about it, and everybody else is going to get angry without even taking a second to look into it. Like, I felt like I was taking stupid pills when I was reading that thread. I'm like, have a single one of you even gotten far enough on the latest build to see if something goes bad in the freezer? Or I'll just sitting there yapping about it. I mean, again, when you say shit like that, you get called an elitist, so I don't want to be, I do not want to be that guy. I really don't. There's a lot of pressing X to doubt there. We've only got about 4 hours tops before the fatigue kicks in. I'm actually, it might seem like I don't know what to do. I'm actually facing option overload. There are so many things to do that, trying to figure out exactly what should come first. Once pressing F for doubt. Yeah. You know what? Let's just step out and take a look at the town. Let's just observe where the largest concentrations in Riverside are still at, because I know we did a pretty good turtle down the main street of Riverside. Just right here, we did a pretty good turtle, and then of course we stopped because as we got closer to the Gigamart, I deemed it was not immediately worthy to continue yet. So let's see what's left out there. Now, I should remind everybody. We found the recipe to make pipe bombs within the first couple weeks. We can make pipe bombs. We can blow thousands of zombies up in a single click right now. Problem is, we only have a medium remote controller that we got really lucky and found. So we do not yet have the ability to safely blow up thousands of zombies from a distance yet. And I don't do the thrown bomb shit. I do not do that. I do not trust this game's thrown weapon mechanic. I know it works. I'd rather just be grinding a skill if I'm going to be at that point. I'd rather just kill every one of these guys with an axe and actually get some axe experience out of it. I would only want to blow them up with a pipe bomb if there were enough of them and I needed to get rid of all of them at once. Okay, so as I predicted, Gigamart is definitely still loaded. Yeah, no surprises there. Yeah, about that, Magicant, I don't know yet. I haven't looked at the code, and I think people are looking at the sandbox settings that are the new defaults for Apocalypse, and I think they're making judgment calls based on that. To put it into perspective, on my 42.19 character, my previous character, Danny the Drifter, linked in the description, we went well over a year. We were pretty close to our 2-year anniversary. And we still had some cabbages from our first spring. Sorry, we planted them in spring. We harvested them in, like, you know, I don't think it was quite summer yet. But yeah, like early spring, late spring. We still had some cabbages left over from that had never thawed. And they were still fresh. So it's like, unless something changed with 4220 specifically, which I have not yet found any evidence of, at least not through gameplay. Again, I have not looked at the code, and I fully acknowledge that sometimes the code is the only way to find out things about this game. That's just the game we're playing right now. Sometimes you have to look at the goddamn code. But yeah, no idea. I'm doing a couple of toots here at the edge of Gigamart, and we're just observing the movement is all we're doing right now. We do not have the daylight to get out and fight anybody right now. We would just get tired pretty quickly. You were at 1 year, 8 months with pizza and a bags of food in the freezer. Nice. Regrettably, our a lot of the stuff that we got, like the pre-war stuff, like cheese. Our only block of cheese on this character, we got 2 blocks of cheese. Unfortunately, they're both stale. But as long as they don't go bad. They went stale because our we had an overnight power outage when the power outage went out, and they got plenty of airtime, fully thawed, almost unpreventable at that point. Oh, pivot to blades is definitely still on the horizon. I don't have the most basic blade working infrastructure yet, but once I do, yes, definitely. I was going back and forth with Ranzera on this back in the day. One of my viewers with lots and lots of time. I haven't seen him lately, but he likes the characters with Axpert, and you know, swinging out like a wood chipper, almost like a Beyblade. I have to credit him for that. Every time I stand there and I just go nuts with the axe, I just feel like a Beyblade, let her rip. But no, when it came to like peak theoretical best performance for a weapon, solid argument that the axe could be the best in slot if you have Axpert, Strength 10, Fitness 10, all the usual stuff, Axe 10 and all that. But from a logistics point of view, and you all know me on this channel, I'm all about the logistics. I'm also about the resupply, weapon resupply. With swords, you can have them on your back or either of your belt slots. With axes, you can have one on your back, and that's it. Well, I mean, you know, we're not talking about the Kopi, you know, switch weapon in your hand nonsense. We're not talking about any of that shit. We're talking about the most optimal for regular carry situations here. You can have 3 swords, or you can have 1 axe. I've made my decision on that for the long term, at least. Axes are great short term, though. Fantastic short term. Best by a long shot. Okay, here we go. I see no reason to keep them in there. They're just going to break that really quick anyway, so let's let them out. If you were a baseball bat enjoyer, I don't think this is guaranteed, but public service announcement. Take a look in the top center there. Hey, good morning. Good to see you, Richard. Gloria, good to see you. At the moment, for anybody joining, we are just scouting. Getting warmed up here, scouting Riverside. There are still assets we need to secure right here in our own hometown, despite the fact that we've cleared Phallus Lake and Jamie-Town. Regrettably, we came home with Jamie-Town with only 1 missing aiming book. So we still don't have any level 5s for either aiming or reloading. And critically, we don't have any level 3s. No level 5s, no level 3s. So for aiming and reloading, we're currently stuck. We're not getting optimal experience for guns right now. And that's no funs. No funs without no guns. There is something in the back of my brain telling me that instead of clearing Riverside, I should be prepping an expedition to Echo Creek so that we can go hit Zed's Unlimited and see if the biggest gun store on the map has got anything for us in terms of bookery. I don't know. I'm up in the air on that. I definitely do want to spend some time exploring the new stuff, you know? There's lots of new stuff here in Riverside I still haven't even looked at. Movie theater right to my left here. But that's not going anywhere. That's not going anywhere. Okay. School has sport gear in a basement room. Are shotguns still the best way to level aiming? I would disagree with that. Mostly from a logistics standpoint. Shotguns, you'll still definitely kill zombies with them. When you think about shotguns, consider the fact that, I mean, you know, I always play vanilla settings on everything, unless you go in there and change sandbox stuff. There's only one weapon in this game that can reliably multi-hit, and that is the shotgun. Every other weapon in this game, rifles can theoretically do it with bullet penetration. You can't reliably do it. Shotguns are the only weapon in the game that can multi-hit. So whenever I look at a shotgun, I think, okay, every time I shoot one of them shotgun shells, I can get as much as a octo kill. That's my record right now, is an octo kill. 1 shell to kill 8 zombies. You can only do that at aiming level 10. So whenever I think about shotguns, I always think about, okay, every shell that I shoot, if I'm not shooting it at level 10, I'm not getting as much out of it as I could be. So when I look at it from that perspective, the notion of using shotgun to level feels like a very, very, very silly thing to me. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. That doesn't mean that you won't get a good experience for it. But what I'm thinking of, when I think of shotguns, I think of lining up a bunch of them and then shooting them all. If I were to get out right now at aiming level 4 and shoot these 3 right here at optimal range, I could probably kill 2 of them. I don't think I would have any chance whatsoever at killing all 3 because your aiming skill does determine... Oh, hello there. I'll look in front of me while I'm driving that fast. Your aiming skill does determine your likelihood to hit targets outside of your immediate cone. I don't know the full calculations behind it, but it is very pertinent. But yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of shotgun. So we could test that, actually. You know what? Why am I sitting here yapping my trap? I've got plenty of shotguns. I got plenty of shotgun shells. Let's just test this. Let's test this. Why not? This is actually a good thing to know. Even though I do still stand by my initial statement on, you know, for maximum optimal logistics, I would want to save shotgun. But let's just see how it feels at lower levels. I've never... Now, okay, another factor, kind of a newer factor, is recently B42 reintroduced jamming. If anybody, like homie in the chat there, if anybody else is not familiar, B42 reintroduced gun jamming recently within the past couple of builds, and jamming scales with level and also based on weapon type, right? So anything with like a shotgun tube or like a rifle tube, any of that shit can jam. The only thing in the game that never jams guaranteed are revolvers. And because of that, I'm almost exclusively using revolvers while leveling, just because I want it to be a very reliable shot, right? I do not want to click the mouse and hear the gun click. Not when it, you know, not when I miss, like, you know, a reload or some shit. That's why my current carry is a 38 special. I basically just treat this as a melee weapon. This is how I'm currently leveling. I wait till the zombie is almost point blank, and then I shoot with this thing. It's very small, lightweight, goes in the ankle holster. Organized, I can fit 133 rounds in the bandolier. Beautiful weapon. But on the floor right here, look at all this shit. Look at all this shit we got. There is one type of shotgun that never jams, I think. And that is its one niche, is that it never jams. And that would be the double barrel shotgun. I don't think you can put any attachments on it, but let's find out. We should have an example of every attachment here. Oh, you can put a recoil pad on it. You used to be able to put scopes on shotguns. I don't think you can. Oh, you can put a choke? You can put a choke on a double barrel. I would think you would need 2 of those for that. I'm not going to question it. So we've got here a double barrel shotgun with a recoil pad and a choke tube. I'm going to put that on my back and put the firefighter axe into my backpack. And we are going to go to my ammo van up here, and we're going to crack open 2 boxes of shotgun ammo. And we're just going to see what happens here. Now, even if this works out very well for us, I'm still going to cut myself off very quickly because we don't have the next aiming book, right? Another core part of my leveling aiming strategy is to make sure that I've read the book before trying to do anything with it. So, this is mostly just experimentation for the sake of science. Yeah. Gloria in chat there is talking about finding stuff in cardboard boxes. I think I'm going to go as far as to say cardboard boxes are some of the new meta. The new thing to look out for, because it used to be the case that cardboard boxes you would find them most often in residential closets or storage facilities. And then you would have like a chance, kind of a wild chance, like all over the place, of it being what I would call a book box. But it was never guaranteed to be a book box in the past. Now that is very different. Book boxes in libraries, cardboard boxes in libraries are guaranteed to be book boxes. And for all I know, some of the residential homes may have guaranteed book boxes too. I do not know that. Okay, so a couple conditional factors here. We're aiming level 4. We've got a shotgun with a choke tube and a recoil pad. The choke tube should improve our long distance shooting, but I don't know what long distance is in this context. So I'm just going to aim test this guy, especially because he's slow. He's getting easier and easier and easier, but no longer. Now he's getting harder. Look at the, see that's getting wider. So I'm going to fall back a little bit. This is where you can actually saw off a double barrel shotgun. Sawed off double barrel shotgun would be good all the way to point blank range. But we're trying to see what optimal is here. Still getting narrower. He's at the ambulance. Okay. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 tiles. Now, be advised, shotguns are the loudest guns in the game, bar none. So we just woke up the whole neighborhood with that, so we're going to stay nice and mobile. For single targets, of course, great weapon. But like I always say, shotgun is for multi-hits. It's going to be hard to... Yeah, we can't get these guys up together. Try to group up some of these slow shamblers. This guy's got a great set of lungs on him. Oh, here we go, here we go. This is where I said 220 tiles, I think, is the shotgun range. That's outside your draw distance. It's a loud gun. We're gonna take things very seriously until I feel safer with this. Alright, here we go. Now he wandered up that way. See, it's kind of hard to, like, orchestrate a lineup on foot like this. Okay, I see. I had a feeling that that wouldn't even... Okay. Pull him back a little bit. See, I've been relatively confident that this intersection was clean of all big groups, but stragglers, of course, we've FAFO'd. We've FAFO'd exactly where the stragglers are. The fuck around phase has concluded. We are now finding out. Not fucking around with fast shamblers right now. Alright, here's something I want. I'm going to pause the game really quick. I want the ability to create a large holster. Not so large that you can fit an entire rifle on it, but large enough that you could fit a sawed-off shotgun on it. I genuinely believe that you could make a thigh holster setup that would allow you to have on the outside of your thigh a sawed-off shotgun. Now, people don't engineer these in real life. You know, you're not going to be able to go into a standard gun store. You know, if you go up to the gun store clerk and you're like, hey man, you got a thigh holster that can fit a sawed-off shotgun, they're gonna raise their eyebrow at you, because most jurisdictions, I'm pretty sure sawed-off shotguns are illegal. Not sure if that's just a Virginia thing. My gun nut buddies here in Virginia have told me do not fuck with sawed-off. Do not fuck with the barrel of your shotgun. That's what I've been told here in the state of Virginia. But so that what I'm saying though is that would probably be something you wouldn't be able to find at a gun store. You'd have to make it yourself. So high-level tailoring recipe. Give me a thigh holster that can fit a sawed-off shotgun. If I had that kind of a thing in this game, it would probably be regular carry for me, because a sawed-off shotgun, just being able to pull like a sawed-off JS2000 out. Right now, the thing I hate the most about the shotgun is that it's forced to replace my back weapon. I would much prefer to be using a firefighter axe again for melee targets right now, but I can't, because the one back slot that I have is occupied by the shotgun that I'm forced to use. So, yes, Grimbaki, right there. Yeah. If you can fit a tent under your bag, you should be able to fit a large weapon of some sort. I mean, you know, duct tape holsters. Yeah, we can do duct tape holsters. Now, the funny thing about those, I'm gonna keep it paused here, but we're just gonna look at. I'm just gonna search for the word holster. You can make a duct tape holster. It requires a gun to, like, I guess use it as like the frame, and then you can, like, you know, put duct tape around it. Why can't we use as an input for this? Why can't we use a sawed-off shotgun? Huh? What's going on there, guys? What's going on there, guys? I've never done a hide holster before. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the high-level tailoring stuff. We don't even have the recipes, so just something, food for thought. All right, so I've fallen back a little bit. Most of the ones that have heard us on the other side of Pilot Crap here. Let's try to line these two up. Nope. So I'm not going to, like, write off the double barrel shotgun completely in terms of its multi-hit capability. I'm not going to write it off completely, but I'm not feeling it right now. At least not for this situation. I wonder if the choke tube is actually making it harder to score multi-hits. See, the choke tube tightens the spread a little bit, and it gives you some better range. But I'm wondering if, because the spread is getting tightened, the range is not... The increased range is actually not substantial enough to help me out with, you know, like reaching a target behind a target, for example. That's usually what I think of when I try to line them up with the shotgun. Fuck? What the fuck? I hate it when the fucking game does this, guys. I fucking hate it when the game does this. Okay, so that was just a hard freeze while the zombie was within 3 tiles of us. Alright, okay. I don't put up with that. When the game does that, I close it intentionally. Fuck. Fuck, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Multi-hit is really low at low levels. So yeah, I've never tried Getia. That's one of the things I was trying to test right there. Okay. Stable build, yeah. I mean, we're not rolling any mods right now. It's really just a texture replacer. That's the only thing we're rolling right now, is this very, very simple texture replacer. Yeah, KTO, you're probably right. It's a bit late now. Yeah. No, it's definitely not just mods. Okay. So that guy was on the ground. That guy was on the ground, which means he did grab us and we pushed him back. That's extremely disconcerting. But we're good. No damage. Strength level 10, fitness level 10, weapon in hand, facing target. That's literally the best chances of pushing a zombie back, so that explains everything. We shouldn't have had to push him back, right? At no point should that zombie have ever gotten close to us. It's only because the game froze, but the simulation continued. That is my biggest pet peeve with this game when it comes to, you know, lockups and freeze-ups and whatnot. I feel like something in the base code has got to change so that if the game... If input is no longer being, you know, processed as functional, the simulation should freeze, in my humble opinion. I mean, I'm sure that that's probably way easier said than done from a coding standpoint. Anytime you try to introduce sanity checks like that on, you know, actions, you know, on actions, every time I click, if it introduces a sanity check like that, I don't know. I'm just saying that if I can't move, they shouldn't be able to move either. That I feel like that is the next big stability thing that I would like the developers to try to fix if they can. And they've done some good things when it comes to fixing crashes. There was a time in the past where a crash like that could have signified the end of your save. Like that could have resulted in a save file corruption. B42 has gotten tremendously better at that. Like I got to watch it in real time, where my saves used to get broken all the time, and they no longer do. And that's great. That's great. I'm really happy about that. I hope that they can keep that energy going when it comes to lockups. Now, one thing that I should note for the record, that if the game recognizes a crash as a crash, it actually deletes the zombies around you. The problem is it doesn't always recognize it as a crash. You saw that clearly when that happened just now. It did not delete any zombies. In fact, the one that was most threatening to us had actually grabbed us and we pushed it back. So, yeah, make of all that what you will. I'm actually trying to see if I can get these guys a little bit tightened up. Oh, you know what? No. I was just about to roll the window down. No. We have a bad track record with that on this character. There will be no rolling down of the window. I'm just gonna try this. Okay, not bad. Was it worth cluttering my street with corpses? Probably not. But we got at least a double kill there. Okay, yeah. But I do want to say that multi-hit is probably still not a reliable thing to assume that is going to work at lower levels. Oh, hey, Command, how's it going? Good to see you. Not sure if you caught it, but we just recovered from a crash. And it was a rather terrifying crash because it was one of the ones that happened while a zombie was like 3 tiles away. And when we reloaded it, of course, a zombie was on the floor in front of us, which means we probably auto-pushed it back. I always say this, do not ever allow yourself to rely on the auto-push. If a zombie grabs you, you've already failed. I expected fatigue to kick in an hour ago, actually. I'm surprised we're not fatigued right now. But I'm going to go ahead and just continue until we are. Howdy, partner. Just have one for my collection here. I am not going to discharge the shotgun anymore. I don't want to be bringing huge chunks of people from unknown long distances to this side of the river. I want O'Connell to be on the wrong side of the river. I'm sorry, Benny. I want Benny to be on the wrong side of the river here. Give me your leather coat. Okay, hang on a second. So we devised that 8 tiles is a good range for level 4 with double barrel with choke. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let me get out of the headlights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 2, 3, 4, 6. So that's like 80% of the viewfinder of your angle-headed flashlight. So if we use the angle-headed flashlight as a viewfinder, hello. First, we make sure we don't get flanked. Then we can fuck around. Level 6 plus, you can get 2 double kills most of the time. Okay, good to know. Yeah, this hatchet is definitely past its sharpness prime here. Oh god, yeah, we've... man, we have abused the hell out of this hatchet. I mean, but look at this group, though. Look at this group. Look how tight they are. Give me that free kill. I'm gonna have corpses in my road anyway. 80% of the flashlight radius. Here we are. Oh, fuck off. Forgot to reload. Okay, here goes nothing. I expected better from a shotgun. Yeah, it's too tight. It's too tight. Let's just yank the choke tube off of it right now. Okay, I like that. So I would definitely say, almost for 100% certain... What the fuck? She made a... Okay. That one right there, that I'm looking at right now, she made a sound that I only ever hear when they're actually trying to grab at you. And I'm not sure why she did that, and that terrified me. There's certain sounds in this game. If you play it long enough, you'll recognize them. Maintenance level 5. Good. So I'm not going to say that I've given up on this intersection entirely. I have given up on one lane. The right lane on this intersection. It's actually good to leave corpses now so that I can see it coming. Otherwise, we're like 20 minutes from bed. I think I'm not tired yet because of all the reading. Yeah, we spent a few days doing nothing but reading. Okay. I like it. Now, of course, that said, anytime you hit multiple zombies with buckshot, it's even at max level, there's always a decent chance of it just being a knockdown instead of a kill. But knockdowns are good. Knockdowns are very good. Even if they're not a kill, I would prefer to have a knockdown instead of a not knockdown. Alright, we're falling back for the night. It is bedtime. Level 4, you can start using the M9 or abuse the Trapper. Okay, so I would disagree only from a logistical standpoint. We have hit several gun stores now. We've hit the Ekron Hunting Shop. We've hit the Irvington Gun Club. And Ekron Gun Shop, Irvington Gun Club. I can't remember. Oh, I mean the police department, obviously, but you don't expect to find trapper carbines there. Gun stores are where you find trapper carbines. We've always found like 4, I think. And at only maintenance level 5 and lower level aiming, I don't expect I would be able to make these last very long. These beautiful, beautiful trapper carbines that anybody who was here for the latter part of my previous character's journey, Danny the Drifter, we found a beautiful niche for these things, but I would prefer to hold off till higher level. Because I basically consider the Trapper Carbine and 45 ACP to be like a long-range platform now. And that's how I think about it now. I might never again use the 1911. Because, I mean, why would I? If I can take the same bullet and shoot it at a farther distance from the Trapper Carbine, then I would just use a different handgun. I just use 357. 357, of course, does allow you to shoot it from a not Trapper Carbine, the other kind of carbine. What's it called? L94? Yeah, one of the other carbines. But you can't put scopes on that for some reason. If they change that, L92 carbine. If we were able to put scopes on this thing, then 357 and 45 ACP would be very, very, very similar. It'd just be that one's a non-magazine cartridge. Right now, 45 ACP, there's no way to shoot it without shoving it into a magazine of some sort, which I've never liked that aspect of it. But guess got to have some consternations there. Rosewood Gun Store has a lot of carbines. Interesting. I do wish that someday in this game we'll see extended magazines as sort of like a rare find from like criminal bags or something, right? Because extended magazines, I'm pretty sure even in the 90s they were kind of, well, they're probably illegal in most jurisdictions. But the most important thing is if something like an extended magazine is illegal in some jurisdictions, then most gun manufacturers will just never make them. And I'm pretty sure that was true even back in the 90s. What? Pull out that grind. Should have a grindstone. Should have a grindstone. Where would it be? Huh. Do I really not have a grindstone? No, I've got to have a grindstone. I don't mind standing there and sharpening it, but I should have one. Maybe not. Furniture? No? Okay. Well, grindstone is on the menu then. If anybody's not familiar, sharpening blades is like 10 times faster with a grindstone instead of a whetstone. I know that they, in this game, I think that with this game, they want to avoid the some drug use ESRB label. Or I'm sure Peggy has an equivalent. Whenever you see a game that's kind of like this one, that seems like it's got a lot of mature material but is sidestepping certain things. Like in this case, people have talked about why aren't there any zombie children from the very outset. I can tell you, and it's a very cynical reason. Violence against children being depicted in video games makes it so your game can't be sold in certain oppressive regimes, like Australia probably. Probably a few others, Germany. I know Germany and Australia are notorious for the gaming market because they restrict certain things, and that means, people who want to reach the broadest market will just not include those things in their games. And I think that's why we don't have no kid zombies, no hard drugs. I think hemp is probably the worst we'll ever see in this game. That end, there is a suspicious package that you can find in the evidence locker. You can't do anything with it. You can't open it. It's just a suspicious package. That's all it is. I'm going to leave that recoil pad on the double barrel shotgun here. I don't know if I have any sawed-off shotguns yet. think if I ever saw any, I would have just left them. Or, you know, really low prioritized them. I could saw one up myself. I'm not going to be using these double barrel shotguns for anything else. I'm going to go ahead and saw one up because I want to see what it feels like. This this early game is the one niche that I've always said that you can actually make use of a double barrel. So I'm doing it. I need a crafting surface, but I also need a hacksaw. I'm going to move a hacksaw over to that crafting surface so that I have one over there too. Okay, so I have two double barrel shotguns right now. I don't want to break the one that's on my back, so I'm going to drop it. That way I can only saw the one that's not on my back. Alright, so because I had a nightmare, I didn't even say anything about this out loud when it first happened. Because I had a nightmare so early in my first sleep, I'm pretty screwed up in terms of my sleep schedule. In order to deal with that, I'm going to sleep again at 4 a.m. and then drink a coffee when I wake up. Okay, so you cannot put a recoil pad on a sawed-off shotgun. I guess you're sawing off the barrel and part of the stock, if that's the case. Because I thought a recoil pad just goes on the stock. Yeah, alright, I guess that makes sense. So we'll just put these attachments away then. Come on, this you can't tell me. You can't tell me that this could not fit on her thigh. I'm not gonna pull out Photoshop just yet, am I? Oh, I'm tempted. I'm not gonna do it. 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 I'm gonna do it. I can't help myself sometimes, guys. I really can't. Give me a clear shot of her thigh there. Okay. I'm going to have her read a book while I do this. Oh, she's also thirsty. I know, right? Where'd you go? Photoshop, you're open. Okay. New from clipboard. Okay, so here's the double barrel shotgun on the floor here. Copy pasta that. We're going to see if Adobe's quick select is going to do the right thing here. It's not doing the right thing here. There is a very sufficient color difference there. This is pre-AI Adobe, so it's, yeah, make of that what you will. Okay, that's not bad. This is just an experiment. I know this is not a very scientific thing. We're not really we're doing 2D deformations on a 3D object. Miss me with that shit because this is isometric. Okay. Yeah, you're not going to convince me that we cannot make that into... Okay, it's going to be a little uncomfortable. I would accept a discomfort modifier if you have a thigh holster and you've got one of these things in it. I would accept a discomfort or a movement speed penalty. I would accept a movement speed penalty for this. Let me outline this so it's a little bit more obvious. If anybody is joining and you weren't here from what I was talking about earlier, if I could have a sawed-off shotgun on a thigh holster in this game, I would make room to make it happen. I would make room to make this happen if I could. Because the ability to just pull out, like a JS2000, for example. This example right here is a double barrel shotgun, which we're using because we don't want jams. JS2000 can jam, so at higher level we would have a JS2000. At lower level we would have a, what's it called? We would have a double barrel. This would be part of my regular carry. I would try to make that happen. Now, that wouldn't make it any lighter. It is 3.0 encumbrance. That would significantly increase the weight of my kit. But in many combat situations, I would probably find it worth it. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. I have already looked into the game's code when it comes to making, what's it called? Making, weapons go into slots that they don't already fit into. I actually have some code right now, some Lewis slop that I put together, to make use of the backpack bottom slot. I have some code that if the game's console was open right now, I could just paste it in there, and all it would do is take any backpacks that exist and change the parameter. Oh, I'm sorry, no, it wouldn't even do that. It would just change all the parameters of the slots for all existing backpacks, so that the backpack bottom slot can fit back weapons. But of course, we try to play vanilla here. We try to play vanilla for all of its flaws. Also, I haven't found a way to make that mod that I'm talking about here. I haven't found a way to make it as lightweight as possible and have it execute on load. That's currently the challenge. I don't know exactly what function to hook to make it run on load, and whether I need to rerun it every time a new military backpack or a new hiking backpack or something that gives you the backpack bottom slot shows up. I do not know how often it needs to be rerun, because I do know that when I first ran it during testing, it didn't still apply. It didn't still take effect for like a backpack that I had put on afterwards or spawned in afterwards. So it's one of those things that would have to be like on equip or something like that. Like on equipping a backpack, it would have to run that code to modify the parameters of the slot. And the reason I wrote the code in that way was, well, it's some unstable nonsense that might not be relevant anymore. We'll see. My what's it called? My policy. My mod policy for unstable has always been never add something that modifies the save, and that was within those parameters. I would never the save would not get modified if I was just running that code. An infinite space container. Well, I don't need infinite. I wouldn't want infinite. After a certain point, an infinite space container would I would just be scrolling too much. I need to categorize things. I'd probably still use an infinite space container. Don't get me wrong. I'd still use it, but no, I would still have many of them. Just because eventually the scrolling would get annoying. Okay, so we've got food already for the day, already prepped. I need to get this rosemary that's in my backpack onto a drying rack. We should have 4 drying racks upstairs, and they should be all done. So let's put some basil in addition to the rosemary and comfrey. Okay, so we've got it's 20 plants per drying rack. So and it's got to be the same plant. So 14 rosemary, that's 1. 40 basil, that's 2. 18 comfrey, that's 1. I'm gonna thaw those out and just head upstairs, and we'll get those cooking. Yeah, absolutely. So here's our 4 drying racks. We had previously marigold and some leftover soybeans and some habaneros and some more soybeans. Hell yeah. I'm going to plant every single one of those next spring. So now, the stuff that we pulled out of the freezer, starting with 14 rosemary. If anybody's not familiar with why we have these, When you harvest many of these herbs, specifically herbs, so that's rosemary, sage, thyme, marigold, oregano, parsley, cilantro, chives, any flowers, any peppers, stuff like that. All of that is stuff that you don't need to keep in the freezer to preserve it. I'm just leaving it in the freezer until I have room on these drying racks. Once you put it on the drying rack, the freshness of it is no longer a factor because it is starting to dry out. There you are, comfrey. Comfrey is a medicinal. I think we've already got some dried, so we can get a poultice cooking at some point. That needs to be part of my regular carry, actually. This is basil, and this last one is also going to be basil. Let's have some breakfast. And I allocated to drink some coffee because I did not get a full night's sleep last night. So I've got a full coffee already made in my backpack. I don't want to. I want to always carry a coffee with me, so we're not using that. We're gonna go and make another one. Right? Yeah. That's one thing to think about with that paradigm, Leo, that you're talking about there is that the amount of time that it takes to transfer items between containers is, for better or I suppose a little bit worse, is an actual feature. Like it's an actual game feature that they have to plan things out for, because there's traits, right? There's traits for that. Dexterous makes you transfer things faster, and organized makes you have more room in your containers. But I would be in favor of certain containers just being like, you know, like if I could make a huge box that is like 1 floor high and like 3 floors or 3 tiles wide or something like that, and just have it have almost infinite, like, you know, 2,000 or something, like storage space in it. I feel like we should be able to do that. But what can I say? What can I say? We picked up a couple of leather coats. Let's get those cut up. Clean up the dirty strips. Oh, we've got a lot of dirty strips. Let's just, this is why we have these buckets of water here. Buckets of clean water. We hold on to these, and we can just wash all these. Yeah. We got an entire stack of leather strips from cutting those 2 jackets. That's pretty good. I mean, considering we're tailoring, we have not even tried leveling tailoring yet. Leather strips are amazing for leveling tailoring, and even at the end game, after you've leveled it. Alright, putting away empty bowls. I'm gonna go ahead and put the axe back on my back. I think we've... I was about to say we've concluded our experiments. I want to try a sawed-off double barrel. That's why we made this last night. I want to try this. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on my back. Okay, I really need to get... This door doesn't really need to be there. The only reason I keep closing it is because I have not barricaded these windows yet. If I just get these windows barricaded, then I no longer need to think about closing this door. That's a convenience thing that I need to... I mean, honestly, the rest of the windows in this place should be barricaded. There's a part of me that wanted to hold out for metal barricades, because wooden barricades kind of look ugly. But, as you can see, welding level 3 is a requirement. Thankfully, we don't need a magazine. It's just welding level 3 is required, so... Oh, and okay. Another factor that I didn't even consider this. We need to get carpentry experience. So if we just get the windows barricaded now, you know, just with some planks, it'll look ugly, but we can replace it later. And for the short term, carpentry experience. That is a worthy expenditure. 15 planks total. Get some nails. Just get this knocked out so that we have some base security and we have some more carpentry experience gained. Be advised there's windows on both sides of the door over here. Can't even see one from a distance here, so... 26 experience for each of these. That's pretty good. So that's right on par with a floor. How many do I have left? 5 more. Focusing on just the kitchen then. Yeah, it was like half a level of carpentry right there. Great. Beautiful. You know what? I think I'm going to just finish up the whole first floor barricades. We've got a lot of logs, and I didn't have an immediate purpose for them. So that's what we're doing with some of these. We'll do these in stacks of 4. We sit on the ground when we do that so that we don't take health damage from being over encumbered from carrying too much. Level of running, because we always run. If I'm moving, I'm running, generally speaking. It actually never really occurred to me to use barricades for the purpose of leveling. But I mean, the material cost is really light. And it seems to be the same ROI as a floor. So I'll take it. Should be every window on the first floor for the fire department, at least. No windows on the right side of the building, which is very important to me. I'm a big fan of having just a completely impassable wall between that and the fence all the way up that whole side there. That is very prurient to my interests. I saw that the moment I got here for the first time. I was like, hell to the yes. Just double checking this backside here. We are looking good. I'll go ahead and use the last 3 planks on the floor up here. I eventually wanted to get a exterior deck built around the entire second floor here. Okay, so I am getting more experience for a floor than I am a barricade. That's significant because the material cost is the same. 1 plank, 1 nail. One plank, 1 nail for a floor versus 1 plank, 1 nail for a barricade. Except the barricade gets you 26 and the floor gets you 39. This is with, you know, traits and the book read. But it scales appropriately. We are about to be carpentry level 5. Level 6 is where the good stuff unlocks. That's where you get your actual staircases, so I don't gotta be using these logs. Okay, I am about to transition back to combat here. Yeah, I'm feeling good about the current situation. We've gotten our provincial concerns addressed. These salads are not gonna... I'm gonna have to overeat these salads a little bit. See, this is where not having a fridge kind of works against me. I should have stuck one of these in the freezer. I can tell you for sure they're not going to last longer than today. So I've got to overheat them slightly. Having only freezers instead of a fridge is my current paradigm. If anybody wasn't here earlier, it's working for us, but there's some pain points there. Okay, yeah, let's see what this sawed off feels like today. I'm gonna take the not sawed off with me here, and just leave it in the trunk. And we'll swap to the not sawed off if it feels better. Small patch of grass in front of the front door is now your chicken and rabbit pen. That's an interesting call. I don't know if that would help or hurt with the situation of animal noises attracting zombies. If respawns were on, that would definitely be one of the decisions of all time. But without respawns, not as big of a factor. Alright, so we're going to try to range test first before we open up. Try to get the attention of one of these guys. Yeah. We got him? Come on, dude. I'm right here. There you go. Okay. It's a range test with this guy. So we were at 8 tiles. Now we're at... Ooh, that's like... Okay. That's like 4 tiles. But... most importantly, as they get close to point blank, we get a perfect crosshair. So a double barrel shotgun, sawed off. If you've got like 2 or 3, like let's just say these 2 guys were upright, I could probably get a double kill pretty easy with that. We have precisely 1 time on my previous characters, we have abused the hell out of that. Oh yeah, it still, yep, still works just the way I thought it did. Okay, so this could be a game changer for early game stuff. If you're willing to get really up close and personal with your shotguns, which is almost never my strategy. But I know some people like to play dangerously. Don't ask me where that alarm clock is. I don't care where it is. It could be anywhere within 70 tiles. Don't care. Couldn't pay me to care. We hear them from way too far away now. Hello, what the fuck? She thought she could go right through that. Woman, you did not have to break that. Fuck you for breaking my windows. Okay. So he was within range, but the guy behind him wasn't. That guy that we're hearing slap is downstairs in the basements beneath one of those commercial units. We heard him there a while ago, and we haven't addressed him, and I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. I don't want there to be anybody on the floor out here if I'm going to be going into a basement in this area. An exterior accessible basement. We got people coming around the corner here. Okay. Oh, she's wearing a joke mask. That's kind of funny. Not bad. Never go for a finisher if they're ragdolled like that. Wait until they're non-ragdolled. Oh, come on, lady. Did you really have to... I turned 0.5 degrees to the right, and now she wants to break the window. If anybody is new to the channel, every window is my window. We can't fix these things. And this is my town. And every building in it is now my building. As the sole remaining survivor of Riverside, thou shalt not break my windows. But I'm not going to make that make that one tile entry for the sake of a window. No, no, no. Here we go. Okay, I don't hate it. I really don't. The only thing I hate about it, like I was saying before, the only thing I hate about it is that I can't have a thigh holster. Is that it has to block my firefighter axe. So this is another... Grumbaki was asking earlier if I was planning on transitioning to blades anytime soon. Swords, long blade. This would be a great niche for it right here. Because, I mean, of course, this hatchet. Think of a hatchet as like 50% of the potential of a firefighter axe. That's basically what it is in the long run. You're losing out on that crit multiplier severely, to the point where it will almost never be a guaranteed one-shot. Sometimes you'll get lucky. Sometimes you'll get unlucky, and that'll happen. You need to do medium handle for that. I'm just going to fall back now. I can make medium handles, can't I? Yeah, I can make a medium handle. Just need a tree branch. Okay, I hate that. I want to remove these bushes. I got to jump in here. 2 tree branches. Need a crafting surface. That is the sound of a door that's about to break, somewhere to my right. Crypt Ghoulish, good morning, how's it going? Two swords and a shot. Well, in my loadout, it would be 1 sword, 1 machete, 1 sawed-off shotgun. But right now, the hatchet head is, the hatchet that we're repairing. It's an acceptable alternative, I suppose. Now, here's a problem with early game carving. The handles that we just made are like half integrity. I'm actually okay with that because the head that we're replacing it with, the head that we're the one we're putting back on after breaking it, the head is already at half. Oh, shit. All right. Falling back. I'm just gonna take the axe out of my back, put it directly in my hands. Finish off all these losers who decided to show up right at the last second. You know what? I'm going to make it my mission to someday, not within the confines of this stream or any time in the immediate future, someday I'm going to replace all of these trees with flowers. So that we still have a beautiful town, but no more line of sight blockage. Yeah, I'm gonna take the beautiful town. I'm gonna make it just as beautiful, but with fewer obstructions. Oh shit! Guess I'm flanking her. It's boring, but it's safe. This is why I like to pop all the local doors. Anyway, where were we? Reassembling. We're just about to reassemble the hatchet. Okay, hatchet has another lease on life. Back onto the belts. Axe back into the backpack. What'd you say to me? I don't know where that was. Ah, there you are. I'm mostly doing this to make some noise. If nothing else, shotgun is the best noisemaker in the game. It's literally as loud as a horn. Okay, that's interesting. I feel like that should have been a dead giveaway for the second guy. I almost took that for granted. Anybody who was considering using shotguns to level with, definitely take notes. We're using the sawed-off double barrel right now. Sticking to the double barrels to avoid jams. We would, at aiming level 4, we would be able to get away with fewer jams on JS2000 sawed-off, but it would, no, not guaranteed. Never guaranteed, to be honest. Anyone else? Oh, here we go. Yeah. This, I was expecting to see another big group because I knew we were getting somewhat close to the Gigamart area here. And as you can see, we are. But this is what I don't want. I don't want to be getting these people up here behind me. Noise discipline with the shotgun is one of the most difficult things to do in this game. If you're in an area that you're not 100% sure of. If you have not swept building by building, room by room in an area, and you start going around shooting the shotgun, they will be crawling out of places you never expected. As you can see. So, be advised. Be very advised. You have no idea how advised you should be. So if I were to, like, shoot it right here, I could pull people through this alleyway. But that would also just pull them straight through pile of crepe here. she took one look at me and she just turned the fuck around. She's like, nope. I seen what she'd do. Shit. And you see sometimes after they hear a sound, their movements just kind of scatter them to the wind. Next thing you know, cleared territory is not so cleared. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna have to give up on the windows for a pile of crepe here. Probably the doors too. I should probably just leave those doors open. I'm gonna be doing what I'm doing right now. It makes more sense to leave the doors open. This is actually not a good idea. No, this is a very bad idea. Discharging the shotgun inside the pile of crepe when they're like all around me like that, no. Bad idea. Just because there's many windows does not mean it's not close quarters combat. So if it's not sufficiently obvious, what I'm attempting to do with the double barrel here is just kind of identify what kind of situations I can reliably score a double kill with. I mean, it's getting a few of them here. Here's another one. You just gotta be close. And as you can see, it's still not guaranteed even when you are close. What? Oh no, that's okay. Shit. I thought I was hearing the one that's on the floor, but I wasn't. We are... No, we're good. I thought I was running low on ammo. We only cracked open 2 boxes. I'm getting corpsey. We're getting corpsey out here. Let me eat a salad, and then we're going to mask up. Literally me, how's it going? Good to see you. Don't wait for the reticle to fully close. Okay. That goes against my instincts, but this is a shotgun, so... It's in need of a sharpen here. Falling back a little farther, I'm going to sharpen. I have plenty of replacement hatchets, but I would prefer to have them, I mean, you know, use them up optimally as I have them. So, about that excess comm, I think if the reticle doesn't fully close... no, I don't do multiplayer survival crafting. In fact, long before I started playing Zomboid, I'm always happy to tell this story. Long before I started playing Zomboid, I was a enjoyer of Ark Survival Evolved, and at the time, like right at my height in the interest of the game, one of the YouTubers that I watch, Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, he fired up an Ark server for his community. And I was like, hell yeah, I bet. Let me fire up a character, and got into his tribe within like the first, right after the server started out. So it was great. That was a lot of fun. And because I was on his tribe, I was with Mesopotamia. If anybody was around at that era, after the Sumatrans, currently in Mesopotamia. That was when Shitlord Shore first formed, and the people who wanted to fuck with the YouTuber made their own tribe, as it were. Yeah, they called themselves Shitlord Shore, SLS. That was a lot of... That was interesting at first. It was interesting. Because some of them in SLS were great guys. Some of them were not great guys. And after a little while, it all came to a head where, doing no small part to some of my own actions, they did an offline raid that wiped out probably 300 or 400 hours of work on my part, and God knows how much on the part of the rest of the tribe. Now, again, partially due to my actions, that was their casus belli. The casus belli was, Sunder raided this guy while he was offline, taking absolutely no consideration of the fact that the reason I did that raid was because somebody had gotten kicked out of their tribe and I was liberating them. That was completely brushed out the window. Nobody fucking cared about that. But, yeah, no, they used that as casus belli. The moment I logged out, they were watching. The moment I logged out was the moment they came in. Killed my Quetzalcoatlus with God knows how many tons of material on the back of it. I think they tried to sink my raft. I don't think they were successful at it. But, I mean, anybody who's played Ark, you know what that's all about. So, the moral of this story is I don't do YouTube community multiplayer at all, ever. In any game where there's high stakes. I would love to do a low-stakes game with my community someday. Absolutely, 100%. A low-stakes game being like... this is probably why other YouTubers are interested in, like, Zomboid events, right? Oh, I made 100 players do this, I made 100 players do that. Those get millions of views. And it's not just because of that, it's also because it is a contained event. It is not open-ended survival crafting gameplay. Just because open-ended gameplay, where anybody can join, it always just devolves into rotating security shifts. And eventually, your group is going to have a gap in the security, like it did for me. And somebody's going to be like, oh, he's offline, let's go. And that's it. I'm never doing that again. Never doing that again. So please don't take it personally, by all means. I know from personal experience, it's a lot of fun. I would love to show you the recordings. he actually streamed a few of our cavern raids. He streamed them to the Vae Victus channel, which was taken down by a copyright strike from Destiny. Of all the things for the Applebee's manager to get mogged by, imagine getting mogged by fucking Destiny, filing a copyright strike on you. That was one of the times of all time right there. I know, right? No, you'd be 100% correct. And I'd be 100% okay with that. Like, if I actually was playing Zomboid multiplayer, and everybody's first mission was to just scout the map, I'd be like 10 out of 10. Because then I don't have to do it all myself. The whole point of the map scouting is to get it explored early on, to get ahead of the looted and trashed garbage. I'm falling back just briefly to check weapon status. I don't want to be in the stink zone, as it were. Yeah, this hatchet is just about dead. I'm gonna take a replacement from my passenger seat here. Otherwise, we're doing great with, well, I mean, I think we've gotten some good understanding of the double barrel shotgun's capabilities. I don't think I'm going to make it regular carry or anything anytime soon. Maybe, if I'm doing heavy clearing, maybe I will. But, okay, before I move any further with any other plans, I just want these two corpses out of the middle of the intersection. Get these two out, and I've got a drivable path if I want to take a left. Safe house lock that saved the bait. Okay, that's interesting. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. The, 7 Days to Die, if anybody's not familiar with 7 Days to Die, it's not a bad game. Not a bad game. The fun pimps have opinions. I have opinions on the developers of the game. But no, it's a voxel 3D zombie survival crafting game. Highly recommended, worth a try if you've never tried it, but it is questionable as to whether it's ever going to get better. That's probably my biggest criticism of it right now, is that the dev team was recently bought out by... What the hell? Did y'all see that? Bottom right of center? There was like a zombie singularity right here, and it like... Oh, I see. They're trying to get out this door right here. There's a small gate right there. Okay. I foresee some shotgunnery. So the trick is with gates, you can shoot through the fences, but not the gates. So I got to come at it from a side angle. Otherwise, I'd just be, shooting straight through the gate like this, but I can't do that. The gate will eat the shot, as silly as that sounds. Like that. The only reason I was shooting those guys is because I just wanted to clear up that gate before it broke. Now I'm falling back because I'm not exactly equipped to handle this entire area. I just wanted to get that little cluster while they were all clustered. I couldn't tell. Did we get any triple kills there? I feel like we got... I would have to look back on the... Scrub back on the stream there. We might have gotten a couple triple kills. Remember, whenever you're shooting the shotgun, there are 9... pieces of buckshot. Technically, theoretically, all 9 of them could kill a zombie. In practice, my record at aiming level 10 on my best character ever with the best gun ever, best situation ever, my record that I was aware of is an octo kill. So we did get to 8 of them with one shot once. But it's very unreliable after a few. Like, after you get like 6, it starts to get really unreliable. The zombies just don't gather that densely, even if it seems like they do. see if I can't get any use out of this corner here. See, at that range, I feel like I might as well just use the 30-30. Seeing as I'm never going to use it for anything else. But this, what we're doing right now, it has a double purpose. Primary purpose is... Okay, sorry. Distraction by something more important. I should be tired right now. I feel like I should be tired right now. I forgot to drink a coffee. But I'm not. Oh, we're out. Okay, we're out. Falling back. Anyway, what I was saying there is we were serving the dual purpose of gathering them and shooting them. But there's no point in gathering them now. We are out of shotgun. And I don't carry replacement shells in my trunk, so we are outie. Safe house system seems pretty solid. They even have special items allowed for PvP. Rare, so it's a clan investment. That's interesting. I mean, if I was going to host a community server for a game like this, I feel like having PvP enabled would... I mean, again, you know, I'm sitting here complaining about rotating security shifts. That's all I'm ever going to do. But let's just say that, you know, if I actually didn't care about that, if we're just talking in terms of people who can tolerate survival crafting PvP stuff, I would probably want PvP to be enabled. Because, at that point, if you don't have PvP enabled, it's still enabled. It's just challenging people to find rules to get around everything that prevents PvP. Best example I can think of is fire. Right now in this game, fire doesn't spread at all. Because the devs have not found a solution to make it so that multiplayer with PvP disabled doesn't result in a bunch of people just joining your server and setting shit on fire. So the devs have not found a solution for that, so they just made it so fire doesn't spread anymore. They've literally deleted a part of the game for everybody because they couldn't make it work for multiplayer. So if it ever seems like I'm a little salty against multiplayer for this game, that is one of several reasons right there. I do, you know, nothing wrong with multiplayer. It's not like I have a problem with it. It's just that I do feel like it should not take precedence over single player. I will die on that hill for sure. But anyway, we are back at base. I can take the mask off, and we're going to cut some leather jackets. Get ourselves cleaned up. It has been a messy day today. Yeah, I'm just going to go straight to the river with these leather strips. I did enjoy that shotgun usage. I am not going to allocate more than what I have loose right now. So these 4 boxes and these 10 shells. And that's it. I am not going to crack open any of my shotgun cartons for low-level leveling. No. I'll leave it on my back for a little bit, see if I can get some opportunistic multi-kills. And that'll be it. Those bandages washed, put them in my backpack. Get my weapons washed. Have a bite to eat. And then we can get everything else washed. Now, if you're somebody who needs to wash a lot, like Fear of Blood or anything like that, I do recommend getting a laundry system set up as soon as humanly possible. You can plumb a washing machine to a rain barrel. I recommend using separate rain barrels from your drinking water. I'm going to do that someday here at this base, but it's not a priority for me. But if it's a priority for you, do so because it's not just convenient, it uses less water total. So not only is it faster, it uses less water. I'm going to go ahead and be done with this hatchet. We're going to disassemble it now that it's almost done. Leave behind the head. these are fresh heads or heads that need to be sharpened. I think I had a collection of... Yeah, here we go. So I'm making a little collection of hatchet heads that are near broken, because we're going to melt those down when the forge time comes. We might work on that today. Today, did I mention in the title? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, time for base work. Yeah, okay. So the part of the title that people can't see in the related tab. But yes, I mentioned it. Okay. The bleach fruit salad. Yes, no, literally me. That I feel like that needs to be a thing. Like fire spread should be a toggle. I mean, is it not? I've actually not looked. I want to assume that it's not a toggle. Because I mean, if it is, why would they just not do that? Why would that not already be the case? Fire spread has, as far as I know, it's only been a problem in multiplayer. But I do not know. Replace my hatchets that I'm done with. Okay, so we'll just read for the next hour and 20 or so. Hit the sack on time and see what we go from there. We are reading Pottery 2, and as soon as we finish reading this book, we've got a videotape in the TV already, and we've only watched like 2/3 of it. We stopped watching it when we got level 2 pottery, so we can, the moment we finish reading this book, we can continue watching that tape. We might get an entire level, get all the way to level 3 with one tape. I don't know for sure if we'll pull that off, but bet your sweet ass I'm gonna try. We min-max here, that's what we do. I think that's my overnight task right there. Pottery 2 is complete. Put that one back in the library and get that tape rolling. Hey, Kitten, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We are, we're doing some fun things here. I had to take a little time off myself, actually. I was feeling pretty under the weather last week, but we are, as the young people say, so back. We are so back. Okay, pottery tape is already in the player. We just hit play. We won't get anything for like the first little bit of it here. While we're waiting for the first little bit of it to go through, I'm just going to scroll through our other tapes and ID a few useful ones here. This one is called The Petting Zoo. I want to say that that's going to be animal care. I mean, animal care is extremely easy to level, so I probably am not going to bother too much with, you know, min-maxing that. Oh yeah, there we go. So we're now getting experience in pottery again. Okay, so we only got like a third of a level from that. Hey, it's better than nothing, right? So a single tape got us 2.3 levels. we go hard here. That's what we do. All right, so I'm putting away the pottery tape. And I actually do want to see if this is indeed a this other tape called The Petting Zoo. I think it's animal care, but let's pop it in and see what happens. Yep, it's animal care. And we have read part of the book. We've read part of the book, so I expect to get a 2 levels out of this. Beautiful. Now, if I was really trying to min-max, this is where I would stop the tape and come back and watch more of it after reading the next book. Animal care is a lot easier to level. I'm not that concerned about it. Okay, well, my brain meat tells me that animal care is easy to level because you get experience from milking cows. And I take it for granted that I'm going to be milking cows a lot. We don't have any more cows. They all died. And we never figured out why. I'm going to stop thinking about that right now. Every time I think about it, I just kind of... I'm not going to lie to you guys. Part of me... Every time I think of my cows and what happened to them, part of me just wants to stop playing this and go play something else. It's not the... Again, it's not nothing wrong with the game itself. I love this game, but my cows dying for no reason, it kind of feels like that's a rather serious problem. I've not seen the devs even mention animal dying at all. Not a single mention of that, and we've already had 2 hot fixes, so... I don't know, guys. I don't know. We'll see. It'd be nice to at least have some acknowledgement, but I'm not going to demand anything. I'm just going to see if I can tolerate it. We're just living... Yeah, Kitten. Unfortunately, what happened is, it was like it was at the beginning of like part 2 and 3 of this character's journey. I think it was. We just logged in, and I went over to check the cows, and 2 of them were dead. And I was like, "That's weird. I don't know why that happened." I checked the other 2; they were fine. You know, healthy, well fed, not thirsty, no health degradation that I could see. So I got rid of the 2 that had died, and I, topped up the 2 that were good, and then moved on. Logged in the next day, and the other 2 were dead. So all 4 of our cows that we started with are all dead, and all we have left is a bull. You can milk the bull, but it doesn't give you any nutrition. So what I need to do is consolidate my freezers a little bit. We're coming up on day 80, and these strawberries are still fresh. I was saying earlier, I got into a Steam thread. Okay, actually, this was one case where I came across as a little bit elitist, but I said, and I'm going to hold myself to this, I said in this thread that I'm going to reply to it if my strawberries ever go bad. Just checking to see if anybody actually... No, nobody replied to me. Everybody just talking right past me here. That's understandable. I don't even know who you are. But yeah, the crux of my post here, I'm yapping about freezing food here. But at the bottom of my post, I said, if these strawberries ever go stale, I will report back with the total fresh time we managed. So we're at 80 days and counting. If anybody's not familiar with the context here, we harvested these strawberries here on the first day of the game. The house we spawned into had a patch of strawberries in the back garden. We harvested those, we ate a couple, and the rest we promptly stuck into the freezer. They have come with us ever since, and every fridge we set up in, we put them into the freezer. And when the power cut off, we already had a generator in waiting, failed over to the generator, and refroze them promptly. So these strawberries have not been thawed very long at all. So if we get to day 100 and these strawberries are still fresh, then I know that this thread full of people complaining about the new frozen food allowed to rot. I think this guy is just... I think he saw the glitch where when the power cutoff happens, there's some... I don't even know if it's a glitch. There's a script that goes through and like spoils food that are in freezers in certain places. At least that's my suspicion. If you think about it, despite having 2,700? No, sorry. I did the math on this. If anybody didn't see the community post. I have 2,810 hours in build 42. 2,810 hours and 38 minutes and 56 seconds of B42 unstable. I've only actually gone through like 8 power cutoffs. It's a consequence of not dying very often is I don't actually experience those one-time events very often. You know, the helicopter, the power cutoff. Oh yeah, if anybody didn't see my community post, this is a fun little rabbit hole that I went down yesterday. Is that I tallied all of the hours that I spent playing Build 42 between my recordings, my offline recordings, and my live streaming, which started as a 42.8. right here on this channel. I also created a separate playlist. I haven't gotten this linked anywhere yet, but if you look on my main channel now and you scroll down a little bit, you'll see I have a playlist called 2053 Hours of Zomboid Build 42 Unstable. Yeah, I'll get that in my descriptions at some point, because that's fun. 235 videos, a total of 2,419 days. And I could bump those numbers up if I ever uploaded my recordings, but that's a dump of a lot of irrelevant footage. That would be 70 videos. I would have to upload 70 videos of really old footage of a build that's, you know, what are we up to? Like 13 builds out of date now? Questionable as to whether I would ever want to do that. But yeah, this is a lot of fun to make. I need to sleep for a second time here. I didn't even... should have kept in mind that I hadn't paused it. Okay. We are easily distracted here. I'm just going to have a quick bite to eat of something to quiet the hunger, as it were. Yes, okay, so about new cows. I actually do have intel on the location of an Angus cow. Angus cow and Angus bull outside of Riverside. And the thing that I find personally very unforgiving, or just, I don't know, I find it, I don't know, use the word offensive. I am a little bit offended by this. This Angus cow that we spotted, I'm going to hit M, I think I have it marked. Yes, okay. So we had one Cemental and 2 Angus cows at this farm on Rock Ridge. Because we spawned here, this little S, this is where we spawned, on like the first day, we ran down Rock Ridge on foot to get to the main town. So that means that the Cemental here, first day, spawned in. The Cemental and the 2 Angus cows have been here from the first day. They're still alive. My cows, the ones that I personally took responsibility for and cared for, all 4 of them are dead. But the ones that have spawned in on day 1 and have been surrounded by zombies the whole time are still alive. Make it make sense, guys. I can't wrap my head around that. Anybody who wants to say it's the stress killing them. If they're not getting milked, then they're not. They're going to get sick. They're going to die. Okay. Why are these ones not dead? I'm baffled. I am bemaffled. I am but a humble dum-dum, guys. Educate me, please. Oh, you know what? We haven't actually gone down the gravel road up here. That might be something we do today. Because if you look here, you'll notice we've explored, at least visually observed everything in Riverside, except for going up towards Grandpa's house up here. Let's do that today, just in case there's a survivor house. I mean, I'm always in the business of looking for survivor houses. We already picked up the shotgun ammo that we're provincially using. Put those boxes in here. Open one of them. So that I've got like 30 shells to work with. And let's do a box of 38 special here. Sweet, okay. Oh, tobacco. Tobacco, thank you for reminding me. Do I still have it marked? I can't remember if... No, it died. It died. I should have left the marker here and just crossed it out. Somewhere in this area, there was tobacco pre-planted. Pre-planted as in like it spawned in day 1. Somebody had already planted it in a garden. And it was in the almost ready to harvest phase. So I was like, oh man, is it actually going to make it? Even though the stuff we can't plant never will? Or the stuff we can plant never will make? I don't know. It died. Yeah, it died. And that's why I erased it from the map. Regrettable. Regrettable. Seems even when the devs spawn in tobacco, we can't harvest it. To question towing gods and as punishment. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I have been poking the bear when it comes to towing. I don't know if anybody watching right now has looked at any of my standalone videos that I uploaded recently. There's 2 of them. And both of them were, I mean, you know, everybody who plays this game looked at him and chuckled and were like, haha, that's kind of funny, and then moved on. The people who don't play this game had some very interesting things to say about it. There was a lot of actually going on. I replied to every single one of the actuallys. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you're interested in being a YouTuber, do not reply to all of the actuallys. Don't do that. It's not good for your health. But I did it anyway because, you know, do as I say, not as I do, right? But I mean, like, you know, part of the theme of my channel is helping people learn how to play this game, right? So there's a little bit of stuff that's on brand for that. But at the same time, you gotta have limits, right? You gotta have healthy limits. There's only a select few items that I would really care about from this place right now. Fishing particulars. Those 2 rain barrels, public service announcement, of course. Rain barrels used to have a chance to break when you pick them up. They no longer do. Therefore, feel free. They do take these ones, the big ones here. You have to be carpentry level 6 to build them yourself, so until you're level 6, which I am not, have at thee. Kraken, how's it going? Neosite, good to see you. It's, you know, okay, so yeah, that was another theory, is that the animals pooped themselves to death. And I hate to say this, guys, but that is currently the best theory, is that the animals pooped themselves to death. Because the one thing that we did is the one bull that didn't die, we checked his health, and I saw his health was going down. So I was like, all right, let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And included in that was, let's just remove all the poo. So I removed every single poo from the entire outdoor ranch. Outdoor ranch, a huge, huge ranch. Every single tile of poo was removed. We put him back in there, and his health went back up. Now, I'm not even opposed to that being a mechanic. Here's what I am opposed to. Why is it not in the F1 menu? Why was it added to the game without just a little sentence right here under animal care? Shit like that should not have been added to this game without a single... I mean, because again, we don't even know. 3,800 hours in this game, and I still don't know for sure if that's exactly what happened. That's just the prevailing theory. If it's a real thing, if that's what happened, can you just tell us, please, somewhere, anywhere? It's logical, sure, it's logical, and it's okay for there to be inferences, but when it's a matter of life and death, you should be more straightforward about it. Like, you know, you don't need the survival guide to explain to you how to make a Molotov cocktail. People should be able to, you know, the guide explains how to open the crafting menu. People should be able to learn how to explore the crafting menu. That's okay. That you don't have to spell that out. You really should consider spelling out things, matters of life and death like that. If your animals will literally die because there's too much poo around them, just put a sentence in the survival guide, guys. Come on now. What are we even doing here? But what can I say? I just work here. I shouldn't ask what I can say because I say too much already. We do a lot of yap here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is something I would have killed to have a copy of on my previous character. This is a simple gray hunting vest. It is way, way, way too warm to be wearing this right now. But as you can see, it's not that bad of a match for my aesthetic. It does not match the bandolier, regrettably. The bandolier just kind of clips into it. We have yet to find a black bullets bandolier. I don't know what's going on with that. We have found like 16 bandoliers for bullets, and they've all been brown. Wonder if that's another strange omission from the loot tables. In any case, we would wear this if it got really, really, really cold. Like, we're talking like windy winter mornings. You put this on, it boosts your chest insulation into orbit, and suddenly you don't feel anything. It's great. I love it. But if you try to wear it regularly most of the time, you are just going to overheat to oblivion. So far in this entire fishing store, we have found one fishing rod. I'm okay with it. I'll take it. It's a little silly, but I'll take it. don't think we actually got the key to this place. Nope, okay. I wanted to approach that from the outside if I could. Yes, okay, paradigm, that's a good point right there. Yeah, I know, asking, yeah. That is a good point, and the only other thing I would add to that is, if the devs of this game wanted to add a mechanic like that, they could telegraph it if they just made it so that poo had a bad stink to it. There's already a whole system in place for bad smell. There have been people who have lost characters because they had so many corpses piled up, like animal corpses, and they didn't know that animal corpses give the same bad smell as zombie corpses. You know, rotting flesh is rotting flesh, right? People didn't understand that, and they allowed, like rat corpses in the basement to pile up and shit like that. And they didn't understand why they were dying, but at least in that case, there was a telegraph. The bad smell noodle was a telegraph right there. For what I think my biggest complaint, of course, if it wasn't clear, with the cows dying, there's no telegraph. We have no. I mean, okay, there's the health. The health went down. Why did the health go down? We got nothing. I got nothing, guys. I got nothing on that. So questions remain unanswered. No surprises there. My triage process for the loot in here is basically discard anything that's not a lightweight fishing item, or medical supplies, whatnot. That's all great. I took this metal cup because I wanted to, not really because I needed it. Give me some coffee. Let's go. Now, it's a break room, so always check your break rooms. Steal some dude's lunch. Hey, that's some granola bars and a cookie. I'm here for it. Okay, nice little side objective there. Our backpack is not 100% full. What I'm going to do is just take the barrels here, shove them into the ambulance. Now, I want to say that these crates out here are all... I feel like I peeked at them and they were just planks and construction material. No. Okay, this one is. These are just random garbage. Okay, the big crates. The big crates are all construction material, so that's either planks or steel sheets. I have not broken my way into either of these, but I assume that when I do, it's just going to be more crates like those two. The McCoy Logging Co. is a dead giveaway. Bricks. I did not know we had a freezer in here. That's an odd choice. Freezer with actual ice cream in it. Okay. I don't think I've ever come across a crate blocking other crates that actually had something substantial in it. But just for the sake of sake, let's take a look. Nope. What? Yeah, not really. There's a lot of barrels in this area, but eventually we will need one for creating a charcoal burning barrel. So I'm just going to grab that now. And these bricks, masonry sometime down the line. I'm not as concerned with bricks for masonry because I have long since determined the material expenditure ratio for brickwork walls in this game is just not worth it. The amount of clay you have to spend on clay cement. It's absurd. Every single tile of clay around this lake, we could blow every single clay tile around this lake, making brick walls, and we would barely scratch the surface of building a moderate-sized base. We couldn't build half of this shack right here out of brick walls if we used every single clay tile around that lake. It's absurd. Drastically in need of rebalancing masonry. And they haven't touched it for almost 10 builds? I can't remember the last time they touched masonry. It has been that long. It's been 84 years. Freshness to poop would be, yeah, hey, that, yeah, absolutely. The tracking skill. I mean, of course, honestly, I feel like that's almost a dead giveaway for when they expand tracking. I think tracking is one of those things that was like added really early on in B42 and never touched again. So I think there's a lot of growing room for tracking. If anybody is not familiar with what we were talking about earlier before we got distracted by the fishing shop, we wanted to go this way and just check the houses, see if any survivor houses maybe. These are the last houses in Riverside we have not observed. Shed with a potential for Jenny. Jenny. Could you fashion some kind of rudimentary lathe? Regrettably, we can't do anything with it. Whole ass machine shop in some dude's shed. And nada. Ooh, okay, so once again, we just spawned it in. So these cabbages up here, cabbages, I don't want to say carrots. Some of them are blooming, as long as the Z doesn't crush them. I think we have some room in our freezers, actually. Yeah, we made some room because the yes, we made some room because the we've been getting stuff on the drying racks. So I'm gonna kill these guys quiet, like axe out of the backpack into the hands. Unless we see a really good shotgun opportunity. Since we've pushed forward without clearing these houses, so if we were to discharge the shotgun, we would have to fall back shortly thereafter. See, right now I predict that on the other side of this little garden that I'm looking at, upper left quadrant of the screen there, there's probably Zeds in the forest back here, so I make a lot of noise. I would be luring them straight through it. I don't actually have any prepped food on me. So we'll just have some blooming cabbages here and just chomp down on one of them. My cabbages. We're currently agriculture level 3 because we found quite a few videotapes. I think agriculture is probably one of the... Oh, this is broccoli, not carrots. Okay. Cool. We don't actually have too much broccoli right now. Broccoli's not bad. It's like right in the middle in terms of the nutrition to hunger balance. Delicious. Now, the only reason that this garden still exists in a harvestable state is because we just explored this area. I get the feeling that that's going to be nerfed in the future. This is probably just something that, you know, there have not been this many, you know, gardens on the map prior to the map glow up. And now that there are, I'm sure the devs are going to become well aware of the things that we're doing to help ourselves, and they're going to promptly tamp down on that. So the fact that I'm getting all this fresh produce to the point where I have 4 entire freezers full by day 80, yeah, that's probably good. I can feel that. I can feel the Nerf bat reeling up on that, and it might come down pretty hard. It might come down pretty hard. Ooh. I don't even really need to sneak at this point, but there's enough zombies around us that we're getting good experience for it. I do believe we've actually looked at all the houses in this area. Let me just check the map real quick. Yeah, that's all the houses. We have not seen any boarded up windows. No survivor houses. So this place is as valuable as any other residential area in Riverside. Let's play Hunting Blind or Some Kid's Treehouse. But I don't know how people would get in and out of it. I see a strange assortment of pipes there. I wonder if that strange assortment of pipes is something that people are supposed to do something with. Yeah, it doesn't seem very efficient for transporting water. Interesting. Literally talking about cabbage with... Yeah, cabbage is great. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, at the beginning of the game, all the crops that are on the map that are not in season, yeah, that they really should just be rotten. Yeah. I would argue that, you know, greenhouses should be a thing. And they are a thing, visually, but functionally, no. We cannot make these beautiful glass roof tiles or these beautiful glass walls. I could get to level 10 welding, and I could get to level 10 glass making, and I could never make any of this. It's such a sad thing, Matt. Such a sad thing, guys. I would love to be able to make greenhouses in this game, and all the underlying mechanics seem to be there for it, but nothing. Nada. The crafting update didn't include any of those crafting options. That's alright. Doing a quick pass through this neighborhood. This is one we hit very early on, but I never 100%ed it. We never Hondo Prosciutto'd this. This survivor house is where we did the first towing video. First 0.52 seconds of towing in B42. Just eyeballing those crops. It was up here that the tobacco was, I think. Yes. So this tobacco right here. R.I.P. Slingshot and bow, yeah. They had an entire primitive update, and then they stopped. I don't know. I'm just a small YouTuber. I'm not that big. I don't have any videos with millions of views on them on this channel. But I wonder to myself often how much attention I should draw to things like this. But it does feel very relevant to this game. If we were to look at the reviews, we were going to go to most help for the last 3 months, go to negative. Top result here is a alleged former employee of the Indie Stone talking about how the company has been restructured. I believe the purpose of this restructuring is to make the company leaner and more attractive as an investment to a potential buyer. So those when Lemmy crashed out on Reddit and threatened to sell the game, I don't think those were idle threats. I think when you've got a actual dev of the game who got recently let go and is now reviewing it publicly, saying things like this. Yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to read this. Here you go. Here's a link if anybody wants to read this whole thing. All I can say is, if true, very deeply concerning. And regrettably, I don't know if any of the personalities, influencers, if you will, who collaborate with the devs of this game are gonna be willing to ask the hard questions like that. No shade against, you know, Atomic Duck or Beaver or any of those guys. They make some great content, but they felt when they had Cerulean on, for example, or Orio, I'm not sure how to pronounce the map designer's name. They were very softball with those gentlemen. And, you know, it is what it is. I'm not even saying that I'd be any different myself. I'm actually a very agreeable individual, and when you get somebody in front of me that I want to be on good terms with, I'm gonna do my best to be on good terms with them. So, you know, I'm probably not the kind of person who would be a very good investigator, reporter, or journalist, or exposing the truth about what's going on in Project Zomboid. That probably would not be me. I'm just a guy who sits here and yaps all day and speculates. And sometimes that speculation is uninformed. Sometimes it is not quite so uninformed. And that review is one of the things that I wish I was uninformed about. You know, I wish it was not a real review. I wish it was just a... Because, I mean, it could be true that it's a dev, like a former dev. Could just be a disgruntled ex-employee. I don't know if anybody's ever heard the term going postal. Disgruntled ex-employees have a tendency to do a lot worse than give bad reviews to the products they used to work on. So, honestly, I would just kick that little review I just posted. I'd kick that to the curb if it didn't sound so plausible. Because all that they're talking about in that review, it lines up completely with everything I've observed. All these unfinished systems we're talking about. You know, tracking being added to the game and then nothing being touched. Agriculture. Something I complain about. Probably some of the most things I complain about on this game is agriculture. The fact that it's been so little touched since, like, very early on in B42. It could be because of the situation that's being described in that review. And I really don't want that to be the case. I cannot stress how much that I want that to not be the case. But, what can I say? Other than too much. Cerellian is on YouTube, confirmed. He was in Beaver Chat when he ran. Okay, cool. Very nice. Now, he says that he lurks a lot. Makes me wonder if he has a alt channel that he lurks on. I'm aware of his channel, his official channel on YouTube. I mean official, you know, it actually has his name on it. But I mean, you know, this channel right here used to be my shitposting channel, unofficial channel, the one that I wouldn't want to say things on my main on. So, I mean, what was one of 6 channels that I have? Yeah, I have many channels. Makes me wonder if he lurks on other channels. Because if so, then you can actually get a little bit more of a unfiltered look at him. I would argue that it's actually important to have alt channels that you can speak a little more freely on. I feel like that's Internet 101 right there. Leaving this propane tank outside because it's almost empty. You want to empty it earlier than later. Everything else, let's see what we can cram into the freezers. Already got some broccoli in this one, so... Those 2 freezer slots are 200% full now. Okay, we have a lot of room in this one. Good, good. Just trying to put the cabbages with the other ones that I already have. So I'm moving some stuff around to make room for that. Just going to transfer all of my meat to the corner freezer there. I think that'll do the trick. That's almost a perfect fit. Hell yeah. Okay, so this freezer here, perfect fit. This freezer here has got, like, I don't know, 8 encumbrance room in it, and the other 2 on this side are still completely full. So we have made no progress on actually solving the freezer, a solution to the freezer problem. No progress there. That's fine. Let me put Star Axe away here. Empty the trunk of Lay Ambulance. Can you even plant trees? You can transfer them, I think, small ones. I don't know if they grow after you transfer them. And I don't remember the cutoff. Let me go to the pickup menu real quick here. Okay, we cannot pick up these medium ones. Looks like even these one log trees are too big. So it's probably just the tiny little sapling trees. Oops. And I don't even see any tiny little sapling trees on my map right now. So cannot confirm. But I want to say that we could pick those up and put them back down. It'd be interesting if they actually grew afterwards, but I don't think they do. Our box of random clothing that we picked up is almost full already. I would do well to sort it in this back room, maybe. Currently, we're stuffing furniture back here. Okay. So, sometimes trying to open the lids on these wooden barrels is actually annoying. But we opened it, and now its name has changed. Or no, it hasn't. It was called Open Wooden Barrel even when it was closed. Okay. But now we have 3 full rain barrels. What I want to do is upgrade all of my square ones to cylindrical ones. We have got these ones are full. Those ones are full. So how do we deal with that? Right click and hitting transfer liquid is actually faster than what's it called? Faster than trying to dump it. So if I were to set up a laundry infrastructure right now and just empty some of these into one of these other barrels, that would be the most time efficient thing to do. If we were going to do laundry, we should do it. What if I built another staircase? Could do that. Get some rain barrels on the actual proper roof. I would probably want to build the staircase like right here in front of this wall. Okay. So in the spirit of getting these rain barrels installed, now here's a problem. These rain barrels need to not be exposed to the elements, because if they're dropped on the ground as a item like they are now, they'll start collecting rainwater. It is possible they'll collect so much rainwater that I can't pick them up anymore. So I don't want that. Not unless they're actually placed. So I'm actually putting them into this garbage bag so they don't collect rainwater yet. We want to hold off on using them to collect rainwater until they are actually positioned properly. I cannot yet make actual proper tree. Okay, so when it comes to trees growing over time, Kitten, regrettably right now there's no actual mechanic that like makes it so trees spontaneously grow. There's no spontaneity to it. It's just the erosion mechanic. The erosion mechanic is the first 200 days of the game on default settings. Trees will randomly appear and grow from sapling, tiny little stage 1 to stage 2, and then they stop after they get to like stage 2, I think. Don't quote me on that. I don't know the names of all the tree stages. The trees that give 2 logs are the biggest they'll ever get. But all of that stops after 200 days. It's kind of a fixed mechanic. Which is, if it sounds silly, I agree. Yes, very. It shouldn't be that way. But currently, it regrettably is. I'm going to saw one of these logs. And we're going to build 3 floors up top. And then we're going to transition to making a staircase. And we're going to have to do log staircase. Because that's all we can do right now. So I'm putting the floors right here so that I can go up to the next floor there. Carpentry level 5. So one more level and we can get proper wooden stairs. Yeah, that's going to take a minute, so. Apple trees would be pretty nice, yeah. As somebody who grew up here near the Appalachian Mountains, one of the pastimes of my youth was the Apple Butter Festival that some extended family would have up near the Appalachians. And it's basically where they just, apples that were harvested but couldn't really get sold fresh and, immediately sent off to be eaten. Where instead of just freezing them, they would preserve them by making apple butter. Some pretty good stuff. I was never the biggest fan of it, but it was pretty decent. Locally sourced. If anybody's not familiar, I live in the Northern Virginia area, about an hour away from the Appalachian Mountains, and Kentucky, where this game takes place, is just south of that, basically. All along the Appalachian Mountains. The area near the Ohio River, which is where we are now, that's the river up there. The Ohio River is that. That's pretty low. The Appalachian Mountains would be like this direction, so very, very, very far in that direction, I think. Imagine the day we get Appalachian Mountains in Project Zomboid. What did he say? He said, that'll be the day, Mr. Flugelman. What? It'll be a cold day in hell when Harry Flugelman lets 3 Project Zomboid players tell him what to do. That is an old-ass movie. I doubt anybody in my chat would have recognized that. We're still shoving first aid and electrical into the same box. That is very rapidly coming to a head here. Very, very rapidly. Fishing stuff got its own box, or rather shared with camping. Couple of pen lights. Oh, I was saying that's coming to a head. It's done. We're full. The electrical / first aid box is completely 200% full. So we need to start separating. I am reclassifying this box from welding to first aid. I'm defying some of my organization strategies here, and that's all right. Now, I inconsistently have tobacco in with first aid right now. That's kind of a older thing. Tobacco, honestly, there's several different uses for it if you're not a smoker. Even if you are a smoker, you still want to use it for agriculture on occasion or stress relief. $40 encumbrance of first aid stuff. That's more than I expected. Okay. Okay, then. $100 liters of maple sap to boil into 1 liter of maple syrup. Yeah, Yeah, I would believe that. And honestly, if you have it's that sounds like the kind of thing you could do in single player if you were um well, if you had an entire force next to your base, which a lot of people do, or if there are NPCs perhaps to go out and do it for you. Maple syrup to increase the happies when you make pancakes. Perhaps when you make pancakes using your own homemade pancake mix, as opposed to the pre-existing one, which is the only way to do it now. We can make flour, we can make corn flour, but we can't make no pancakes by ourselves. Nope. That requires pre-war knowledge. I have talked a few times about my theories about how you could improve game development for a game like Zomboid. Now, this is going to be like a highly personalized question to the developer and who's working on the game as to whether you would want to do this or not. And I think there's even a valid answer to say no for no other reason. But if I could get to sit down in a room with the Brits, Nasco, Lemmy, I forget the other guy's handle. If I could sit down in a room with them, be very, 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 very careful when I'm talking to them because, of course, don't want to make anybody upset. They have a long history with their community being hostile, which is why they don't talk to us anymore. That's why Cerulean is there to be a go-between. But if I could get in a room with the original devs of this game, and I could just have a casual conversation, the first thing I would bring up is, have you considered making the game open source? Not the assets. You do not want, of course, piracy is a big concern with game development. You don't want people to just go to GitHub and download the repository and just click the compile button and be able to play Zomboid without buying the game. That's a very reasonable, very understandable concern. It doesn't have to be that way. There's a very, very simple workaround for that, and it's something that I would do if I ever got into game development myself. This is how I would do it. The code base. So in the case of Zomboid, all of the Java, everything of the Java, the source code would be on GitHub. And you know how modders will sometimes go out there and make bug fix patches long before the devs ever do? What they could do if it was done this way is, instead of just putting them on Steam Workshop and hoping that the devs maybe someday adopt them, they could submit a pull request on GitHub. Just put in a PR and just be like, hey, I fixed this, this, and this. Why don't you review it? And if it meets your standards, chuck it into the code base. Add me to the list of contributors, and we're good to go. Licenses in place for this. Open source software development does this all the time. All day, every day. And it works very well. Some of the best software on this planet is made that way. So why not a video game? I mean, like I said, this is something that I would do, but I'm not a veteran game developer. I don't have 13 years experience making an indie game. So I don't know. Maybe there's a very, very, very good reason to not ever do that anywhere, anytime, ever. I'm failing to see it personally. I'm very failing to see it. We're getting close to bedtime here, and I need to consider food for tomorrow. Now that we've put everything in the freezer, I've got to consider what to take back out. That is the worst part about living off the fridge grid. In the spirit of taking things out, let's get this basil and chamomile upstairs onto the racks, along with these roses and poppy pods. So these are just like little leftovers. We got 4 drying racks. We'll get those 4 things thawed and put upstairs. Ego, yes. Paradigm, you make a very good point. Ego is, I mean, that's something that I almost, take for granted, that you can talk somebody's ego down, right? Because my ego is very easy to talk down. If you point out somewhere where I'm wrong, I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, okay. And then I'll just try to move past it, That's kind of the stress response that I try to take whenever I'm wrong about something. But I often forget how many people are just never willing to do that. Not even for the worst of reasons. I mean, I have very, 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 very well acquainted with just how often people can be wrong, and confidently so. It's very, very, very hard to let go of conversations when things go that way. But no, that's Shouldn't let that tar your view of everybody. And that's kind of something that I worry about the devs of this game, the original devs. I'm talking about the Brits here. I feel like they have gotten to a point where they just... right, I don't have power on that switch. I feel like they've gotten to a point where they just don't have time to even try to listen to the community anymore. And the only time they ever want to hear from us is through somebody like, you know, Sully or... I don't know if Nasco is one of the devs or he's just a community manager. I have no idea. If anybody knows, let me know. Nasco is one of the guys who goes out there and posts the blog posts. But I actually thought that that was also the name of one of the original developers. I have no idea. I know Amazing Sully is currently the community manager who goes through and cleans up all of the garbage posts on Steam and whatnot. But I don't think they do the actual write-ups on the blog posts and whatnot. So, yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, they are go-betweens between the actual devs and the community. Which, again, I won't fault them for that. There's very good reason for them to have that. But a total communications blackout does feel a little extreme. If anybody... we're getting into the weeds here. There's another game out there that's currently in early access. Very popular niche title, very controversial niche title. The Coffin of Andy and Lele. If you don't know what it is, you might be happier off not knowing what it is, so I won't explain it. It is a RPG with a very controversial themes behind it, and a lot of people have accused it of celebrating those controversial themes, which I strongly disagree with personally. I think it's just doing a very good job of illustrating how bad things can go in that direction. But the point is that because people disliked the themes of this game so much, they went after the original developer very, very hard. They basically chased her off the internet completely. She sold the game out to a publisher, and that publisher, because she made so much money, the publisher is basically just a big shield in between her and the community now. Probably for the best. I mean, that's probably good for her mental health after what she had to deal with. The absolute irony of making a video game about toxic relationships and then having your own video game community beat you down in the same way that a toxic relationship would. Oh boy, that irony was not lost on me. But yeah. Normally I would never bring up a game like that in the context of Zomboid, but in terms of the devs of the game, you know, the original dev of Tikal, T-C-O-A-L, Tikal, the original devs of that game bailed out for a very good reason. Very strong family themes. Yes, it's a very family. It's so family friendly that it's unfriendly. Horseshoe theory and family friendliness. Only full propane tanks go over here. We keep the full ones separate from the ones that don't have a lot of life left in them. The ones that don't have a lot of life left in them, we want to extract the propane from sooner rather than later. Propane tanks are dead weight. Way too much. This is a pickaxe. It is a very rare tool until you can make your own. So I want to keep it visually conspicuous here in the middle of the floor so that I know I have one if I need to go grab some mineral deposits from out in the world. You know what? We're going to keep Mason's chisel and trowel next to that too, because these are sometimes annoying to source as well. Hand drill, we've already got one in the toolbox there, so into here. And with that, I think we'll be ready to go to bed. Did I ever actually make a decision on food? I think I did. Oops. No, I had option overload and I got distracted by putting things on the drying racks. It's fine. Let's shut the hunger up for the moment with something easy here. And when we get hungry again overnight, we will be in the midst of preparing foodstuffs. Okay, bedtime. Yeah, people can't be chill these days at all, man. Chill is a lost art. In the world we're living in right now, chill is a lost art. I mean, hell, I'm contributing to that as we speak. Playing this game, I play this game with almost, well, I wouldn't want to say that I played this game with zero chill. I literally just took 5 days off in a row. That's unusual for me when it comes to my favorite games, but I was sick, and I always advocate, do not put your characters at risk if you can't bring your A game. This is not the kind of game to do that in, unless you make your sandbox settings extremely forgivable. I mean, even then, you know, people go in there and they turn off, you know, they turn off bite infection, and they're like, oh, or they add the cure mod, and then they're like, okay, now I can play the game a little bit more chill, and then they get mogged by 3 zombies and can't escape, and they fucking die anyway. This is one of the reasons I don't usually advocate for just going in there and changing the sandbox settings to make things easier, because you'll still run straight into unwinnable scenarios without teaching yourself to avoid those scenarios. But you know, do what you find fun, of course. That's always the most important thing. But if you're trying to look for better ways to have fun still, you haven't fully decided, I would recommend not immediately going for that infection dial in the sandbox setting, because I don't think that actually is going to help that much. It's just going to teach you to be like, oh yeah, I can take a bite, and then instead of getting bitten, you get held down in place and 3 more zombies grab you, and the next thing you know, you can't go anywhere ever again. You're never moving again until you're shambling. Listening to the True Music add-on. That's interesting. Never True Music add-on. What makes it true? What makes it true, I wonder. I would hope that if there isn't one already, that there would someday be a mod that would let you just add music more easily. Because right now, adding music to this game is actually kind of hard. The way they do the music, they split it into bars. We look at the, what's it called here? Under PZ, where's my decompile for the sound? Sound banks, here it is. Zomboid music. For some of the music, they actually separate the tracks into, well, the high, mid, low, that's pretty obvious, you know. Right now, being indoors, we're stuck on the low theme, so we don't get to hear the good music. I've always disliked that. The low music is just so quiet. That barely sounds like anything's playing right now. Oh yeah, here it is. Holding Out Hope. Holding Out Hope right here. This is just one of the tracks. It's got individual, like, golden ratio bars here. So 2 bar, 4 bar, 8 bar, 12 bar, and they use these programmatically in the transitions, I think, to transition Holding Out Hope from its various, at least that's what I assume that this is used for. If we were to, like, listen to these, they would just... This is the 8 bar. Yeah. So this is just one of the kind of chiller tracks that they just kind of they'll use these various bars to give it a more gradual transition. But you'll notice very quickly that it doesn't have that for all of the exploration tracks or all of the action tracks, which kind of makes me hope that Zach Beaver, the guy who did the variations, is still out there on the grind set on this stuff, and he's making he's spitting some bars out for these whatchamacallits, various systems here. Okay, you know what? We got enough salad ingredients for at least 4 here. Remember that one cabbage can easily start 2 salads. Much better. Okay, so one of the things that I find extremely annoying about cooking is sometimes it's not very obvious as to how much of an ingredient you'll use. In this case, those broccoli, we used up the whole thing when adding it to a salad. Every other ingredient in our backpack here is not quite the same. Interesting. So that's pretty much a full day of food right there. Okay. There was a little bit of duping the ingredients, but I'm on the lookout for combinations of ingredients that I can salad up with a good ROI here. That's actually great. One garlic clove is 4 salads worth. I feel like it should be 5, but I don't really care. That's a good ratio right there. Beautiful. Okay. Where were we? We were getting some of these bags sorted out here. This is another bag of tapes to add for our collection here. We no longer have room on that container, so we put it on this one. Still in the same area. Got a good tutorial. It adds 90 music on the radio. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. Actual music. Yeah. That would be a very fast ticket to demonetization hell. I'm not particularly trying to make money on my streams, but I do want to practice being a decent YouTuber, so the being able to listen to music on my streams is not something I can do anymore. Oh, it should be a guy like Rossman who just does whatever the fuck he wants on his second channel and doesn't even care if it gets taken down. He literally renamed his second channel after his koi fish, because that's all he does for part of it. He just streams his koi fish tank, or the pond in his backyard. He just streams that like 24/7. Not something I would do, but fun, goofy fun. Oops. I literally forgot that there was a light switch there. Behind the crates. There's 1 in 1,000 there. Speaking of the crates, we are about to fill up the leather container. Just by adding so many bundles of rags and leather to it. It's kind of wild. This black denim fabric roll, 10 encumbrance. That doesn't need to be in the crate. We'll take it out and put it like right outside of the crate like this. I was doing boxes of batteries and boxes of other stuff over here. That's not going to last forever. So I may need to relocate that later. But for now, just keep them together. Boxes of nails in here. Bricks in the bottom for now. Keys. All these keys that we picked up into the unique memorabilia here at the bottom. Seriously, did I ever care about them again? I am already capable of hot wiring. In a perfect world, I would separate these respirator filters. The perfect ones and the imperfect ones would be separated from each other. I'm going to do that. We're going to take a container here from our container. How about a bulky ammo container? We're going to place that right here where we can see it. And that is just going to be where we store filters that are not perfect. Eventually, I get my own duffel bag for filter recharging. We're not at that point just yet. Loose 12 gauge in this garbage bag straight into the backpack. We're actually using them. Oh, okay. True music add-on, versatile playlist. Nice, very nice. It is now 5 a.m. That's our second bedtime. We only have one bag left to do. We'll do that after we sleep here. Okay, so I mentioned in the title of this stream that we're doing base building. We're also going to be doing skill building, because that's basically a prerequisite for base building. That's going to involve us... See, the only thing that's making me not want to lock in on base building is the fact that I don't have a way to level welding yet. Wasn't there a tape that teaches you welding? There is. There's a tape that teaches you welding. It was the fence one, wasn't it? Okay, so I was lamenting earlier. If we look at the build menu, go to welding. Look at all these things that have level requirements. Look at the one thing that doesn't. It's the metal floor right there. You hear that lady screaming? She's screaming because she wanted to level welding, and she realized she didn't have the magazine that teaches you how to make a fucking floor. But what if, even though we don't have the magazine, what if we manage to get some welding levels from watching TV? A lot of these requirements are level 3. Barricades are level 3. We were literally just earlier in the stream, we were building barricades for the sake of experience, but also functional. We want to barricade this whole building eventually with metal, so... tape collection, I want to say it was called fencing. Something to do with fencing was the name of the tape. The horrors of welding. That would be an accurate title as well. Alright, you know what? I'm actually getting tired of there being no music just because I'm in my garage. I'm getting tired of that. I like this game's music, and I wish it would play a little bit more. So, what I'm going to do, actually, is just turn off the music volume for now. And we've got a little playlist here of this stuff that I extracted from the game. And I'm going to put on something to keep my tempo up here. Yeah. Back at it, folks. Stay moving. Huh. Okay, then. I guess I don't have... I could have swore I had the one that had fencing in the name. I could have swore I had that. Okay, then. Maybe I got a little preemptively excited there. I don't think I ever would have put it in here. We've got all 5 welding books. That's not the problem. The books just increase your experience gain. We need something to actually gain experience with. We have some sets packed on the passenger and glove here. That's things I'm not going to worry about for a while. Butchering, already read to the latest level. Nothing to butcher in the meantime. Glass making, tracking, trapping. Way at the bottom of the priority list. I think there's anywhere else that I would have accidentally left a tape. Last bag of loot here is... Yeah, there's no tapes. Does it make sense to grab all the sunflowers and put them in a freezer? I would actually say... thank you for that, Second Amendment X. Thank you. Adeptfope, what a weird name. Does it make sense... You know, that's a good question. That's a good question. I think I passed an opportunity to do that exact thing. In hindsight, looking back on when I passed that opportunity, you see, the problem that I ran into was that I harvested a whole field of other things. In this case, what I did was corn. We harvested a whole field of corn. As you can see, we have 118 corn right now. Great, I love it. Problem is, we also harvested a bunch of cabbages. We put them both into freezers next to each other. After the power shut off, within 8 hours of the power shut off morning, we made it back to where those freezers were. The cabbages were all 100% rotten. The corn was still fresh. I have no idea why. And that unreliability that I'm describing there would lend me to not really expect that anything I go through the effort of harvesting is actually still going to be there if I just stick it into a freezer and then head out. I would only trust it if I could, like, look at the freezer the moment after the power goes out. And even then, I'm not 100% sure. One thing I am 100% sure of is there's a script that runs through every time the power gets cut off, and it just thaws everything. Now, whether that results in something rapidly going rotten, it shouldn't have happened for the cabbages. They were only thawed for, what was it, so the power went out overnight, an unknown number of hours. Let's just call it 3 hours. I never sleep longer than 4 hours anyway, so let's just call it 3 hours. 3 hours plus the 8 hours that it took me to get there. 11 hours. Cabbages go bad fast, but they don't go rotten in 11 hours. So there is 0.0% chance that the garbage bag full of cabbages we deposited somewhere, there is 0.0 chance that that was a legitimate circumstance. There is very clearly something under the hood that when the power gets cut off, it goes through and just automatically thaws everything in the area. And then I think it also sets some shit to be rotten if it's not in the area. I'm not 100% sure of how it works, though, because like I said, I was saying this before, I only actually had about a dozen power cutoffs in all of B42. Consequence of living too long. Eventually you stop seeing things that people would see a lot of if they died more often. I have no way to solve that, unfortunately. A lot of random stuff in here. Some of it decorative in nature. Unique memorabilia on this side. Non-unique above it. Fishing. Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, CDDA. Great survival toolkit. Oh, really? No shit. I remember. Okay, so Grumbaki in chat there's talking about a tape that I found very interesting in when I first saw it. But apparently it's a very rare item. Home VHS, Secret of Spitho's Special Sauce. Does it actually do anything special? I could pull up the wiki, but I don't want to get too off distracted. This last garbage bag of loot, and then I can say 100% that all of my stuff has been sorted. I'm eagerly awaiting that moment. We need this propane lantern. I was going to decorate that with the other one that I already put in here as a decoration. Okay. Oops. Circular saw blade is an ingredient for improvised weaponry and nothing else. So I'm literally just going to put it down as a decoration here. You can never have too many pillows. Okay, everything else in this garbage bag is entertainment reading material that I would rather... I don't have any more room on these shelves, so I'm just going to put it on the floor beneath the shelves. Right? Let's separate the rarer stuff. So RPG manuals, comic books... and CDs. garbage bag ent for entertainment. Okay. See, basically, everything on these shelves should be something that I can just reach into and read if I wake up with a nightmare. That's why it's right next to my bed. Eventually, I'll get some proper bookshelves in there. Otherwise, everything except for the guns. Now, of course, these guns are just spilled on the floor. I need some more crates, and as fate would have it, I have some more crates. Small crates. I recently discovered that these small crates can indeed be put on top of other crates in any sort of organization that you want. So we've got a regular crate right here, and we can put small crates on top of it. I kind of like that. See, I don't want to block my visibility of my character too much on a back wall like this, so I usually try to limit my storage on back walls. I'll put Trapper carbines specifically top here, and L92s, put those there. So this crate on top of here is just 4 carbines. Beautiful. It's already full. I forgot that these are like less than half. Let's do carbines in the stack next to this one. So maybe L96 on the bottom, and Trapper directly above that. And then we'll put handguns and just handguns at the bottom, magazines, bandoliers, and attachments in the top. This is all temporary, by the way. Eventually, we're going to have so many guns that this is not going to work. This is a stopgap measure as far as organization goes. But the organization has been increased, and we have a home for some of this stuff now. This crate at the bottom here is just all handguns still. Don't actually have a lot of L94s, so there's a little bit of room in here. Shotgun locker is not long for this world, so it will fill up very quickly. Handguns were good for now. That's why before I was starting to get tempted to put stuff into the handgun container. Gotta avoid the temptation. It'll fill it up real fast. I'm gonna actually keep my JS3Ts, the tactical shotguns, because I only have like 3 or 4 of them tops. I'm gonna keep those separate from everything else. These are not all my guns, by the way. I have an entire, the state police vehicle back there. It's full of guns, nothing but guns. So help you guns. Yeah, it's one problem when you loot gun stores. You find a lot more guns than ammo. And I'm reticent to leave anything behind ever. I have room for it. So if it's not sufficiently obvious, the stuff that I'm putting on the floor in an organized fashion in the middle here is stuff that I want to kind of keep track of visually. Right, so I know that I have a pickaxe, masonry tools of every type. I know that I have this many axes and hatchets, which is my primary self-defense weapon. And these shotguns are very important. JS3T Tactical, best in slot. only way to get an octo kill in the base game currently. Got to keep track of those. I mean, you can probably get an octo kill with a JS2000. You might even be able to do it from a longer range. But 7+1 versus 5+1, there's no math there. I will take those 2 extra shots all day, every day. Just inject those directly into my veins. We are in the market for some more log stairs. So these logs are going up to the 2nd floor where we're going to build that. Hey, Zacto, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Ballet Journey of Voodoo. Did I get that right? Of Voodoo. I've seen like 6 different ways to pronounce D-E-U-X, and English takes over my brain there. Whenever you have to build stairs, it's a lot of weight, so leaving some of the stuff on the floor much easier. Let me just take a quick inventory of the guns that I have in State Police here. Long guns, shotties. In the spirit of keeping track of my JS3Gs, let's just extract those. Everything else can stay until we have deeper storage. So we have a good fair amount of JS3Ts. That's a good thing. Gotta love those things. It is indeed Friday, yes. I will not abide an excessive amount of French in my chat. I'll start banning you people if you get too nuts with it. I'm just kidding. We make fun of the French here, but we don't have any hard feelings. I've spent way too much time with Brits to not make fun of French when I see it. It's a tale as old as the 1,000-Year War. We're going to put these long guns that I'm far less likely to need anytime soon back here. Usually I'm pretty good about extracting ammo from these things when I pick them up. Lately I've been slacking. It's no good, don't slack. When you pull the loose ammo out, you standardize the weight. I actually did completely forget that I had a bunch of loot in this wrecked ambulance, and that was part of the reason we brought it back with us. There's probably stuff on the seats as well. More guns than your bags have room for. I just want to see if I can actually fill up that box of pistol stuff. So the pistols I'll yank out of this bag here. That is not gun-related stuff. That is stuff-related stuff. Very scientific definition there. The only M16 I've found so far. Of course, that is going to be placed somewhere visually conspicuous as well. If anybody is Pikachu facing at the M16, I wouldn't get too excited. They were made a lot more common back in B42 after 4216. My character, Danny the Drifter, found quite a few of them. They do appear to be reliably sourced in weapon lockers at military checkpoints, as they always should have been, in my humble opinion. But now things are more as they should have been. As I predicted, so all the pistols, all the handguns that we've ever picked up, about one full crate, which is, hey, that's great. That just means that, well, I was about to say it does not mean that I don't need more pistols, because it all depends on the type. When the game plays this track, we can't do this, but when I'm playing that track, I can balance it myself. It's a great track, but it's way too loud. Beaver needs to take the levels down a little bit on that. Tarp. Surprisingly, very few of these. I've been slacking on my tarps. See what I mean? You gotta cut like 20% of the volume for it to be on par with the rest of the track. Yeah, these 5.56 rounds, we don't need these. Loose ammo van, they go. No coffee at the coffer ship and no ice cream cones at the ice cream shop. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's, telling me I can bake a pizza, but I can't make an ice cream cone out of my own materials. Literally unplayable. Long stick is going upstairs to the drying racks, where we can also check to see if these are done yet. They are not. They're halfway. I usually just kind of set it and forget it. At this phase of the game, it's 65 degrees, so it's going to be at, like, I don't know, half speed overnight, something like that. Like, it'll progress, it's just not going to progress very quickly. Stay hydrated, my friends. Okay, so September 25th. I am not Green Day. I'm not going to go to sleep for all of September. I actually do want to plant fall crops. Nothing like incredibly massive. I'm currently considering one full row of wheat and half rows of everything else that you can plant in September. So if we look at our agriculture, discovered recipes and media here, that's going to be barley. Flax. I want to do a whole row of flax. Actually, flax. We did 3 rows of flax on Danny, and we had way more than we ever needed. 2 rows. We're going to do 2 rows of flax. So that's 20 flax. And then we'll do 1 row of wheat. So that's 10 wheat. That's 30 so far. And then after that, of course, it is barley, rye, hemp. We can plant it for the memes. I'm going to plant it. It's going to die. I can guarantee you they haven't changed anything with hemp. Hemp and hops, we're going to plant them, and we're going to watch them fucking die in this B42 quote-unquote stable. We're going to plant them, and we're going to watch them fucking die for no reason. Well, I mean, I'm sorry. We know the reason, but let's just pretend we haven't looked at the code. We're going to plant them, and then when the next month comes around, we're going to watch them keel the fuck over and fucking die. Meanwhile, the rest of this stuff that we can't even do anything with, except grind it into flour, so barley and rye, yeah, we'll just, we'll watch that continue to grow, because that was clearly the priority here. Sorry, had a brain fart as I scrolled through this. I do have hemp seeds, don't I? Hemp and hops. Those are the meme crops, hemp and hops. Meme crops, which means I just want to, plant 5 of them and put them somewhere visually conspicuous so we can sit there and watch them die. But the barley and rye deserve proper placements because they're actually useful for something, right? We know they'll grow, and we know we can turn them into flour. We should be able to do more with them, but that's not implemented yet, and I'm totally okay with that. I'm totally okay with a crop like, I always bring up sugar beets as an example. Sugar beets are in the game. In real life, you grow sugar beets and you use them to ferment into alcohol, among a few other things. But currently, there's nothing you can really do with them. You can harvest them. You can cook them. You do get cooking experience for cooking them, but you cannot add them to any recipes, and they always give unhappiness when eaten, so they're basically useless. But we know that they're there for something that just hasn't been implemented yet. We don't have stills yet. We don't have other stuff for brewing. And that's another reason hops has the same problem as hemp and tobacco. But hops, there's no beer brewing infrastructure yet. So even though we're gonna meme it, we're gonna kick our heads back and laugh when the hops die for no reason. But we're gonna plant them anyway. But I'm not bothered by it, right? When the hops die, I'm gonna laugh at it, but I'm not bothered by it because there's no infrastructure for it. Hemp, when the hemp dies for no reason, I'm going to do a little bit of this maneuver. I'm going to be a little bit upset about it because hemp could be used for something. If we go to the crafting menu here, we do a search for the word hemp. We do show all recipes. No, hang on a second. Doesn't this... Oh, no. Required items. There we go. Had to set required items. You can make twine out of it. You can mill the seeds. I mean, that's already... if we could harvest it, that would be amazing. But we can't. You can make rope out of it. You can make burlap out of it. You can scutch it down into... I thought you could make thread out of it. But I might have been off on that. So basically, hemp, if you could grow it properly, would be infinite twine and rope. And burlap. Burlap you can, I think, do from flax. I think. I can't remember. It's just, Yes, you can. Okay, so you can make twine and... You cannot make burlap from... Okay. So infinite sacks, which is burlap, that's a requirement. Infinite sacks and infinite rope would be possible if we could grow hemp. But we cannot grow hemp. Hemp will fucking die within a few days of planting it. So, make of that what you will, I suppose. And again, I'm not gonna... I harp on this when it comes to agriculture, you guys. If you're new to my channel, you'll hear me bitch about agriculture a lot because it is the easiest fix ever. We are not talking about deep game Java code here. We are talking about some Lua files. It's specifically vegetablesconf_vegetables.lua. Line 738 was it for tobacco? A few other, add an 8 to that array. Tobacco is fixed. Similar thing for hops and rye. Sorry, hops and hemp. They both just need to have the cold hardy value added to them. I feel like I should make the point But we tried it once already. If you add if you change anything about the Lua file for agriculture, it will the changes won't take effect for any plants that have already been planted. So if you want to like take the mod route and fix it through a mod, it's not going to help anything you've already planted. We tried that once already. That was back on Annie. Didn't work, regrettably. Do we have... Okay, so we have enough barrels here for everything. I can replace these two here, and I can put 3 down for laundry. I still haven't decided where I want the laundry room. Laundry, quote-unquote, room. If I just put it over here in the corner. Yeah, let's get rid of this garbage can. And replace the radio. Yeah, this corner's great. That's going to require some carpentry, because we got to build floors. And continue working on the deck. Threaten me with a good time. Let's get started. Dropping my heavy weapons. The sensible thing to do would be to just have a satchel, but I'm really, really, really enjoying the canteen. The 1.8 liter canteen that takes up the chest slot. I like it so much better than the satchel right now. So that's what we're doing with that. So what we're doing with, we want to make some floors, lots of floors. We're going to need logs, lots of logs. So that is these 2 military backpacks, these 3 bundles of rope, and an even number of spare rope. Look at that, we got an even number. And it is logging time. What we're going to do is use one of my best step fans for that. I think 204 was actually the magic number, and I think we have a 204 back here. I want to say the white one here was 204. Yep. Okay, so 204, what's special about that number? That is how many... That's like the encumbrance amount of how much stacks of logs you can shove in before you can't shove anymore. Quad stacks of logs are 12, so when you get to 204, you can't put another one in there. So this van, along with one of the trailers, is now our logging vehicles. So it may have seemed like I kind of drifted off task again with the talking about agriculture and getting a few crops planted. This is relevant to that interest. I want to get some materials to help build a garden with, and that will. What the logging we're about to do is not going to. We're not going to use up everything that we're about to get on what we're going to do. A question of taste here. What if I use a wood axe? If I use a wood axe, and then have something to read in between tree cutting, because a wood axe will tire you out, but if you have something to do while you wait for your stamina to recover, such as reading a skill book. A couple in the trunk of the ambulance. My axes, wood axes are... We have some heads over here. And we have a large handle right here. What? Why did the... Okay. Odd. Oh, I see. Isometric bullshit right there. That looks better. Just get that out of the trunk, and then, Let's just say that we want to fall back to firefighter axe. We'll use that one. Otherwise, looking good. This may be a situation where the satchel is actually useful. Speaking of tire pumps, does this one need some pumping? Probably does. Ooh, those are some shit tires. Yeah, we'll want to get this thing some better equipment at some point. We can do tires without damaging them, so that's not an immediate requirement, but quote unquote at some point. Alright, so the first trees I'm going to cut are the ones that are blocking the most critical viewpoints for me right now. So these ones up here, they all got to go. This is going to be my first time cutting down one of these XXL trees. 3, 4, 5. So 8 swings with a wood axe gets you 5 logs. Okay. It's kind of irritating because that is an odd number. But I'll take it, and I'll like it. 2 large branches. 2 saplings. Okay. Saplings can sometimes be annoying to source, so getting 2 of them from one of those large-ass trees. I'm here for it. We fill up the trailer first. About trees falling on people and dealing damage. That's how I died once in 7 Days to Die. It's a video here on my channel, a very old one, where me and the homies were in a base that I built for the desert biome in Shadow of the... I called it Shadow of the Meme Tree because the Erd Tree expansion for Dark Souls was big at the time. And what happened was we had to abandon the base and take it on the run, and we were falling back as a bunch of spitters were hitting us. Spitter goes right past me and hits a tree behind me, and I die right as the tree falls in my direction. We never got confirmation if the tree actually did fucking kill me, but I swear to God that 7 Days to Die used to have a mechanic where trees could kill zombies. And so if that was the case, then is there any reason to believe they couldn't kill us? I don't know. My headcanon is that, yeah, that tree stack fell on me. After all that valiant defense and falling back properly. Making the Raven Guard proud. We, fucked up at the last second. That was a lot of fun. If I can ever convince my homies to play 7 Days again, we'll have a little bit of that on this channel. We had somebody in chat asking earlier if I would ever play a survival crafting game multiplayer. The short answer to that is I will only play with people who I know where they live in real life and I can go punch them in the goddamn face when they break my shit. That is my prerequisite. I'll play with you in survival crafting if I know where you live and I you know, can go punch you in your face when you break all my shit. Not that I've ever done that to my friends, nor would I ever want to do that, but you know, the ability to do so is extremely important to me in this day and age. You can select remove bush and remove the huge tree. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. That does not sound like it's functioning as intended. I'm gonna whack a couple of the trees back here that I think this first one here is just gonna be a double log. Hang on a second, I can't remember. Do we actually get axe experience for using the wood axe to cut trees? We're at 871 right now. We are okay, so we do not. I know we get strength experience for cutting down trees with the wood axe, which is not something that happens with other axes. So there is that niche use case if you're not leveled up on strength and you want to do your Rocky montage. Dun, 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 dun. You can do it. I do believe that gives you strength experience. But we start at level 10 strength because we're done with that shit. I am done leveling physical traits in this game forever. Oh, there's only 3 from that one. I forgot that 3-log trees are a thing. You don't see them very often. There's not a lot of 3-log trees. Like, it's usually either, 4 or it goes down to 2. This one should have been a 4. Yeah, that's a 4. And there's a lot of ones that I thought would be 3s that just ended up being 4s. To the point where I started to question their existence. I'm going to quick sit down. And a quick bite to eat, whatnot. "20 minutes of resting is probably good for somebody at level 10 fitness. I'm just ballparking that. I don't have a stat bar anymore, so. It also is going to depend on what your fatigue levels are. We don't have the tired moodle yet, so I want to assume that we're good for 20 minutes. If it was the beginning of the day, you could probably get away with half that. If anybody doesn't understand the workflow here, we've got rope in our backpack. We started with 4 and then a stack. We used up 2 each time we do this. And then we unbundled the stack, and now we're down to our last 4 here. That's probably going to fill up the trailer, so we can probably unhook the trailer, leave it here, and continue logging overnight. Assuming this is a 2-log tree, this will cap us out. This is a 3-log tree, of course. Do still have 1 stack of rope left. See, this really slow acceleration would be helped if we had better tires. But it's not like I need to go anywhere fast right now. I have less than no need for these trees back here. In fact, this is where I want to plant part of the new garden. It's back here somewhere. Well, this thing light burnt out, didn't it? These worn light bulbs that we pulled out of the broken vehicles are actually perfectly fine for going into floodlights, because they don't work the same way headlights do. the condition doesn't degrade over time. It just randomly breaks. There's no illumination degradation. It's just, it's either perfect or it's dead. This crop plot here doesn't have anything in it. It was just an experiment. These bushes also were never here. They just spawned, because that's what bushes do in the early game. Until the first 200 days have passed, get ready for bushes out of nowhere. You can prevent that from happening if you replace the tile on the ground completely. So that does not mean, you know, taking dirt. That means placing dirt. Taking dirt does not destroy the tile, it just removes stuff from it. Placing dirt deletes whatever was there. So taking dirt from somewhere else and placing it onto a tile will ensure that that tile never gets random bushes showing up during the overgrowth phase. Just need one more log, but I'm probably not going to find one. Oh. He said, as there was a log right here. Last 2 pieces of rope. So whenever it comes to placement of crop plots, if you place them directly next to a wall, it seems as though they get less rainfall. So as much as I would really love to place crops right next to these fences, they will probably get reduced rainfall if I do. You know, that probably wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for winter crops. Winter crops have a min water of 30. With winter crops, you can quite literally set it and forget it. So I might actually do that. We'll see, though. Not decided on that yet. We are otherwise ready for bed. Right? Yes. We'll just pull through. As an overnight task. And there's another light bulb breaking. It was not the one we just replaced. It was one out here. That's why I left most of the bulbs out here. There's more lights. Now, do these lights help me that much? Not really. But since my generators are so well balanced, I can afford the expenditure. And so I will. Minor security. If somebody approaches me from the direction they're most likely to approach from, I'll have a better chance of seeing them come. And that's per inch my interests. This area back here would be the next place we want to continue removing trees from. Almost everything here is something I could probably two-shot. Hold on. Did those trees just... Okay. Those trees completely vanished to the point where I can't even see them anymore. It's like the opposite problem of the rest of the tree issues we've been having. We don't have any rope, so this is a bit preemptive. What I'm going to do is also pick up any saplings I get. Saplings are for long sticks, carving experience, and more drying racks. can hear her getting fed up with my shit here. We are done with this route. I've been picking up some extraneous lumber stuffs that I want to get into a crate out here at some point. We will want to probably be able to dry... If no want, we'll need... If we're going to plant fall crops, we're going to need to dry them in January. Because that's when we harvest them. We harvest them in January. Yeah. So, we'll need firewood. Need to move the ambulance. Honestly, I should just bring all the small farm lumber up here. Nails, splinters, twigs, tree branches, and saplings, really, because saplings make the drying racks, but then the twigs, the splinters, they fuel the fires to keep the drying racks going when winter kicks in. So, yeah, should just all go upstairs at that point. Sorry, I'm very easily distracted, and probably was not very well advised for me to create a key binding to open up my security camera. But I've done so. So now all I gotta do is press Win E, and I can look out the window without having to get up. Never let a lazy man get more lazy, because he will. We are at 4 a.m. We're not going to get that much done in the next hour, but let's move in the general this way direction anyway. Operating under the assumption that this trailer is going to be filled very quickly. We will leave it here. Oh man, those shitty tires feel 100 times worse off-roading. Welcome to Zomboid in the current year. I don't know how I want to process saplings right now. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. We're going to take all of the small form lumber that lands on the floor, take all of it and just dump it into a single pile. That'll at least make it easier to collect later. But I don't have any room budgeted in the vehicle for this. And I don't want to have too many back and forths that I don't need right now. Taking yourself broke on stamina right before you go to sleep is a big brain strategy that I wish I exploited more of when I was early on in this game. You recover stamina to 100% sleeping, no matter what your fitness is. So, if you're going to do some heavy-duty overnight tasking or end-of-the-day tasking, you are less punished for going nuts, as long as you can safely sleep. Back door open, don't do that. As much as I love this place, I really do love it, the extra doors are a temptation for me, and I gotta be careful with that. It takes a little more situational awareness than a base of my own design. Looks like we got... Oh, I thought it was fog. Just a little clouds. If anybody is not familiar with what clouds mean, not much. I mean, it could signify rain, but really all it does is desaturate the colors a little bit. Whenever I see this color desaturation, my brain's like, oh no, is it fog? No, it's not fog, not today. But it does actually impact your aiming a little bit. I don't think it's ever been very pronounced, but it's extant. It happens. And I don't like it. So our salad regimen right now is basically we make 2 days of food every 2 days. And that has... I like that. What was the caveat last time? We were doing... it's 1 broccoli per salad. So if we're going to do 4, we take 1 of each. And then... garlic, 1 clove. 2, 3... 4 ingredients. Now, everything that we're using right now is something that we have more of. How's my calories? We are, of course, in weight loss. And it's okay to remain in weight loss for a bit longer. If I could consolidate all of my meat to 1 freezer, that would be a win right now. That would be a win. I might be able to do it. I'm not going to count pre-war stuff like packs of hot dogs. When I say meat, I mean specifically stuff that I can get more of. So shrimp, I can trap more of that. Hot dogs, once they're gone forever. Beef patties, I can make beef patties out of... ground beef. But you can't make ground beef. This recipe is one of the most pointless things in the crafting menu. You can make a beef patty out of ground beef, but you can't grind beef. You can get beef cuts from butchering cows, but there's no way to make those beef cuts that you get from cows into ground beef. So these beef patties, they are pre-war items, never to be found again under the current paradigm. Make of that what you will. Bacon, too. We can butcher pigs, but we can't get bacon. Pork chop. That we can get from pigs. Fish fillet, yeah. So as tempting as it is to put all the meat in the same freezer, the reason I'm putting the meat into the same freezer is so that I use it up before other things. So that does not apply to pre-war meats, which are the treats. Bro, that is great. Okay. I feel more organized now. I think we're doing a slab of rabbit meat. 2 slabs of rabbit meat. We're getting really close to the point. Actually, we're there. We're there. If I take this freezer out and replace it with a fridge, then the contents of this freezer are enough to fill up a fridge's freezer. So that would unbalance our load ever so slightly, but it would be worth it. Okay. So we're very, very close to the point of going back to a fridge, which makes meal prep a lot easier. Wait a minute, what did I do with my other ingredients? Oh, I put the tomatoes back into the freezer. Oops. I'm an idiot. Assuming we can fit... Well, let's use up this rabbit meat and see where that goes. Quite. Of course, that would throw my totals off a little bit. That's fine. Well, this is 2 days of food right here. Make that 3.5 days. All right, we should be set for a full day of hard work here. We're going to continue wiping out trees on this side of the base, right? Going up this way and around that way. I'm toying in the back of my mind with an idea of making a drivable connection between the parking lot of U.S. Mail and the parking lot of the fire department. It would involve a gate, of course. It would not involve a, just open door in. That is a more long-term concern, though. I wouldn't want to do that until I can make my own fences, that's welding 5. That's way over there. Wait, what? Huh. I thought... Never mind then. One log short. Easy peasy. Can't actually remember how many more could fit into the trailer. Check real quick. Oh yeah, 2 more stacks at least. Oh, just 1. Okay. So despite all the rope we have, it is still nowhere near enough to fully fill up every crack and crevice of these vehicles. So we're probably going to supplement that with some sheet rope. When I collect lumber, I go nuts with it. There is no medium speed for me when I collect lumber. When the time has come to build, we build. Hammer and nail until there's nothing left. Oh, whoa, whoa. Why was I... Okay, still had a log stack in my hands. I'm an idiot. I should not have started chopping just now with a log stack in my hands. That just ruined... blew through all my stamina. Doofus moment. Seven logs from that. Okay. So the one in front of the building that I cut down, that must have been an XL. And this one must have been a double XL. 4 saplings, 8 tree branches, 4 large branches, 7 logs. Okay. I don't like odd numbers, but I'll take it. I'll take it and I'll like it. Speaking of odd numbers, look at that. Total of 10. Got a lot of stack of log there. Give me all of them. So the trailer is full. The passenger and glove are full. and now the trunk is 1/4 of the way full. And we've run out of rope. This is despite me collecting almost every single rope that I've come across so far. This is why I do that. If anybody was not quite following along with why I need so much rope, we've run out. Now what we're going to do, though, is when I always hit this point, this always happens, we are just going to use sheet rope instead of rope. And that sheet rope is very easy to acquire now from houses. You need only to go to your local residential area and right-click on them curtains. Yank them off of the rod. Don't yank off too many rods. And you've got sheet rope. It's great. Forgot your window was down. Hey, we knew our window was down, but we messed up and let it stay down for too long. So we're right there with you. We took a laceration to the lower torso, but we didn't get infected. So we passed that 25% margin. It's great. All right, so these houses should have been cleared a long time ago, but there's no guarantees. And speaking of sheet rope from curtains, look at this back bedroom. What in the hell is going on back here? There's also 4 cardboard boxes back here. Regrettably, none of them are book boxes. Darn. I actually have no room for loot right now. Yeah, we can come back for this. Imagine having such big windows in your bedroom with no curtains whatsoever. Okay. Alright. Whatever you guys say. Not necessarily how I would want to live. Different strokes for different folks. And these here folks might have had strokes. Oh, I thought we were out of rope. We still had 4 left. Oops. Okay, well, we were close enough. So we're going to start tying some sheet rope. My target, I'm going to set a target of 2 stacks. So that's about 1/4 of the way there. These pretty new houses have got lots and lots and lots of windows. So as long as there aren't too many exhibitionists in this neighborhood like these people here as well. At least that's a living room. Casually no clipping through furniture. As tempting as it is, the only thing that's really urgent that I'd like to do every time I get an opportunity is disassemble electricals. I don't even need the parts, I just need the experience. Level 6 electrical. And we can do pipe bombings. We'll come back here at some point in the distant future to do just full loot sweeps through everything. For now, we have many, 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 many more priorities. Anybody's not familiar with why I'm treating every door as if there's something behind it, it's because there always could be. The death mute zombies are very rare, but they exist. The ones that do not respond to noise and make no noise, I call them the death mutes. Be very, 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 very careful with them. We almost got nailed by one once. Nora took a scratch to the stomach from one. Koi Dash Bull Driver. All the way over here. We already hotwired the bitch, so I don't think we need it. YOLO. I think with this house alone, we've got enough curtains for a stack. Hell yeah. More than that. And there's 4 sheet rope in the vehicle already that you gotta keep in mind. So we only need another 8. Sorry, 7, because we have one loose, so we need 7 more sheets. This house has been sheeted completely. Oh, look at that. There's one of the ones that, now this one's reacting to noise at least. There's no way it could have saw us there. Give her the old chop chop. Yeah, the old chop chop, governor. Clear. Give me them sheets. One more sheet. Hey, dude, how's it going? Good to see you. We are doing good things today. Currently, we're on a lumber collection spree to do some base expansion. Skill books? Okay, this is new to me. The loot table we're looking at here is skill book, a box of books sort of thing, but it's in a china cabinet. I didn't know this was a thing. I don't know very many people who put books in their china cabinets, but alright. I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to add that to the list of things to look out for. I'm not going to be any more sheets in here. I don't think we ever actually checked the house at the top of the street here. Mostly clear. I don't like these open doors. I've never liked these. Open doors just means one less barrier for some random leftover to have to get through before they get to you. I much prefer closed doors. That's probably why they added the open doors, because they want that uncertainty factor. Okay, so this sheet right here will get us our next stack. Since we're already here, I'm going to grab like 4 extra. And that will feel appropriate because we'll have 2 plus 1 stacks of... Sorry, 2 plus 4 loose of both types of rope. Why did I put that away? So our target is 4 more, but if we don't find it, we don't find it. It's fine. You're not going to leave me with that odd amount, are you? Oh, that's painful. Oh, no, it's not odd. We're good. We're good. It's even. I'll take it. I'll take it, and I'll like it. Let's get out of here. I think we got more bundles than we need, which is exactly what I wanted. Now remember, if we're doing peak logging, and I mean peak logging, what we're doing is we're not just filling up the trailer and the trunk and the passenger seat and the glove compartment. We're also filling up all 3 backpacks, the one on our back and the one in each hand. It's not quite necessary to go that far for the current activity, but I'm going to anyway, just because I want to. The defense rests. These are not necessarily essential for removal in front of the post office here. I just feel like it. Only 3 from that one. Thankfully, there's a 4 log. I hate 3 log trees with a passion. Can't wait to see them gone from the world. We're just going to have a little sit down right here, outside the vehicle so we don't overheat. We're going to spend about 20 minutes reading because it's getting close to the end of the day, so 20 minutes. Yeah, that was about 30. That's good insurance. We've recovered some stamina. Two sheet rope, and then we crack open one of these bundles. Let's grab one now. Trunk's about halfway full. Am I against cutting trees manually? I'm against standing there and staring at the tree. I'm against anything that increases the number of clicks that I must impose upon this Logitech G600, which is no longer in production, and therefore has a finite number of clicks left in it. Only currently available on eBay for scalper pricing. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm not gonna sit there and hold the mouse button down without fast forwarding. I'm sure that will get me some maintenance experience. I don't care. I don't care. The lifespan of a mouse is more important to me than that. Even if this wasn't a limited edition mouse, it would still be $60. That was okay. So it'll probably be 80 now after inflation. Let's just say it was still in production. It'd be an $80 mouse at this point. That would be the price of a sane world. But we live in an insane world. Last scalper pricing I saw was like close to 200. It's probably higher now. Because again, they're a limited item and they're a wear item. So if you actually like using them, as opposed to just collecting them and putting them on a shelf, the price is going nowhere but up. Invest in Logitech canceled hardware, folks. You heard it here first. This is not financial advice. Normally that would be within the spirit of us min-maxing. But yeah, that's a unique problem on my part. Oh, we're out of beautiful. So we put away this stack and unstack another bundle of sheet rope. I would like to be able to see anybody incoming from this direction for as far as humanly possible. So any trees along this side of the river, gone. Get rid of them. Delete. At least for a little ways. I have noticed some strange zombie migration patterns when it comes to them coming up to the edge of the water. And I've never been able to explain any of it. It's never made sense to me. On my stream where I went back through all the B42 builds I ever played, looked back on some of my major characters. At one point I wanted to explore the bridge we built to Indiana. Something we might do on this character someday, seeing as she's going to go long without save breakage, hopefully. But that land bridge seemed to have done some very strange things to migration. It seemed like the entire city of West Point decided that they wanted to visit the mouth of my land bridge outlet from Indiana to West Point there. I never could explain that. We had to shoot through like, I don't know, 250 zombies, easily. Default apocalypse settings, by the way. We don't increase the spawn counts here at all. The only other factor is that was back when respawns were enabled for apocalypse, so I don't know what else has changed in that regard. Maybe it does feel like apocalypse pop counts have been cut down. Yeah, Paradigm, I don't think that's happening. Because if it is, I'm sure that some people who are even more insane than me would have found it and pointed it out by now. That's my belief. I could be wrong. It is very possible that I've overestimated the other people in Project Zomboid's community right now. You know what? No. I don't even think that, because there are some people making some really amazing mods who would have definitely noticed it and pointed it out by now. Yeah. Trust in the modding community, if nothing else. Like, if what you're describing there, Paradigm, was a thing, there would probably be on the workshop right now a mod that disables it. Because that's probably how most people would find out about it. Wait, what? This actually happens? Oh, cool, there's a mod to turn it off. Let me turn that bullshit off right now. I trust in the modding community, I really do. I believe. Yes. Yeah. Honestly, I want to say that, I mean, if there was an angry Steam forum message about it, it would get buried very quickly in the current situation. The current situation is there are so many people returning from just avoiding B42 while it was unstable. The Steam discussion forum for the past couple of weeks has just been flooded with people coming in there and asking really basic shit. I've shout out to like Armagenesis and Storm and whatnot. Some of the people, just the regular community people, I've just been going there and they're still replying to many threads. Way more patient than I could ever be. And that should be it for every tree behind the base back here. Should be. No floor logs hiding where they shouldn't be. No. There's a couple of bushes, but I'm not worried about that right now. Just going to do like a few more. Once I get winded again, we're out of here. I'm going to be doing a lot less fast forwarding as we go in this direction because the likelihood of stragglers Zeds that were all the way this far up by the river that I didn't catch is now increasing dramatically as we get past this parking lot. Best practice is if you've got a use extra swings like these big trees. Check around behind them first. Can't hurt. Unless you walk right through them, and then it can hurt. I am doing a calculated risk here. Taking myself into second stage of stamina problems is not the best practice, but we're out of here. And I'm gonna go like crash. She's done for the day. If you ever hear this sound of your character panting, you've made big mistakes and you need to stop what you're doing. Because you're not very combat effective at all. Your melee damage is like a tiny fraction of what it could be when you're that winded. I've never even looked at the multipliers because it's just that pathetic. We're really close to filling up the trunk completely, so I'm just going to go ahead and park it in position to hook up to the trailer. Now, the way we're going to do this is, of course, you know, it's not like we got to go far. Our base is right here. What we're going to do is eventually just have this be our log truck, right? So when we need more logs, we go to the truck and we pull them out of the truck. That's half the reason we're condensing them into containers, so that we can have more logs when we're ready for them. A well-deserved nap. Duty Dude makes a very good point in chat there about vehicles that should have much bigger trunks than the step vans we're working with. I am very much constricted by these step vans. If it is only my love for the vanilla game that I tolerate this nonsense. So we got 6 sheet rope left. How much room in the trunk? Okay, interesting. So we can do one more stack in the trunk, but then we're 2 sheet rope, and we've got to think about backpacks from there. Let me just get the last quad stack into the trunk now. Just gonna hit the nearest tree for that. Eventually, these are all gonna go. Wait a minute. Damn it, there was one in my hands. I hate it when I do that. I had a stack in my hands and I forgot about it. So we actually need one more stack of sheet rope. Because what I want to be able to do is have the entire vehicles full, which is what I have right now. Step van, trailer, passenger seat, and glove. But then my backpacks. We have 3 backpacks. We can fit 3 quad stacks each. And we've got half a stack of sheet rope, which is enough for 1 backpack. So we want 1 more stack of sheet rope. So that's what we're doing now. Back to the neighborhood. It's true. It's literally true. They have not... the original devs of this game had to be pulled kicking and screaming into vehicles as an entire concept. And they still have not exactly warmed up to them. And that is why it's a very good thing that they hired Filibuster Rhymes, a modder from the workshop. Made some pretty good stuff. I sincerely hope that he will get us some things like semi-trucks and tow trucks that we should have had a goddamn ass long time ago. So with a target of 12, we're already a quarter of the way there. Third. That room that I just looked at was probably a gun storage room. We'll take another look at it in a moment. Let's try to stay focused for the immediate second. If only because we're probably going to get all the sheet rope we need from this one house. Now that I've said something, though, we're going to be one short. I just know it. That's always how this shit happens. I could be going insane. I swear that I hear somebody breathing in my left ear somewhere. Very quietly. Yeah, we got all the sheets we need from one house. All right, I'm here for it. Now, if you really want a limit break, you can put another stack directly into your inventory. Usually, as long as you run a light kit. Oh, holy shit! Okay, pausing the game real quick. Look at where we're at. You can almost see the corner of my base from here. In a random fucking bedroom drawer. Bedroom-style drawer. Welder Monthly, June 93. Metal floors. We can level welding now. I feel like I just got a royal flush on a random pull. Just a random fucking draw the cards, royal flush. Beautiful. I'm taking it. Give me that. Let's have a little seat here, make some sheet rope. Finish what we started, and then find a, oops, not untie, tie, sheet rope. RNGesus smiled at me there. This house in general had exactly the correct amount of sheet rope that I needed, and it had a magazine that I desperately needed. If anybody's not familiar with the paradigm I'm stuck in right now, I have so many vehicles on my lot with imperfect trunks that I cannot repair due to lack of welding. And the lack of welding is less of a problem now. It's still going to take a minute to level up. We might not have enough materials to actually get up there, but we've already read the book. All we got to do is make some floors now. Now, the step van itself should be completely full. Yeah, step van and trailer should be completely full, so we don't even need to think about using the step van anymore. Its job has been completed. The only question I have now is, do I want to continue in the general this way direction? Yeah, I do. If I'm going to be operating in the general this area on this side, I want there to be absolutely 0.0 line of sight obstructions in this way. Like, it's going to get to the point where I'm going to want to disassemble this shed. Yeah, not yet, but that's going to happen someday. I already see it. Once again, no fast forwarding because we don't. This area is not cleared. It was a 5-log tree. Combined, that is now 7. 3 more and we got 10. Now that I'm no longer sticking logs into trunks, we are just dropping them on the floor here, and then picking them up, putting them into backpack when we have got the correct amount. I'm gonna sit down and read this magazine, and then cut another tree, and then we're out of here for the morning sleep. I felt a little more comfortable fast forwarding there because I'm full bright. I've got the headlights keeping my vision wide, and I'm facing the direction they would come from. So, still not particularly safe, but a lot less bad than fast forwarding when there's a line of sight obstruction right in front of you. How do I get rid of stumps now? Stumps require, right now, it is the only thing that a pickaxe can do that other tools can't. So a pickaxe is currently the shovel to get rid, or the shovel. Can't use a regular shovel for that. Pulled up with heavy. Just another thing to damage your vehicles, right, Jamie Cho? Alright, so we already had 3 stacks on the floor, and another, like, odd number, like 7 probably. So a couple more trees to get another 8. There's another backpack full. Remember, 3 stacks of 4 is a full backpack, so we basically just want to leave, like, sets of 3 stacks times 3. That is the target. So now that we've made a lot of noise in this area and nobody showed up yet, I feel a little bit safer fast forwarding, just a little bit. Daylight helps too. Did get a little winded there. We're going to read for 10 minutes, I suppose. Actually, let's have some breakfast and then read for 10 minutes. Perfect. You now have 8 logs on the floor here. Stack them both. Straight into the main backpack. And now, from our satchel, a backpack in the primary. And behold, a backpack in the secondary. We can now carry 9 stacks of 4 logs. Now we have not, of course, loaded up the ambulance at all. The ambulance is not meant for logging. We just brought it out here because it's good at off-roading. The way this is supposed to work is that we've set up a logistical situation where we've got a step van with a trailer that can now be filled up completely, along with my backpacks can all be filled up completely. So if we need to go farther away from base to get logs, which will guarantee to happen eventually we're going to have to go farther from base. We now have a logistics situation where we have all the things we need to bring together to go on a logging expedition, as it were. What I'm going to do is, like I was saying before, this log carrier now, currently this is just tasked as a log carrier, is going to get parked around back. And what we do is we take the logs where we need them in stacks of, collections of 9, 3 in each bag. And that's how we use the logs up. Like, I'm going to take all these and saw them into planks, use those planks up, and then reevaluate whether I need to use the logs for planks or repurpose the remaining, because there's many other things we can do with logs. We can carve them into things, we can use them for firewood, logs are very useful. I prefer to keep them in log form until I'm ready to use them. Oh, Retinaru did a video on respawn and migration. Beautiful. That is something that I'm going to put on my watch list someday. I've got a couple of Retinaru's videos on my watch later. I need to go through those someday. My watch later is an absolute wreck. Okay, we'll leave it right there. And we're going to take these upstairs because the first thing I wanted to do was more floor. And not metal floor, because I have decided we're going to do wood. Oh, stairs as well. We were going to do stairs, like that. That was not like a high priority, but a priority. So we sit right here first. We unstack all the logs on us, which is a total of 9 stacks of 4. Billion logs appear on the ground and in our inventory. And then we turn around and restack the sheet rope we were done using. So on the floor right here, we've got a total of 41 logs. We only needed 12 to make a staircase, and then we saw the rest. We get our 3rd floor access, and then everything else goes into floor. But for that, I need nails and to get rid of this sheet rope. Rope stacks in general have been going over here. Oh, I already... It's going to where the vehicle was, but we moved it. Oh, I needed nails, but then I needed regular rags. Regular rags for the, to build up the stairs. We need a stack of rags, so just one rag bundle here. For a total of 12. Nails are mid. Where are we at? We're like 80 here. Let's take those, and we'll take like 4 boxes upstairs. Leave them on the floor. Crack them up when we need them. So now that we've got these stack of rags, we unstack that and hit Z, and we can make a log staircase. We can make a log anything right now. We're logging hard, boys. Okay, one thing that I want before I place this. I don't know if I'll be able to do this in the future. So I want to just delete the ugly floors. There are a couple of ugly floors around us right now. It's subtle, but they're there, and I don't like them. So I'm going to delete the ugly floor that's directly beneath where we're going to build the stairs. So these two right here. Yeah, okay, so those two, and then let's just delete all 3 of those. See, we built those ugly floors when we were not yet carpentry level 4, so we could not yet build the pretty ones. I don't know if I'm ever going to get rid of this staircase. I might actually just like it, in which case it stays. So now, when I come back later to put something on the floor beneath this, like a carpet, for example, when the floors are ugly, the ugly shows through things like carpets. If you don't believe me, try it sometime. It's kind of wild how that works. Alright, so we have 3rd floor access from the outside now. And just as I planned, we get directly to the roof here. Okay, that's all safe to traverse. Beautiful. Now, we don't actually want zombies or anybody who's outside of the building to be able to just walk up to the roof. We don't want that. So one of those 2 staircases is temporary. But we don't yet have a good roof solution yet that is convenient, so it stays for now. We are now back to regular floors. And we're just progressing in this direction until we go all the way around the building. Yeah. No brakes on this train. Let's get started. Military backpack in one hand, and the other hand, away I put my other tools, and saw log times whatever. It's 28 on the floor right here. Just saw until we get hungry. Lunch break. There's only 7 logs left. Let's finish that off. I can't grab that separate plank there. Oh well, too bad. We'll get them all eventually. So, 12 planks in each of these military backpacks, total 36. We've got enough nails. One each, we're good. Okay, I don't want it to be triple wide on this side, just double. Because, I want to have a little bit of room for agriculture on this side. Okay, so, we wanted to do laundry down below. And, we have 2 pieces of furniture already there, so we would want the 3 rain barrels to be here. So we're going to do another load of logs up here, and after that we're good on, at least we can get the rain barrels in place, then we can reassess. Actually, we don't need more logs, we've still got planks. Do throw it. At least 36 nails, yes, okay. 3 cows in a bowl, 2 of your cows look pregnant. Hey, there you go, that's great. I hope they don't die for no reason, because that's what we got. I sincerely hope that my next cows do not die for no reason. I've been reticent to put effort into getting more, but, yeah. We had 4 cementals in 1 bull. The 4 cows all died, and a bull died, and then there was another one. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so blank, blank, 1, 2, 3. These are where the rain barrels go, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Just lets me go around them. I got 24 more planks. That would be an even number to make some more rain barrels, but I don't have the level yet. We're close to 6, but we're not there yet, so we cannot make the barrels yet. So even if I wanted to make more barrels or a proper wooden stair... Wait, what? Sorry, I lied. This is a level 5 recipe now. My brain meat is telling me that this was a level 6 recipe. But it's not. A rain collector barrel. Proper cylindrical joint here is level 5. Is it just stairs that are 6? I guess, yeah. Look at that. Okay. Does that change anything? I mean, the fact that I can build them isn't even necessarily relevant. Like I was saying before, we have enough unbuilt ones that we brought home. Or, sorry, pre-built ones that we brought home. At this point, it's just transferring liquid between them. Good to know. That theory being spread around and not being able to debunk it, that was painful. I'm glad to know that somebody has checked for sure. I do want more carpentry experience, though. I'm just going to continue building floors. I want to eventually have a little route that goes around the back exterior here. So yeah, continued floors. for level 6. Now we stop. Because we have reached the point where we've got to read the next book. So we do not want to expend any more carpentry materials. Alright, What? I had this entire backpack full of loot that I never got out of here. Okay. My other one was supposed to be empty and it was blocked. I never emptied it, of course, probably because this crate full of wearable stuff is full. But like I was saying before, definitely these shelves back here. This is going to be a wardrobe closet here. This walk-in closet, this is going to be my wardrobe someday. So let's just leave this collection of military gear on the shelf here. One of pretty much everything so far. Your rabbits died because of the bad weather. Okay. If your rabbits died of bad weather, how would you know that? Did they get struck by lightning? I mean, again, there's I'm not asking for, like, yeah, this is not a question for you. This is a question for the developers. Why do we have to sit here and speculate about why they died? It's eating me up inside, because whatever happened to your rabbits might be what happened to my cows. And it might just be a completely inconsistent bug that they just haven't seen fit to chase, or they haven't been able to chase down, maybe. The fact that you're getting random animals, or animals that you don't have a solid explanation for why they're dying. But it's some animals and not others. Well, okay, so running around your animals. Ranzera explained it to me that it's if they can see you while you're running, you're building a little bit of stress over time. That's all it is. So if the animals are able to see you and you're constantly running back and forth in front of them, then they will start getting stressed. And if the stress gets to a certain point, they get stressed out, they start losing health. Or they, a stressed cow, for example, might lose her calf. She might miscarry. But it's a slow build-up, right? You have to be running back and forth between them a lot. I generally try to avoid running back and forth in front of them anyway, but I'm overly cautious on that, more than I have to be. I'm going to continue cleaning up this side of the building really quick. I just don't want to lock in on reading just yet, because we're not quite ready for bed. I'm removing this by hand because it actually does not work if you try to remove it by the scythe. Most grass I'd prefer to remove with the scythe. This is just sort of neighborhood cleanup here. We will use these tree branches and stuff for carving and or burning of charcoals at some point in the future. But like what I'm looking for are these 3x3 areas of just straight open land. We'll come back with the scythe to deal with those. When it comes to these large stones, they weigh as much as a fridge. I'm going to come back here with a step van later to pick them up. And if you remove too much grass by hand, you get muscle strain. Welcome to Project Zomboid. So we got 2 large stones on the floor up here. There's going to be like 4 on this side of the base, outdoors. That's the whole back area there cleaned up. I kind of like that. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish that sentence in a moment. Because I'm actually not 100% sure. I do know for damn sure that I eventually want all of the crap up off the floor out here, so no time wasted if we're collecting that. That's interesting. Selective shadow right there. Can't quite explain that one. And it only happens when I pick up those rocks. Odd. It's like the shadows get recalculated in a way that doesn't make sense. Okay. extracting all the saplings so that I can take those upstairs. Right, so, right on time for bed, and we just ran out of food. Prepped food, rather. So we are cooking overnight. Recap on what's the current situation and future goals for today. So, stream title says base work, but it also is skill building. You know what? Give me a moment. Give me just a moment. I like to be as straightforward as I can with what we're doing. We are still back, so I'm not changing that. Time for base work. Base work, skill building. Oh yeah. So, slight update to the stream title, because we're doing both right now. We are multitasking. What we've accomplished so far is, shit. It's not that I don't want rain, but, I procrastinated on getting these rain barrels reassigned. Let's see. Now, thankfully, rain barrels no longer, rain barrels no longer prevent you from picking them up if there's water in them. Okay, that stopped early, but it might come back, so. What I'm going to do is empty these rain barrels as much as I can, and then place the ones that I want to place up here. We were 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3 here, so. First one goes right here. So this wooden barrel now has already 124 because we put it in our hand and transferred as much as we could. And we're just going to do that again with the other one. Oops, wrong hand. Primary, there we go. So we've almost emptied one of the two that we want to replace. This is why I generally prefer not to get stuck in with the square ones. We usually end up leveling our carpentry fast enough for them to be something we can just live without until we're ready for the big ones. Okay, so all three of these start out with 124. So as soon as we find a washing machine that I want to put in, we put it in downstairs, 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles in from the backside. I think there's currently a radio there. Now, as for these two, I'm going to just wash myself, get rid of the rest. Okay, I lied. If there's any water inside, you can't pick it up. That is so stupid. I thought they fixed that. Okay, well, thankfully the rain stopped. If the rain had not stopped just now, the 0.1 milliliters that we're filling up from the rainwater would just actively block us from picking it up. I didn't really articulate that. That's kind of why I switched tasks to handling this right away, because I wanted to replace these before the next big rain came in, and we're like part of the way there. I do want to hold on to these square rain barrels, but I'm going to put them down. I'm not going to place them yet. We're not going to be doing that again. Last thing I ever want is something filling up that I'm not ready to deal with. So I'm going to leave it in a garbage bag and leave it on the floor over here. We'll place it when we're ready to place our farms. We're a little late for our second bedtime, and I wanted to cook overnight, but you know what? I'm just going to give her some pancakes instead. She has been very patient with my bullshit over the past couple days here. Let's make our girl some pancakes. I think we're also, we're right at the point where we need to start getting some more weight. So these pancakes are going to be the precursor to some proper weight building material. So the way pancakes work in this game, you got to cook them before you put the toppings in. So right into the oven they go. And now we right click on them and honey with cocoa powder. And chocolate. Butter. Margarine. And maple syrup. Now you might see a little red bar on it. That red bar is thirst. Adding cocoa powder makes it dry, apparently. Why can't we mix the cocoa powder into the pancake mix to get a nice little foundation that's a little chocolatey? Fuck you, that's why. That's alright. We fed our girl something good. It's just a little dry, so we'll paste that down with some good old-fashioned H2O. High quality H2O. We're good. I don't know why my brain briefly told me that we had lost power. We're good. I do need to check my generators, though. You hear that lady? She's screaming because she didn't check her generators, and they literally went out while she was sleeping. It's happened to us once recently. That's one too many times. But these pancakes are but a bite to eat. They are not the full meal. We still need to acquire a proper meal here. We are going to do a pot of soup with some heavy beans. These beans are beans and pasta with the heavy carbs. Yeah, all these are heavy in the carbs department. We do those because they because it's good for you, that's why. Two helpings of kidney and 2 helpings of split. We do have room for one more ingredient. You can put beef jerky into a pasta. Okay, that's interesting. I just want to fill it up with the rest of the way here. I've got to move these spices. Yeah, we're going to have to relocate the spices to the right here. They need to be at least 1 tile away. That might not even help the situation. Nope, I can still reach the spices. Damn it. Kitchen design is very important in this game. Do not underestimate it. Otherwise, your menu gets cluttered. Horrifically. Or to put something right here. What about a counter right here? Better block movement. I think we're doing something right here. Yeah, okay. We're at that point. So all of my herbs are the reason the menu was so cluttered. It's not often that I have this many herbs early game. It's just that every single one of these are something that we found as part of the map redesign, which is great, because the moment we saw them, we knew exactly what to do with them. We got them on the right drying rack, so we have them, but usually by the time I have them, it's after, like, spring of the following year. So it's usually a lot long after I've gotten my storage system put together in a much more sensible manner. But, as you can see, we can now see things like margarine and olive oil far more easily. That is what we want to see here. Margarine, olive oil, lard, and then sauces. Barbecue sauce, ketchup, mustard. Okay, what am I doing with my life? How do we not have any ketchup when we're right across the street from Spiffos? That is pathetic. I have failed. I have failed at Project Zomboid. It's not that big of a deal, but if pasta took a little longer to cook, I would literally run across the street to Spiffos while it was cooking. But no, pasta actually, you'd be surprised how fast it cooks in this game. Finish these pancakes while it's cooking. That is an extremely heavy food item. Weighs 8 encumbrance for the whole thing. But it will fatten the hell out of us. We will probably be in a rapid weight gain by the time we finish that. Alright, where were we on the cleanup here? I should just go ahead and move the, it's not a burning barrel yet, but when it becomes a burning barrel, it will be burning the stuff that's over here. Burning barrels require just 4 stones. And would you look at that, we have 2. Hey, look at that, there's 3. We're not using it just yet, but that's how you get charcoal. And charcoal is how you get pottery, blacksmithing, and a number of other things. trash in the trash can here. The trash can that I've never explored. That's another failure of local resources. Now, leaving this trash can here, in this particular exact spot, means that zombies can't attack it. That is relevant to my interests. They've already taken out one part of the glass here. I'd rather they not take out the whole thing. Grass cuttings are currently going... Oh, I remember. In this corner. I haven't played this game in a long time. How's it going? Sorry, I've been really really locked in here. Can you try fishing or trapping? I mean, it's not an immediate priority because what we're trying to do, I'm trying to get my farm set up the way I want it before the next month. So it's currently October. I'm sorry, it's September 28th. The moment it changes to October, the moment it is October 1st, anything we plant for the fall crops will have a malus as opposed to a bonus. This game is extremely arbitrary when it comes to month cutoffs and growing seasons, so I don't like anything about that, so I'm trying to get ahead of it now. I want to build my farm area on the side of the base on the right side here, and get the seeds into the ground before the cut over to the month. But yeah, after that, I mean, we have plenty of other things we could try doing. Trapping and fishing, I can confirm they're functional. How they actually work is a bit of a complex explanation. Trapping, making the traps can sometimes be annoying if you don't have the magazine. If you do have the magazine, it's just a question of baiting the traps properly. And I think different traps will give you different possibilities. What I like to do personally, and we're actually going to do this after we get the agriculture farm set up. We'll have an animal farm, barn proper, and we will trap some rabbits. How to trap a rabbit? You put a carrot into a cage trap and check it after a couple days. Likely you'll find a live rabbit. And it has to be like outside of the player zone. So if I were to, let's just say that I was in a stage where I could take on a live rabbit, I would probably go like maybe to the other side of this pond here. I think that's going to be comfortably outside of my my operation zone. So like maybe to the other side of this pond, I would put some traps off the side of the road or something. And you do got to separate. Actually, I think you can put them right next to each other right now. I expect that's not going to be that way forever. I usually would like to separate them. Because it's not how, you know, IRL, you don't want to put traps right next to each other, because once an animal gets trapped and starts making the angry trap noises, you're not going to catch anything else in the area. They'll make the danger noises, and other animals will, or other animals of that species at least, will try to avoid. Saplings are coming upstairs with me. Everything else can stay here. we are up to a metric lot of saplings. A total of 28, plus 1 long stick. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I do have to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to have a sit down here and open my crafting menu. And we are going to carve 28 saplings into long sticks. Reason we have all of our saplings up here is that these drying racks, are extremely hungry for long sticks. And you can get them from very few sources. The most reliable is these saplings, so that's why we collected them up here. We're just going to carve a whole bunch of them now. Fuck. We haven't read the carving book. That's kind of a waste of potential right there. We have the book, we can read it, so I will read it before doing that, but in terms of if we're going to read while I step away here, then it needs to be Carpentry. Carpentry Volume 4. Okay, I will be right back, folks, and when I get back, we will resume what we were working on there. Just have her read while I'm away there. One moment. Alrighty, folks, I've returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. That and that. Okay. Let's have a bite of our lovely pasta here. You know, I was just about to complain about the music shutting off, but that's our music. I forgot to turn repeat on. Okay, we're good. Crisis averted. Alright, so we installed some rain barrels on this side of the building, upstairs out here. So it was 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. So the reason we did that is washer and dryer are going to go over here. Currently the space is occupied by some batteries of non-perfect status. Those can go over there. These broken large handles can be carved. Of course, I just forgot once again that I don't have the book read. It's all right. Why do you have to be mad? It is only game. Is this vanilla? Yes, 99.9% vanilla. I talk about it more in the description, but it's just, we have a couple of texture replacement mods for aesthetic purposes. But there are no mods that change any functionality or code of the game. So we try to keep things vanilla. I am a big supporter of showcasing vanilla so that people can better understand what they would like to mod specifically, among other things. So we just need to move this trash can and this radio. And I guess the paper towel dispenser is probably going to block stuff. So we picked that up too. Oops. Hey, there was... Okay, so I did have a grindstone this whole time. It was just in this container. Okay. That needs to be deployed, like right now, before I forget about it again. I'm going to put it right here between the garage doors. Why can't I? Is it because of the wall? It's because of the wall clock. That is goofy. That is downright goofy. Imagine being blocked from putting a grindstone on the floor because there's a clock behind it. That is some real Project Zomboid shit right there. Now, we do have a high enough electrical skill that we can go and pick up a washer and dryer. The spots that we're going to place them on are washer right here, because that is directly beneath the 3 rain barrels we have, which are under these 3 tiles. Meanwhile, the dryer goes right here. And then eventually we can just plumb this sink, the sink right here, to one of the corner barrels so that we can use a little bit of side water back here if we want to. But that means I would like to use up anything in this sink right now, so that, because otherwise when we plumb it, it goes away. So if I'm going to go get laundry infrastructure, that probably means these propane tanks are getting moved. I mean, we have 11 right now. That's enough for like a half of a trunk. So yeah, we're going to go get one of our deadpans. Actually, the whatchamacallit, the butchers, the friendly butchers, they surely they've grilled a few things on a propane grill, right? It's almost relevant. So this is our propane carrier for the moment. Usually I don't establish one until I can completely fill it up, but that's fine. Hey, Grimback, welcome back. No, I didn't miss anything overly substantial. No, we've just been cleaning things up here. We are going to get our washer and dryer put in now that we've got the rain barrels for it all set up. Once these vans have a purpose, I want to get them out of the lineup here. Line up on that side is for empty step vans. Line up on this side is for EMS vehicles. So, for now, I'm probably going to eventually remove the segment of fence right here in front of the sign. I'm probably going to remove that fence. I mean, it's not going to accomplish much. I'm pretty sure I can't drive through the sign, and I know I can't drive through the street light. We can't delete this street light either. The street light here is a fact. It is a fact of reality. It will never go away. We have tried copious different things. Going to the second floor, building the ladder, sledgehammering it. Nope, nothing. Nada. Zip, zilch, zero. So we've just got to deal with its presence. Now, the propane carrier that we just put together is different from propane tanks that are not full. Propane tanks that are not full, those are the ones we want to use up first, because otherwise they're just dead weight. So, not full propane tanks go into a separate pile that can stay a pile, if that makes sense. And these, honestly, these last few bits of mechanic stuff, we get them out of the way and we have a very clean floor, except for agriculture, which agriculture is the end goal of the current project. We need to get some stuff planted in the next couple of days here before September ends and Green Day wakes up. Quick bite to eat, very fulfilling. I'm hit with option overload. There's several different things we could do. Honestly, we still have stuff to build, and even though we're on a bit of a tight schedule, it does feel like I should have enough time to read the carpentry book and get that sorted out. It's been a few days since I've checked the generators. 46, we're good for now. I've never actually had to work around one of these bus stops before. I've seen so many of them. Spent a lot of time near them in Louisville. But this is the first time they've ever been spotted outside of Louisville, so they're something that has been taking up more brain cycles than they really deserve. Honestly, cleaning the stuff up off the floor is not actually required for getting the garden set up, as it were. Okay, I do think I need to go ahead and prioritize reading carpentry. So that way I can go ahead and get my defenses for the garden built. Get the defenses for the garden built, get the garden built, get the crops planted, and we're good to go. Yeah, everything else I've been doing is something that needs to be done eventually, but is not a priority. The priority needs to be that garden. We've got to get it finished before October, which is just a couple days out. Oh, boys, I was thinking about where I was going to go steal my, where am I going to go steal my, laundry machines from? Did I look in the second floor? I've not spent enough time in the second floor of this place. Yeah, they're both combos. That's beautiful. Everything I wanted. So laundry cart right here, and I guess both washers. Okay, here's a problem. The generator does not reach. Therefore, we're going to need to relocate the generator slightly. Everything that we're doing in this place is very heavily centered around the right side of the building, because that's, you know, it's where the garages are, where you can drive through, where all the storage is. That is the most flexible currently. We do have a sledgehammer. We can redecorate the interior as we see fit. The sledgehammer has limited hits. Its head came out of the trash can at half integrity. And it's the only sledgehammer I've found in this character. That she has not been... what's her face? Dixie here has not been anywhere near as fortunate as Danny has when it comes to sledgehammers. And we're still a very long way from making our own, so we're not just going nuts with base redesign yet. Because that is a lot of sledgehammer hits. So what that means is we are relocating the primary generators, pretty much just over one full set of lights here. Or just about to here. Yes. Adjacent with the street light there. So right there. And then I'm gonna need to move the stove if I put it there. We're gonna need to mess with that a little bit. But if we're doing it on that line, then it needs to be down here at right here. I don't like it, but you know it's already offset by 1. Okay, sure. We'll put it over by 1 then. This is going to create a slight problem. I'm going to start powering the post office. And I don't want to power the post office, but well, we'll deal with it. This will leave us very well positioned to have a 4-part generator series. If we wanted to establish 2 more circuits, we'd be able to do it. But ignoring lights, focusing just on freezers, we're still good. So the freezers are still powered. We're powering 8 lights. So some of those are definitely redundant. We'll have to go get rid of those. Otherwise, while we're here, we turn it off, we fix it. We're supposed to refuel it all the way, but this was almost empty. I basically use my vehicles as gas tanks, because that's really what they are at the end of the day. Big old carriers of gas. Veggies and cheese to curb the hunger. That is, that's one way of doing it, as long as it meets the cravings, right? Batch cooking to do? Yeah, batch cooking, that'll, yeah. That'll do the trick. I do not see any combat on the horizon for now. If anybody's here for the combat, I apologize. Sometimes we are definitely doing other things. This is one of them. That was one of the reasons I made sure to mention it in the stream title today. Because sometimes we have a nice mix of base work, logistics, leveling, that kind of crap. And sometimes we just go hard, go crazy with one. Okay, we are still powering the chest freezers. However, we're catching a fridge across the street now. One thing I gotta check right away is if the stove is still in range. And I assume it is. Nope, it is not. However, I have been waiting my entire life to get rid of this scale here. Regrettably, we can't pick it up. If we could, I would have picked it up a long time ago. But, yeah, it needs to go. Now more than ever, because that's where the stove needs to go now. Oops, wrong button. I was supposed to put the hood up first, wasn't I? No, it's good. Actually, looks kind of dumb there. Yeah, it's just blocking the coffee machine there. Apparently, allegedly, and do not quote me on this, you can put the extractor hood over a generator, and it will remove the fumes. I do not know this for sure. This is a rumor and hearsay until somebody in my chat that I trust confirms it. But I've never tried it. I don't know if I would ever recommend anybody try it, but that is what I've heard. Through the grapevine, as it were. I'm going to relocate a couple of my street lights because they're no longer in range. Alright, generator and appliance situation has been sorted out. We should have a pipe wrench somewhere conspicuous. I don't see one, so we'll yank one out of here. So, not quite what I immediately planned, but since we have multiple combo washer dryers here, we could put more rain barrels up there and they'd be used. Yeah. We could put like one more in this direction, and then one more. We could put them all the way up to the corner now. The sink would pull from them too, so threaten me with more water. Put the sledgehammer on the floor. I'm going to need it again sometime soon. I can just sense it. I'm going to put it somewhere very visually conspicuous so I do not forget where it goes. Usually it's supposed to be in the passenger seat of my primary van, but we're not using the van as much as we are on foot at the moment, so. Kitty, is it true that while you're in the family way, the cravings tend to be very specific, like for like specific restaurant food or specific types of food, and therefore homemade things don't work quite as well? I have heard hearsay in that regard from one of my friends. For the rest of the overnight hour, we are going to be reading carpentry here, because we've got to get that finished up. It is currently the 29th of September. Green Day wakes up in 2 days. Should be at least... Yeah, we're back in the weight gain here. Yeah, that's weird. It's very weird, but actually, you know what? I think there's, you know, whenever I think about something like that, I think, what's the evolutionary biology precedent for it? My brain meat is going to quality. When you're with child, better food means better health. So people are, ladies are inclined to have, like, extremely high standards for their food. Like, to the point where their body's like, no, give me the good shit or don't give me anything. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, what is civilization but people never being satisfied and getting constantly better stuff for it. If we were satisfied by the regular stuff, then we probably wouldn't have computers right now. We're ready to sleep, yeah. I don't know what... My brain was telling me we need more stuff, but we're good. Second sleep is a go. So, we've got enough lumber. More than enough lumber. Oh yeah, certain vitamins. Yep, that will do it too. Nature is wild and how it makes people, like animals going straight to salt licks and just licking them, as if they know exactly what salt is and that their body needs it. Kinda wild. Kinda wild. I'm pretty sure that deer have no comprehension of salt, and yet. Okay, nothing left to do for the generators. Generators are good. We don't need to disassemble this shed right now, but I need to see what's in it. Bunch of crap. Possibly useful crap. Possibly useful as well. But, that's... I actually want those at some point. We did clear out the essentials from the post office here. Yeah, post office has been cleared from its essentials. There's low tier loot left to be found in there. So I'm thinking for the main segment of the garden, in between post office and fire department. If I don't think I really fully articulated that out loud. Brain going at 1 billion miles an hour here. That's kind of where this has been going. The open question on all of that has been, where am I doing am I doing an extension to the parking lot back here? It feels like the right thing to do. What are the reels, though? We got the feels, what are the reels? Oh, I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing something here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing something here. And I like what I'm seeing. Okay. We're going to link up these parking lots. Okay. Yeah. Link up these parking lots. So, we're not giving up on the defensive value of this place. Not in the slightest. Defense from what, right? I mean, there's no respawns. But we're going to have a gate right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles of a gate right here, and then a wall starting in this direction until we hit the river. And then from there, everything behind there is secure. Also, gate extends... Actually, I'm getting more ideas here. So what I'm thinking about are like long-term plans so that I know where to stop when it comes to building the garden. Yeah, I need to know where to stop. An easy way to mark it would actually just be to grab the scythe and cut some grass. It's something that I'm going to do anyway before building the garden. So if we grab the scythe now and start cutting grass, we can use the scythed grass to mark the way. But now that I've made the decision that we're going to be breaking out of the back of this place, sledgehammer with me. Now you can just disassemble these fences with welding as opposed to sledging. I don't quite have the action economy for that right now. I'm just going to use the sledge to get one hole in the back. This is going to allow our back and forth to be a little bit easier here. So what I'm doing now is scything a little bit of this grass to mark what I want to do in the future. And that is going to help me decide where to put the outer edges of the garden. Okay, so just imagine this is gravel instead of grass. We're connecting this parking spot is not a parking spot anymore. It is a way out. I'll put like a little circular sort of joint there so that we can have a nice wide turning radius. And then this is how we drive into this parking lot from there. We are overflowing with grass. Onto the floor it goes. Now, if you leave too much grass on the floor, you quite literally lag the game. So just dumping it into these garbage bags is actually objectively beneficial. That is the game we're playing right now. Makes it easier to collect and dump into your feeders anyway. Feed the aminals. And that. Now, again, this road is not going to be built like right away. Literally, I just sized that out so that I have a visual indicator of where the road's going to be. But now, I was talking about, one of the things is I don't like having a drivable place that I'm going to be driving a lot on to be like completely isometrically blocked by the fence, right? All three of these tiles that are supposed to be the road are blocked by this stupid-ass fence. I don't like that very much. So, if I'm going to build a fence along the back of the parking lot this way, what if I just connected the back of the post office to the fence right here? What if I did that? That would be a little bit needlessly restricting. I could make it parallel with the parking spots here. What if I connect the parking lots in a more literal sense? I could do that. I'm starting to feel it. Starting to feel it, Mr. Krabs. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? I wish I knew what that sound was that we just heard. It sounded rather loud, as if it was supposed to be something really close to me. Okay, so now to make use of these fences still, I do still kind of want to make use of these fences. But now that we've decided that we're going to do the parking lot like that, well, what, yeah, that, you know what, okay. And this is why I'm glad I pre-measured this, as opposed to just going nuts with the sledgehammer right away. Just because I want to repurpose the area does not mean that we need to just say that all this fence needs to go. Still very useful. I'm going to use part of it for the animal pen. Of course, there is, and I'm not going to lie, guys, there is a small part of me that's screaming in the back of my brain meat, saying put the animals farther away, because of the noises and how far away you can hear them from now. Like, there's a part of me that wants to, like, extend the pier way far into the river and put the animals up there. Because, yeah, animal noises can get really annoying in this game. And they just always make them for no reason at all. It's not like the cows moo extra at a certain time of the day. Or, perhaps when they moo when something needs to happen. No, they just moo all the time. It's random. Pretty sure that's not entirely unrealistic, but I don't like it. I need to get this crap out of my backpack. Yes, Grimbaki, spit and smear truth there. If I can't get bacon, what am I dealing with those squeals for? They can go squeal in another dimension. They can squeal in hell. We never did make more food. We're in good weight gain, but I would rather be in rapid weight gain, so we're doing another one of those stews. Soups, rather. Pastas. Two kidney bean. Two split pea. Butter and olive oil, all the goodies, veggie oil, margarine, lard. This is just basically a guaranteed everything bomb. Now we still need to read carpentry. So while this cooks, on go the glasses. Out comes from the backpack, but goes onto the chair. This chair is strategically placed. Do not allow the fact that she's facing away confuse you. We can still monitor the stove from here. That actually looks kind of cool. The only way you can get your character to do that, to like rotate on a chair, is if you're like interacting to turn on or turn off something. Wish we could manually do it. Alright, we're just going to continue reading carpentry, honestly. We need to start building the walls soon. Like, super soon. Did I break the pasta before putting it in the pot? Oh man, if only we could do such things. So if anybody isn't following, this is Carpentry Volume 4, and we want to read this before we start building the walls that I plan to build. the walls to protect the gardens to grow the fall crops, because there's a whole selection of crops that can only be grown in the fall season, and you're supposed to plant those in September. If you don't plant them in September, massive detriment to the plant health, higher chance of them dying for no reason. I'm not interested in none of that. So, optimal month is September, and it is September 29th. We're on track. We've still got the 30th. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So that's it. We have tomorrow, and that's it. So we're on track here. We're on track, boys. We're on track. We are actually on schedule here. It's been a wild ride, but we're still here. There's my nails. Loose nails. There you are. Upstairs, more planks. At some points, I got to get a door put up here. Yeah, we're overdue getting a proper door at the top of the stairs there, because we got this now. Just, you know, maybe this ugly bit of wall right here. Well, that's right at the top of the stairs. I don't know if it'll let us put a door there. I also need to not forget. I need to worry about the power situation soon here. Our generators, after changing their position, are powering some redundant crap. Both of them are catching a little bit out of the U.S. mail service here. One bright side is we do have illumination in the drying rack room now. And the upstairs hall lights, which are actually pretty important because they reach all the way down here. Pretty dank. There's a lot of exit signs in this place. Every single one of them is a light bulb, sucking up power that it doesn't need to be. We have an odd number of planks. Do we? Yeah, kind of. It's odd. Just by one. I'm gonna go and stick the last plank just out on the floor here. Even this shit up, as it were. Or I already did. Yeah. Okay, let's uneven it up then. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Now I can't pick these stupid things back up. Doof moment. If anybody's not familiar, if you're trying to min-max what you're carrying, filling up a bag is a great step, but the moment you drop that bag, you gotta make sure it can fit back into your inventory. And military backpacks, when they're full of stuff, yeah, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you're gonna have to empty shit out first. Game's math just doesn't math properly. So I'm going to start with the front wall. Extend it from there all the way over here, so that's going to be And we're going to do a gate on this side. We're going to do a gate on that side. Okay, so that feels stupid. That kind of feels stupid. What if we extended it all the way like that? I have enough planks to make this happen. And if I don't like it, I can undo it later. $134 experience for a door frame? Oh, that's 78. Fair enough. I had forgotten just how nuts high-level carpentry can get if you read the book. My previous character was not very fortunate with the carpentry books. 4 and 5 we didn't find until it was long too late. Okay, so... Alright, so in order to protect the garden, that is our outer wall. Okay, I'm seeing it. Took a minute. But the best part about what we're doing now is we can undo it. We have not permanently destroyed anything to do this. It is bedtime. We have an odd number just by 1. Yep. It was so odd that I couldn't even. Turn this into a hen house. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yes. Beautiful. Someday. I'm talking about like far distant future. I'm just thinking about different things I could do with it, and that's the thing. That's absolutely one of the things of all time. Why are there no zombies? Respawns are turned off by default in settings as of 42.15. So, about 3/4 of the way through B42 Unstable, the devs decided that gamey things like respawns would be forever relegated to the sweaty tryhards in extinction mode. Make of that what you will. You know what? We can actually just place these rain barrels upstairs. I forgot they were there because they had disappeared into the floor. That's actually perfect. Okay. We're putting these rain barrels in the corner, because before they couldn't reach, you know, if we put them in the corner, they would only reach part of this. But now the sink can reach both there and there. So if we put them upstairs, it works. Okay, that's great. That just means that these last two we just placed are basically just surplus water, like total surplus. Because we still have one over here that we need to. This is a low priority though. We're not doing this right now. At some point, we need to replace this one with the rounded rain barrel that's in this bag here. But like I said, we have. It is September 30th. Green Day is going to awaken any moment now. We need to get our plants planted. That we already picked up all of the planks that were pre-sawed upstairs, so we need to saw more planks. That means we are grabbing some more log stacks and putting the bags in the hands. Putting the logs in the bags. Alright, so we have emptied log stacks from the cab and from some from the trunk. Currently carrying a total of 9 quad stacks. We are going to put them on the ground right here because it's within radius of our light. Unstacked the logs, restacking the rope. Last bite of pasta for now. After this, we are still not in rapid weight gain, so we're going to need to make another one of those soon. Sit on the ground, start sawing. You know what? It's 5 a.m. We should be sleeping. I'm going to drink some coffee. We have got... It's the last day. Dawn of the final day. 24 hours remain. We've got to get this shit planted today. There's no more kicking the can down the road. So instead of going to sleep to maintain our sleep schedule, we will drink a cup of coffee after expending the planks that we are putting in now. Plenty of nails and a go. I'm gonna leave room for gates. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wooden gate can go right there. Place it with an iron later, maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that means restarting on walls right there. Best part about this is we can eventually get the generator up to the second floor. There'll be like a little second floor scaffolding above these fences. I'm here for it. Yeah, I mean that's actually you're right about that, Grimbaki. I just feel like the timing is going to work. I will eventually do that if I feel threatened on time, but I actually think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it. I believe in me. I believe in me believing in me. Gate right there. Okay. We out completely, yes. should be able to make doors easily now. And gates. Alright, we're gonna go get some food into us. I'm just gonna grab chips. We don't have time for heavy consideration right now. In fact, this is what the coffee is for. Drinking coffee. Stupid, but it works. I don't know why I put those away. We need them. Well, actually, okay, so another doofus moment. We already had another shipment of planks down here. Let me go get some... So, if I want to do gates, I can do gates, but I need hinges and knobs, and I am, of course, nowhere near the point where I can make my own hinges and knobs. And I'm still not high enough level carpentry to guaranteed get a whole bunch from every door I disassemble. So, therefore, because I don't have any stockpiled, it's something I never collect early game, into the ambulance then. Which ambulance? Yes, all of them. There are plenty of plenty of doors that have been destroyed by zombies. And when the zombies destroy a door, they have a better chance of producing a hinge than you do when you destroy it. Until you're like level 10 carpentry. It's welcome to Project Zomboid, guys. I don't fucking get it, but that's what we're playing right now. Spithos has all of its doors intact. See if we can find something that's been looted and trashed. I know there's a few houses down here who do. Swear I saw like 2 or 3. See, this is actually one particular small scenario where a looted and trashed house is just great. What the fuck did you just say to me? Okay. In the subject of things that should not be here. Oh, that was a biker dude. Leather jacket. Holes in the arms, not the torso. Okay, never mind. and no leather pants. Okay. Whenever you see a biker zombie, check them for leather pants. Leather pants best in slot. Good shit. But yeah, those two shouldn't have existed. We cleared this area a long ass time ago. So homeboy was asking where the zombies are. They're lurking, and that's the biggest problem. They'll creep up when you don't expect it, and take your lunch money. Okay, none of the houses on this row are looted and trashed. Where I was going with that, looted and trashed houses have all their doors destroyed. Hinges and knobs on the floor where they used to be. And we're on the hunt for hinges and knobs so we can build our gates. I am going to allocate no more than the next 2 hours to this. If we don't have our walls up within like 2 or so hours, then we're planting anyway. Even if we find a few looted and trash houses now, we're in Z territory. Definitively. It's irritating with both ears. You know what? I don't remember there being any looted and trashed houses in this area. That is one ever so slight downside. Every once in a while, you actually kind of want some free access to hinges and knobs, and you just don't get to have any. So be it. Some more nail. There is a log gate. There is a log gate. Doesn't require hinges. Just a lot of logs. Got a lot of logs. You know, I'm just gonna bypass the gates. I should have just made this judgment call from the very beginning. We're just gonna hold off on the gates until we get a chance. I do need a shovel outside. Where's my nearest e-tool? Probably have one in the van, but I need another one. Ah, here we go. This is gonna replace the axe on our belt for now. Technically, the E-tool is an axe. I would never want to hit a zombie with it because E-tools are rare. But you can live your Krieg fantasy and use an entrenching tool to whack a heretic on the head. Absolutely, 200%. Okay. Never did get those nails. We're in a stage where we're sucking up a lot of nails, so I'll take another box, leave it outside. Now, something that I used to do a lot. I'm going to pause the game really quick because time is very valuable right now. But I do want to show what I used to do when it comes to wooden fences. Going to go to my Zomboid screenshots folder here, and we're going to go really far back in time. Because I haven't done this in a minute. A lot of my big bases have either been like no need for a wall whatsoever, or have been in rivers. So it's been a while since I've needed to like create a land-based fence that I would prefer to see through. This I made in debug mode, but double wooden barricades on both sides and nothing but window tiles. More materially expensive. Very good for getting carpentry experience. Those barricades, every single one of them is a plank plus a nail plus some other stuff. Ignore everything else that you're seeing here. There was some debug mode shit that never really made sense in practice. But that is something that I used to do a lot of, is just overland fencing with windows that are barricaded so that I can see straight through them. So the fencing is not at all a line of sight blocker, which is very prurient to my interests. I hate line of sight blockage in all of its forms. And this is the only way that I know of to create a double tall wooden wall that blocks everybody from getting through, but also doesn't stop you from seeing. I think I'm going to go for it. I don't have enough planks. I can already tell you I don't have enough planks. We'll see. I mean, there's nothing stopping me from... I'm going to get the planks that I've already got cut. We'll get them up into something here. And then we will proceed from there. Actually, this is not more materially expensive than walls yet. It's when we start putting up the barricades, so. Carpentry 7, you might be right, Grimbaki, I don't trust it. I genuinely don't trust it. I absolutely despise the ROI on carpentry disassembly after the nerf. After they nerfed it, I'm just like, fuck it. I won't even bother engaging with it until I'm getting maxed ROI. It just doesn't feel reliable before then. We're setting a hard cutoff of 1800 for this. Let's just cut off now. Like a metal sort of sound. Carpentry level 8. We do not have time to be reading the book, so it's official. We're going to use up the rest of the planks on us and then shift gears here. Or perhaps just replace these. Yeah, we should replace those bags. Alright, we have shifted entirely into agriculture mode now. Should have probably started this a while ago. So 2 tiles away from each of the buildings are no-go zones. Oh, that looks really ugly. Shame. But that's okay, we're going to be stealing dirt from that spot anyway. Alright, get some sacks so that I can move dirt. I don't think any of these are actual sacks of dirt. Nah, clay, gravel, sand, no dirt to be found. We do have empty sacks in the container here. A whole 11 of them. That is sufficient for our current purposes. Now, I know that placing crops right next to walls messes up their rain capture. I don't have any reason to believe that placing them right next to a roofed tile, so like a row starting right there, I don't have any reason to believe that that affects their rain capture. But I don't know. We're gonna find out. We will compare and contrast. Oh, we are out of, we have run out of sack. So the actual rows begin in earnest, directly next to the building. That feels good to me. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oops, pausing really quick so I can count some tiles. Should have done this before I started. Assuming we keep that open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not quite. Not quite. That means we extend it 1 in this direction. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Space. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. I just needed 2 more. You know what? I need 2 more. I have 2 spaces. Fuck the spaces. Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, I'm not spacing my crops out. That's how we're doing this now. If this proves to be a bad decision, then I'm going to live with the consequences. Hang on, before I do that last one. Pause and count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, okay, 25. So, I'm violating my conventions. We've got rows of 25 instead of rows of 10. We're still going to do the crops themselves in counts of 10. Yeah. Are we cutting it close yet, folks? Are we cutting it close? I only allocated, actually, I think I only planned for 30 crops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so we stopped there. We've, you know, got materials for more, but... Where are my backpacks? Left on the floor. Oh no, yeah, left on the floor. So I have a spare ambulance. Just give me one then. This is why having multiple military backpacks instead of just the bare minimum would have been better. We risked our life to get more military backpacks, and we only came home with 4 of them. So that is what it is. This is for the water. Alright. Pausing while I check the seed supply here. We've got 5 flax. We're planting... Huh, I actually thought we would have more than that. We're going to plant a whole full 25 flax then. I wanted to do 30. Now that I think about it. Let me give me a moment. I'm going to look back in time to Danny's garden here. Danny the Drifter. My previous character. She harvested flax and got more than she ever needed. So I want to look at how many flax she had growing. That is after we repurpose those. Yeah, those are spring crops. Okay. Yeah, she did 30 flax. Straight up 30. But, like I said, she had more than she ever needed. So 25 is actually probably perfectly fine. We're going to do 25 flax on the dot. Now, that being said, if you have more flax and you want to plant it, flax seeds get you seed paste. Seed paste gets you vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is fats and heavy calories. So, vegetable oil, extra flax is... It helps with weight gain, which is one of the most important nutritional things in this game. There are 1,000,001 ways to shut the hunger up. There are not 1,000,001 ways to get more macros. So, all 25 of that flax going in the ground. And as I said before, we do have 1 packet of hemp, and we're going to use it. I'm going to take so the hemp and the hops, like I said before, they're just fucking meme crops. We're going to plant them so that we can watch them die. So that I can show you guys what I'm talking about when I say that the system is just broken. Remember, we have to plant them in the correct season. The correct season, currently, is September. I'll show you guys this one more time here. What type of book am I working on? Oh, the hard sci-fi with a little bit of fantasy sprinkled in there. High fantasy, so we're talking like a different planet, different species, that kind of stuff. Give me a moment to finish the agriculture rush and I can talk about it a little bit more. Where is it? Just double checking my F's, under the F's. F's for flax. Yeah, hemp and hops both are best month, September. Flax, best month, September. Barley, rye, and wheat. There's the R. Rye and wheat. Wheat I want to plant 10 of. Barley and rye, 5 each. It's very rare that I'm gonna like crazily pause the game like this, but right now everything matters in terms of time investment. Alright, so the flax is the most important. That's why that gets planted immediately. Now, usually I like to water things right after planting them. We don't have time for that right now. We can water this shit after midnight. Remember, we got to get it planted through September, and it's September 30th at 2200 hours. We literally have an hour and a half left. I have been known to procrastinate and put things off, but I think we're coming out on top here. Now, wheat is the second most important because it's actually still useful. In terms of, like, if I had to categorize everything other than the flax, right? The 25 flax that I just planted, that's tailoring level 10 right there. That's I'm looking ahead of the flax, and I'm looking at what I'm going to use the flax for. And guaranteed tailoring level 10, I could probably grind without some of the books with that much flax. Not that I'd want to, but I could. But in the priority system, now that we got the flax in the ground, the wheat is the second most useful. Basically equal to barley and rye, but wheat, barley, rye, hemp, and then hops. For a total of an additional, this is going to be 30, isn't it? That's going to be 30. I should math better. I really should. Alright, I'm going to plant the meme crops. Hops. Hemp. I'm actually doing this backwards. We'll do the wheat last. I think we're going to be fine. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do 5 more wheat just to make this even here. Oh, God, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I ruined it. I ruined it. I put these furrows on... It's whatever. It's whatever. I can fix it. I'll fix it later. God damn it, I'm so mad about it. All this work, and it's gonna be uneven now. I get mad over the stupidest things in this game. It's fine. It's too late, though. I've planted those seeds. You know what? These last 5 wheat seeds, they're going to serve as a basis of comparison. Objectively speaking, what is different with these last 5, which are going to be planted in the next 10 minutes after it is now October 1st. It is now October 1st, and it is now, therefore, not the optimal month to plant wheat. Because we waited 10 minutes. So, let's plant these next 5 and just compare them to the rest of the wheat. Just see how they fare. See if we get any random deaths or if there really is any difference. I don't think there will be. I think wheat is just so hardy that we're not gonna have any problems. But we'll find out. So we've got some water buckets in the backpacks here. The way these buckets work is 2 of them will water a row of 10, and we've got a row of 25, so that's a total of 5 for an entire row. Prioritizing the flax. I'm no longer on the clock for this, but I do kind of want to get everything done so that I can actually get her to sleep on time. Or, well, I mean, you know, get her to sleep in general. We just need to go upstairs and get 2 more buckets. Nope. The kale never died for Danny. I do suspect, if we're trying to game the system with it, that we would have to still at least plant it during one of its valid months. Otherwise, the crop might not have enough HP. Because I think that, you know, plants having hit points, I know, right? I think that actually is what planting it outside of its perfect month is what hits it, is the lowered hit point cap. What that actually means, what does a hit point mean for a plant? A few things. Just shut up, stop asking questions. Getting cold is taking a hit. Yeah, that's how that works. Use my car wash to top this off. Oh yeah, she's in a lot of pain right now because of muscle strain. Because we are low-level agriculture and we planted crops. How dare we try to do such a thing? We are getting nuked with muscle strain, so I'm giving her some painkillers there. This is another of many reasons that we collect buckets. Honestly, I'm just going to take all these downstairs. They're more useful for farming than they are for refilling water supplies that are pretty jacked at the moment. Less yield and XP. Okay, then. Fair enough. Actually, I wouldn't even call that fair. That's stupid. I don't like it. Fair enough is something I say when I'm just done talking about something. Does not actually mean that I think it's fair. It just means I'm done talking about it. Okay, I'm gonna feed her a chocolate bar and get her some sleep. We'll probably catch our second sleep as soon as the game will let us. Carpentry Volume 5 is going into our inventory. Choco latte. Keeping our calories up after a lot of that agriculture probably would have eaten up a bit of it. Okay, we've gotten some great shit done today. We're not done yet, but we're done with the time-sensitive part. But yeah, homie in chat was asking about the kind of book that I'm writing. I should actually use this more often. I did at one point write a blurb. You know how when you open up a book, or sorry, you go to a bookstore and you look on the back cover for the description. Is there a specific word for that? I mean, you know, I think of the back cover description. I'm pretty sure that there's like a single word description for that. Like, what is it called? The introduction? I don't know. But where do I have it written here? Some of this shit is highly not meant to be publicized. I'll open it up on another screen to make sure that I don't unintentionally spoil way too much shit. That's that. Was it another outline.txt? No. I have this, okay, so I have this thing that I actually kind of feel like I should just go ahead and publish this somewhere public. Has anybody ever read Attack on Titan, the manga? Not the anime, the manga. There were, I mean, actually, no, this is in the anime too, I'm sorry. The currently disclosable information, like, in between where they would do the commercial splits, like halfway in between an episode. They would give you these currently disclosable information where they give you world-building information. I love the shit out of that. I'm doing that for my book. Every couple of chapters have what I call an intermission between the chapters. And it is, you know, just a very small segment of stuff where we explain... This is all probably way too verbose. Or it just explains certain things about the planet and the cultures of the people who live there, and the way their physiology works. You know, the kind of stuff that is almost difficult to explain in universe because everybody who is in universe takes it for granted. There are no humans. Everybody's a Caden. They're very human-like, so I mean, there's no problem. I feel readers will have no problem sympathizing with them as humans. They're visually human-like, for about 80% visually human-like, like even more so than James Cameron's Blue People. But yeah, no, I wouldn't want to like sit here and read all of these though. I would much rather, like, if somebody wanted to learn more about the book, I should get that published somewhere, just as a very easy way to share stuff about it. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Could it be the file called description.txt? Yes! God damn it. Okay, so. Since time immemorial, the 2X Pathos have been artifacts of legend among the isolated nation of Kiteja. The healing powers of Kinsana, wielded by the headmaster of the Surgeon Guild, and the shielding powers of Empatha, wielded by the lieutenant of the Royal Guard, have together saved thousands of Kitejan lives over many generations. Patros, an adolescent orphan living alone in the countryside, doesn't often think about lofty things like the Expathos. Till he learns that his girlfriend is secretly in possession of a third Expathos, one that the rest of the world doesn't know about. The next day, a stranger from beyond the impassable borders of Kiteja stumbles onto his property, and she's bearing one as well. So just how many of these magical relics are there? What kind of powers are they hiding? Why are they seemingly gathering in the same region? And what'll happen when they're united? Expathos is the first novel of Eternal Kadena, a series of character stories that chronicle major realignments of power on the titular planet, Kadena. It's a unique super-Earth near the galactic center, whose elemental composition enabled the evolution of a human-like species with phenotypes bearing powerful natural abilities. Buddy of mine rewrote this, and that is a little bit bookended. I was gonna get back to him on that, and I never remembered to. But yeah. This right here, I suppose this is probably the best little mini summary of it. The series itself is just all about, you know, the planet and the major realignments of power that happen on the planet. But it's told through the perspective of the individual characters, so it's still a relatable experience. You can't just... it's really hard to make stories interesting to general audiences unless it is told, you know, from a character perspective. Otherwise, it just feels like reading a history novel for a history that didn't actually happen. History is usually most interesting because it actually happened, but if you're reading history about something that didn't happen, you might as well read the Silmarillion or something like that. How many people who are into Lord of the Rings actually read the Silmarillion, right? That is, big difference there. Big difference. Synopsis. Thank you, Grimbaki. I knew the word synopsis, I just didn't know that was specifically what they would call what you'd find on the back cover. This probably might be a little too much for the back cover. Honestly, this little blurb I just read aloud here, that is what I would like to have on the back cover of like a hardcover copy of my book, if there ever was such a thing. My publication strategy for the book is when I finish writing it, an artist contract 2 editors, not 1 but 2 editors, with, you know, limited defined terms to the contract so that no strings attached afterwards. I don't want anyone waiting for me to finish the next book, because I'll do this as a job. It is a pastime for me. And I publish it online on the internet for free. Anybody who wants to read it can read it, the digital edition at least. Zero barrier to entry is the way I'd like to describe my publication strategy, right? It's kind of like a free-to-play model, but for books. Get as many eyes on the story as humanly possible. That's actually one of the reasons I'm a live streamer. I'm just literally just putting myself out there right now, in addition to having fun playing video games. But yeah, so it's October 1st, and it is foggy. How did I learn to write? I didn't thank my mom for that. My mom homeschooled me for a few years when I was young, and because of that, I've consistently scored post-high school on my English language and composition since about 5th grade. Yeah, I was post-high school since about 5th grade, so... And make of that what you will. My social life was absolutely fucking trash because my mom decided to homeschool me, so I didn't get very socialized. My already lacking social skills are made even worse by it. But in return, I got great Langan comp, boys. Great Langan comp. I know how to verbally articulate many redundant words that probably don't make sense to a lot of people. Banish thee like a tinker's cuss. I need to do another meal prep. I've been lazy about it, but we've got a lot of meal prep I gotta get on there. We're at 78 kilos, still gaining, so we can do let's do half and half. Let's do beans. Let's do bean pasta with some veggies. I am going to When I say veggies, I just mean let's just do a head of cabbage and plantains, lavender. These are going upstairs on the racks. So we're thawing them. But then they're going to go upstairs. So while those thaw, hot water. Oh, this probably won't work. Too late. I don't think I could just stick cabbage into pasta. Pasta is weird in this game. It is really weird. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Let's finish thawing this and see what happens. Nope, can't add cabbage to pasta. Okay. Let's just, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. This is still uncooked. I suppose we'll... No, you know what? I'm not going to fatten it up anymore. We're just going to do pasta, beans, and that's it for now. Because I'm pretty sure we're right on the cusp of rapid weight gain right now. Reading carpentry while it cooks. Alright, emptying the drying rack so that we can get that stuff I thawed out on here. Plantains is the first. Followed by some lavender. Oh, I miscounted. Okay, that's fine. So one drying rack is not currently being used. We're coming down the home stretch on getting everything that can be dried out. Took us a long time, but you know, thankfully there's not much of a rush as long as it's preserved. So it is now October 1st. What day is that? Let's do a quick calculation here. Easy start date here. It is 10/01, 1993. We are on day 85. The strawberries are still fresh. It's been 15 days since I talked about the cabbages on Steam. Let's consolidate similar items here. We've got carrots and broccoli. Let's just get all those together. Put the cans of oats in with the meat. That'll work. See, on one hand, I would like to have, like, you know, one freezer filled up, one freezer not filled up. For a second there, I was at a point where I could go back to a fridge. Then I ruined it. Dumped the tomatoes out of there, and I'm still not quite there. What about these oats? Can I go put them back out here now? tight. Actually, that might work. Yeah, and we even have room for a couple more, so just oats and potatoes in one freezer. Imagine that. Heat index today over 100. Oh man, that sucks. I did notice that my own AC here in Nova is struggle busing a little bit. I think it's currently like 71 in here, when it normally keeps it below 70. Every degree it goes above 70 is 1 degree of failure as far as I'm concerned. Whether it's my insulation or my AC or both, something is failing. Before we proceed with literally anything else, we're going to finish reading carpentry, because we got a lot of carpentry work left to do, but everything we do should benefit from the book. So I didn't leave the ambulance running, did I? I'm stupid enough to have done that, so I had to double check. So because this pasta is about 40, I'll wait until I get to stage 2 hunger and then eat half of it. Tomorrow's supposed to be worse. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. I am not a fan of the heat. I am built for cold weather. And the irony is, now that I talked about this briefly, I think recently, but one of the last things keeping me here in Northern Virginia has been power costs. As of just this time last year, we were about 14 cents to the kilowatt hour, among the lowest in the nation. That has gone up to something like 17 cents now. Some of the highest in the nation. And everybody knows. If you know, you know. If you don't, welcome to modernity. Data centers are siphoning as much as they can from everything that they can. Whether it is buying books by the 1,000 and cutting the spines out, scanning the pages with a mechanical scanner. Whether it is eating up the entire goddamn watershed of an entire region. Just so that they can capture roof water for cooling, for the cooling towers. Or, as I recently saw a documentary on something that is going on right down the street from me, consuming natural gas on site to power their own fucking data center on site with natural gas turbines, because the local power grid literally cannot fucking support your goddamn data center. That is actually what's happening in my area right now. There are people who have data centers built, ready to go, like shit on the racks inside the data center, and they couldn't connect to the grid because Dominion was like, "Fuck you, we can't do it." I'm gonna put that documentary on because it was amazing. It's just a short. It's like a 30-minute segment from local news. We don't have to watch the whole thing. I'm just gonna kind of put that on the background while we in my history here. We're looking at past the memes, past the cop slop. Where was it? Past my own shit that I was cycling back through. Here we are. If anybody wants to watch the whole thing, I'll put a link to the whole thing. Oops. But where I want to see the part with the guy who's got the fence. Or he's living right here we go. Think that, yeah, this is the homeboy right here with the stupid blue walls over there somewhere.
And I think in Virginia, that's not connected to the grid. And they put this there, and we feel that we were deceived.
Well, why isn't it connected to the grid?
Well, that's a good question.
Well, I mean, I think
Apparently there's not the capacity.
that right there is the massive Loudoun County data center that Greg Pirio lives just a tree line away from. Like so many others here in Virginia.
You can't see my neighborhood from here because it's facing the wrong direction. But if this drone camera was facing the other direction, I could probably like rub my mouse over where I live.
Virginia, it doesn't have electricity yet, but unlike any other in the Commonwealth, it's not waiting to open. They installed 8 natural gas turbines that churn 24/7, a constant low-level hum or a whine, depending on who you hear it from. When it comes to this power crisis, the U.S. Department of Energy says this kind of on-site generation could be part of the solution. There it is, man.
Could be part of the solution.
They don't hide it well, do they?
No.
Let me ask you, look, we hear the traffic noise. You're in the flight path of Dulles. We clearly hear the planes as they come into land. Is this not sort of a white noise, a background noise? Does it ever just sort of blend in?
No, it goes 24/7.
The planes, and I can say this as somebody who's lived here from the very beginning, right underneath, literally underneath Dulles, underneath IAD, planes come and go. The whine of gas turbines is constant. This shit right here you're hearing.
We have
That shit is just, imagine that constantly. Imagine trying to live in that.
set up a monitor that goes
Yeah, man.
24/7,
Wow.
and it's online, so we can all see what it is, and we can see how it fluctuates and all of that.
See this guy right here. This guy is my guy. This guy is my guy. I've never met him. He lives right down the road from me. I don't know. I probably will never meet him, but he's got a decibel meter here. This is my guy right here. He's got a decibel meter. That's prurience my interests. I've got my decibel meter right here that I monitor for my mic inputs. As you can see, we are well under negative 18 here, so that we're not going too far into the yellows or the reds. If you're in the reds, you're peaking. Don't do that. But this shit right here, that's over target. This is all over target. He is. We're trying to stay under target. Not that he has any control over it, right?
The 55 decibel limit.
I don't think it would surprise you to suggest that some neighbors still aren't satisfied. I'm sure they've told you the same.
We have heard from them
Prometheus
that more
and
can be
Grafana.
done, and we agree with that.
John Stevenson is the senior
idea.
vice
Never heard of
president
it.
for Vantage Data Centers, the company that operates this facility. We spoke to him while he was traveling in Europe. He, too, can't wait for this place to get power. He says the lack of it was a surprise to the company as well.
Yeah, he can't wait to get power to it because grid power is cheaper. I only kind of... I understood this to a partial extent, but this documentary used a phrase that I wasn't expecting to hear, but makes perfect sense. Dominion is a regulated monopoly. I had a feeling that they were a monopoly. I didn't realize that they were a state-sanctioned one. And they still want to call this the Commonwealth of Virginia. Fuck you. It is neither wealthy around here, nor is it common. No, this is the state of Virginia. It is a goddamn state. It is not a commonwealth. Fuck anybody who says otherwise.
If you had to do this all over again, would you build the facility there, Vantage 2, the same way?
So it's important to understand that when we built our facility in Sterling, we've always intended it to be on utility power. It was the fact...
When I decided that I wanted to keep living in Sterling, it was because I wanted to be on grid power. That 14.25 cent kilowatt hour. Yeah, I wanted to be on that. But it's gone now. Thanks, buddy.
that the utility was not able to serve us that required us to build our self-generation power plant on the site.
My assumption is even with the turbines on site, you still would like to turn them off and connect to utility power.
That is correct. That's still the plan. It's in the hands of Virginia Dominion Power. We have not received a specific exact date, but we are hoping it comes about as soon as possible because we want to be on utility power. We would very much like to shut this down as soon as we can.
You admit this isn't a perfect solution. Certainly the neighbors don't think this is a perfect solution, but what can you do to mitigate out there?
So while our project is operating well within its permitted limits on emissions,
well within its permitted limits. Permits written by people on the payroll of these companies, just to interject.
For air, for noise, we know and we've heard very clearly and loudly and directly from the neighbors that there could be a lot more that we are doing, and we get that. We've begun redesigning.
We hear you. We hear you. How many times have y'all seen a press release from your favorite Corpo Slop game publisher saying the words "we hear you," and then absolutely nothing fucking happened afterwards? It's the exact same shit here. I'm preaching to the choir, probably.
The site around the generation units. We've installed more sound mitigation blankets and fabrics and materials that reduce the noise.
In sum, this is not the solution to the data center crisis, what you live next to.
No. In fact, when President Trump called on the data centers to have their own power plants, that could be an absolute disaster because of
power plants in general are just massively overregulated. The federally sanctioned monopoly, the sanctioned monopoly, that's a new phrase for me. It makes perfect sense based on the model that they operate under, but I've always been under the impression that power generation facilities are just regulated into oblivion, generally speaking. And I feel like that's 100% correct. They're regulated into oblivion because I remember watching some stuff about how much effort is required to actually build a nuclear power plant in this day and age that has absolutely fucking nothing to do with the technology behind it. Is it too complex? No, it's not complex at all. We can fucking handle it. It's just the goddamn regulations, to try to get past all the regulations to get the most efficient power generation known to mankind. A little bit more of that, maybe? No. Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island ensured that we have an entire generation of morons who don't understand the technology and fear it because they had to grow up during the Soviet Union's funnest era of history. God, man, the boomers. I have things to say about them. I'm deploying a fridge, if I didn't make it clear. I'm redeploying the fridge now because we've got less than 26 in the corner there, in that corner unit. So we are going from a freezer, double freezer setup to a fridge and freezer setup. So the stuff that was in the freezer can now fit in the fridge's freezer. And we're going to leave these tomatoes out, along with some rabbit meat. And that is our next set of salads. But yeah.
all the pollution and that produced locally.
How do you get to the tree stump? Pickaxe. This thing right here. Slightly right of bottomish center there.
In the north.
The U.S. Department of Energy has suggested that on-site power is part of this solution. As a company, do you believe that on-site power generation is part of the solution to this power crisis?
I think so, because we do want to remain on grid power, but we've discovered that there are some locations that may not be ready or capable to serve us, or might not be moving at the speed we need to move, that we need to use on-site generation. But we do want to use grid power if that is available. We are in the business of building and running hyperscale data centers. We are not in the utility business, nor do we desire to be. We really...
Yeah, well, you know what? Your desires. What about our desires, right?
We want to use the utility where possible.
About our desires.
Even if the fights over where to put these power lines can be solved, the cost will still be astronomical. And as it is now, most of that cost is paid by you and I, the ratepayers. President Trump and some in Richmond as well suggest the data center industry should pay more of those costs themselves. And Vantage wanted to make sure we knew. They don't have a problem with that, and even offered recently to pay their share of the cost. But if I hear you correctly, you also believe that it will speed up construction of these high voltage transmission lines because it takes that cost piece off the table.
Yes, because our customers increasingly want higher capacities of digital infrastructure. They want it faster in order to meet their end users' needs. So getting the power delivered efficiently, timely, is very important to us and to the regulators who have to approve these projects.
What's the original sin here?
I think the growing demand has for digital infrastructure has far exceeded anyone's expectations.
That was some really big corpo speak to say that people really want their fucking LLM slop, guys. I've been very black-pilled talking to normies who don't understand AI and think that it's a lot more than it really is. They have bought into the marketing hook, line, and sinker. When people first started calling this the LLMs that generate the pretty paragraphs and make people think they're talking to somebody, when that first came out, a lot of us who actually had some vague comprehension of the tech would use AI in quotes because obviously it's marketing hype. This shit's not an AI. There's no intelligence. It's generating text. That's all it is. It's a paragraph generator instead of autocorrect. It's autocorrect for paragraphs. It not acting like it's not useful. It's very useful. It can do some great shit. I think my brother is using it on the daily now. I think he uses Claude Code all day, every day at work to boost his performance. What he used to do, he can do better now because of it, which is great. But it's all that usefulness is not worth destroying our environment and our power grid and everything else about our current quality of life. The problem is people want more and more and more and more and more, and people don't understand second order of effects anymore. They don't understand that you want Salesforce to have its own data center. That means they got to go build one, and next thing you know, they're in line behind 15 other people who want to build a data center in your area. Next thing you know, your power grid's overtaxed, your water grid's overtaxed, and shit just keeps getting worse. And people just Pikachu face. They're like, "What? But I thought things were going to get better. The LLM is going to take over. Robots are going to no."
And I think, being vocally self-critical, our industry could have engaged earlier in the conversations with communities about this.
Do you believe we're at a spot in Loudoun County we should stop the data center?
I would say yes. And the reason I say...
This guy was introduced earlier. He's the Chamber of Commerce guy. He is one of the people on the board who approve these projects.
Say that.
He's not a dumbass, by the way. He's not a dumbass, and he's not overly partisan. This guy and many like him have proven to me that, a lot of people want to make this a partisan issue, and I understand it, right? The current administration is full of people who have a reputation for fuck the environment, give me the paycheck, and that is a totally earned reputation. You won't catch me disputing it for a second. However, if the other party was in power right now, all this shit would be happening all the exact same shit would be happening on different justifications. It would all still be happening. It would just be happening for different reasons. And that I think a lot of people have yet to wrap their heads around that. They just want to make it a partisan issue because it's very easy to say that the bad tribe of people are doing the thing that I don't like, get rid of them, and all the problems will be solved. No, that's why things keep getting worse because, it's all one party, man. It's all one party, and you're not in it. You weren't invited to the party. But no, this guy right here, he's not. I'm pretty sure he's with one of the parties, but he says shit and it makes sense. He's a real one, right? Both parties have real ones, and this guy's one of them.
As a board member should, of necessity, and I think legally, assess every land application independently based on the conditions of that application. So blanket statements are not good.
Yeah, dude, you said it
let
right.
me give it a general. I believe that we are a mature data center market in Loudoun County. We are
mature data center market. Okay, so even the Chamber of Commerce guy is using the language of these corpo fucks. He's not wrong though. Mature data center market. What that means is there's literally no more room to sow your data center seeds. We've run out of crop plots to plant them. Just go fuck off, plant them somewhere else, guys. But he's being diplomatic about it.
Data center market on planet Earth.
That's a lovely way of saying it.
And
he's right, because this is where it all started, by the way. In the mid 90s, when this game takes place, the early kind of centers that would become data centers someday were being built right here in Northern Virginia, where I live. It's the I think back in the day it was just huge rooms full of tape drives is what it was back in the day. Tape is actually still great in terms of data storage. You can get terabytes of data storage on worm drive tapes, which is actually unironically considered it. I don't know if you guys ever look at my when I open my computer here and I got these 20 terabyte drives. One of them's almost full. The other one's almost full. This is just recording footage of this game, and it's getting really full. I might be doing tape drives myself someday, because I can't be buying no more Seagate Exoses. These two Seagate Exos drives right here, these are the last two I'm probably ever going to buy for the rest of my life. Why? How could I ever afford more? It would never make sense. It would never make sense, again, for these things to be purchased as long as data centers continue to grow. Because every data center is going to need about 20,000 of them minimum. What can I do, right? What can I do?
I think some people would say it differently, but okay.
I think that's probably true. And part of the problem is that we put in place boards.
Well, tape drive, okay, so don't need to access the data. It depends on the type, right? Worm drives, write once, read many, WORM, worm drives. There's different types of tape drives. You don't want the asynchronous ones, the ones that can almost kind of operate like a hard drive where you can just put shit in there and pull it out as you want. But I mean, the way I'm using these Exos drives, I mean, Hotel's got backups and shit, but India's got literally nothing but video clips. Like, everything on this drive that is about 16 gigabytes full is 98% of it is Project Zomboid footage, and the other 2% is Terra Invicta footage, and some test footage from shit earlier. This would go perfectly fine on a worm drive. I could have a couple of tapes, a tape and a backup tape. It would be preserved for well into 50 years before the magnetic feature on the tape starts getting blocky. I actually did a cost analysis on buying a tape drive a long time before I started streaming. It just never made sense to me.
Long before this board was ever elected, put in
10
place
to 15
rightly
minutes or
and for the
seconds.
right reasons, rules of zoning that allowed data centers to build. And they built without any complaints from our consumers for a couple of decades.
The consequences we're seeing today, what action created them?
The people's love of data.
Why you booing me? I'm right. Again, this guy, like I said, he's a real one. I don't know if he's an R or a D, but he's a real one. Because honestly, that look of defeat on his face, where he's just like, what created this problem? People can't get enough of the fucking slop. But they don't understand that wanting more slop means I got to put more of these slop centers out there. And then people get Pikachu face when they're like, oh wow, wait, what? What? These go in my backyard? What? This is the face of a man who has seen way too many people who don't understand second order effects. And I feel it. I feel it right in my soul.
I know that's putting it off, and that's a fuzzy answer. We have just become very, very, very data dependent to a point that no.
Data dependent. Again, he's so much better at phrasing this shit than I could ever be. All of my experience with language and English composition, I couldn't describe the problem without swearing. I just get too mad about it. But this guy, he's good at it. That's a classic politician for you right there.
No one could have possibly anticipated. And now we're having to deal with the practical, technological constraints of that demand.
I agree with your answer that the love of data has created this moment. But I do want to push back a little bit and wonder, are there actions you took as a board that in hindsight now have created this moment of confusion or anger or oversaturation or whatever?
I'm thinking about this guy, and I'm wondering if he's a real one too. Because I mean, again, you can see these guys are definitely boomers. They're way into their age. They're not. No Gen X is present here. These guys are both boomers, and they're having a conversation about something that is notoriously not a boomer strong suit, which is technology. The most advanced technology being worked on right now. So you would expect that they'd get a lot of shit wrong, but I mean, honestly, no, I think this guy gets it too. I have less trust for the media than the government right now, so make of that what you will. I actually despise the Fourth Estate more than any of the others at the moment. But there are still real ones, and I'm leaning towards this guy is probably a real one. I mean, I'm biased because he's local, right? This is NBC4 Washington. I live like 30 minutes away from them, so I'm a little biased, but in an alternate universe, I'd be working for them right now. When I was at Fabs back at George Mason, I almost started doing local news. Couldn't tell you what made me stop. Lots of different things, but there's an alternate universe out there where I'd be working for guys like this.
for whatever it is the public is experiencing.
I just be
We,
a cameraman.
as a board and as a community, did not see that if we kept building data centers, that ultimately building data centers at the rate we were building them was going to cause a problem.
Hang on a second, one more time.
As a board and as a community,
As a board and as a community, we didn't understand the second. Okay, so he's claiming some responsibility for himself there. But he is saying that there are a lot of... he probably realized the problem long before other people did. But he probably didn't see the problem until it was getting a little too late.
did not see that if we kept building data centers, that ultimately building data centers at the rate we were building them was going to cause a problem. That all came to a head in the summer of 22. No one had ever been denied power in Loudoun County.
And this is where you know for a fact that it's because of the AI bullshit. Northern Virginia, I used to be very proud of this place. I used to be very proud of it. I mean, literally, I was born here, and so was the internet. I mean, I'm not going to be like, I am the internet. But I mean, seriously, guys, I was born right as the Soviet Union fell. That was right as ARPANET was kind of spilling out of college campuses and going into the private sector. It was an amazing time. And I grew up right alongside of it, dial-up modems and all that shit. Got up to cable, got up from DSL, got up to cable, got up to... my family was one of the first in the area to get fiber. Verizon headquarters was just right down the road from us, still is to this day. I was born right next to the internet, right here. And I used to be very proud of that. Data centers from AI specifically have ruined that. I've never had a problem with Amazon's US East data center. I grew up in the shadow of that thing ever since I got out of high school. I never really cared. I mean, it was the building down the road that was essential for Amazon activities. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Maybe that'd be a job opportunity someday. No. They bring in people from far off site. I know. Sorry, actually, this is a really funny story. One of my buddies, Panaka, featured in a few of my videos. He's got a buddy who I introduced through mutuals from Ohio, who works as an Amazon employee for data center management. He manages buckets in US East all the time. So, actually, I have a video with him featured. I do. Somewhere in my channel, there's a video called Gorm almost solo clutches a T3 or T5 high intensity. It's a dark tide video, one of my really old dark tide videos. The title includes the guy's name, guy's online handle name, which is Gorm, and the dude is just a zealot. But he's an Amazon guy, and he was working on VM buckets here on US East, but he lives over in Ohio. So some guy that I happened to meet through a series of random circumstances who lives over in Ohio is remoting in to workstations, or virtual computers that are hosted right down the road from me. And I'm just like, okay, so again, with these data centers not actually needing very much local talent, the people who do the hardware are like very few in number compared to the people who do the software stuff, because they can do that from anywhere. They can do that from overseas.
That was the first time that the data centers were told, you can only have 20% of your agreed to power. That had never happened before. Could we have slowed down the growth? Sure, but we would have had to have someone. We want you to preemptively, for no reason at all that we can discern, not raise tax revenue to the extent that you're raising it.
And there's another thing right there. He's calling it tax revenue. Personally, I would get a little more litigious than that. He's a politician. He works with these people all the time. So he can't use the word bribe. He can't use the word bribe to describe what the data center slop artists have been giving the local governments to get their shit put in there. But me, as a private citizen who is but a humble federal contractor, I'll use that word all goddamn day. They're bribing the ever-living shit out of our local governments in order to get these things passed through. And it's working. It's working very well. And so when he says the word tax revenue, what he's really saying is they're sitting down together and they're like, okay, how can we make this data center work for the government as much as it's going to work for us and our clients? Absolutely 0% of that conversation has anything to do with the people who have to live next door to the goddamn things. But, of course, we can talk about... What did they say about collusion between corporations and the government? They said something about that once. I don't remember.
It's an easy thing to look back on and say, oh, you should have done that. And at the time, it made perfect sense what the boards did.
When you're traveling across the country, talking about what data centers have done in Loudoun County,
Right.
what is it you wish cities and counties and states would do?
I always start off with no allowed by right data center development. Certainly not within today's context. Now we know what we know. Every governing...
He's using an industry term there, by right, meaning what they used to do, and this used to work fine, is they used to say, okay, you can build your data centers as much as you want here and here only, off in this area that's got industrial zoning, right? The kind of place where we would have put the big chemical factories and shit that are far away from where normal people and wildlife and all the other important watersheds for the area, far away from all that shit. Yeah, you can put as many data centers as you want over there. And that worked perfectly fine up until 2022 when the AI slop started churning out. Once those slop machines started churning, man, they needed places to put them, and they still do to this day. Some say that even after the bombs fall and the world ends, they'll still be looking to build more AI data centers.
Body should see a data center application.
So what he's trying to say is, don't give them a place where they're guaranteed a right to build. Make it case by case basis, 100% of the time, and that is correct. That is 100% correct.
Right from the beginning, right from inception.
Is Loudoun a cautionary tale?
Yes, but I want to be clear when I say a cautionary tale. It doesn't mean we really made mistakes and we don't want you to make the same mistakes. Loudoun did a lot of things really well. We have managed historic tectonic shifts of growth in, I think, a very reasonable way.
He's basically just doing the same thing I just was, just kind of glazing my area that I grew up in here. Literally, we were at the forefront of all the best technology on the planet. I mean, you know, with Bethesda and DARPA right down the road from us, yeah. Everything from the private sector to the most advanced U.S. military technology, all right here in this area. But the golden goose, methinks, laid too many eggs, and people started yanking them out.
In recent years, yes, it's been tough slowing down the bullet train.
That train he's talking about is not slowing down. Somewhere in this country, there are about 1,500 data centers in development. Is there a breaking point? Has your community already reached it? That's a conversation that'll continue. If you like this kind of context, and we sure hope you do, there's an awful lot more of it.
But yeah, I linked that in the chat earlier. If anybody wants to see more of it, feel free to scroll up. Great piece. A lot of the stuff I skipped from the earlier segment is just kind of them describing the problem, which at this point most of us have. Most of us, at least those of us who pay a lot of attention to technology and whatnot, yeah, we've seen the problem, and we're more interested in hearing a discussion about solutions, or, you know, maybe what can be done better. And I do agree with him that, you know, Loudoun, which is the county I live in, it is a cautionary tale up to a certain extent. But I mean, even Loudoun was taken by a surprise in terms of how much demand there was. And this really is, at the end of the day, it's a demand problem. There is just too much demand for AI slop to ever say that there's not going to be any more AI slop. The demand needs to go away before anything can happen. So everybody who's looking for the AI bubble to pop, I follow some content creators who are constantly saying, oh, the AI bubble is about to pop. It's about to pop, guys. It's about to pop. I'm about to pop. Oh, man, push me harder, baby. We're gonna pop. It still hasn't popped. I mean, hang on. What's my portfolio looking like here? Where's GSIT still going up? Where's no, Nvidia? I've seen better. It's still going up though. Still going up. I'm looking at the 5 day. It's been better, but I mean, look at that. Still 25% on 1 year, 20% year to date. Until Nvidia crashes, nothing is going to happen ever. If smaller fries feel the heat, that just means that the larger fries have already been served. It would definitely make a dent. KTO is saying that if YouTube banned it, YouTube is a huge enabler of this shit. It is a small part of the equation, of the overall equation, because YouTube banning AI slop would not prevent Coca-Cola from spending $500 million on having some AI slop company produce their Christmas special. There's a whole lot of AI slop generation going on way far outside of where we would see it here on social media. Oh man, yeah, that does suck, because I mean, you know, people who have no sense for being able to spot it, because they're not really trained to look for that kind of thing, they're going to be the worst off for dealing with the nonsense and its proliferation. I haven't really stopped to explain everything that I'm doing here. Hopefully it's sufficiently obvious. What I really would have preferred, and I articulated how upset I was over this, I forgot to get these particular crops right here, dirt placed under them, instead of growing them on grass. The grass is going to regrow, and it's going to look fucking stupid, and I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. It sucks, but whatever. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. We'll just make sure it doesn't happen with the next couple of rows. I could use some more sacks, but I don't have a lot of ones that I can empty right now. I'm going to do what I should have done a long time ago and get this corner taken out. Okay, you know what? I was talking some shit about doors not giving handles or knobs when I disassemble them. Let's hit this door that we're going to disassemble anyway and see what happens. Okay, we got a knob and a handle. We'll need a few more tests to see if that's actually a good viable solution, but yeah, better than nothing. We'll do it. I'm going to start with the second. Actually, I'm going to start with the bathrooms. Bathrooms, if you're capable of disassembling doors, bathrooms are a great solution for handles and knobs. If you come up to a big building and it's all looted and trashed, but you're in need of handles and knobs, you'll find handles and knobs all over the bathroom floors. In the meantime, we can just get them ourselves. Ain't nobody left to be using these bathrooms. Now, our targets are 4 hinges and 2 knobs for every one of these gates, and 2 hinges and 1 knob for each door. So we're getting there, but we're not quite there. Can do at least the doors on this side now. Let's do that. Oops. Wait a minute. Advanced. Okay, Craftsman is the highest level. I actually sometimes forget whether Craftsman or Advanced is the highest. But no, we can do the best doors. We just got to level 7, so. Someday I might want to replace those with metal doors. That day is not today. I know, right? No, that's, we have been known to get off topic. I do feel that it's ever so slightly relevant, insofar as, if nothing else, Zomboid is one of the very few games out there that has just completely stayed far afield of all of the latest problems. There's very few games out there right now that you can just say are not at all engaging with AI slop and making things worse in doing so, creating more of that demand that the lovely gentleman referenced. Because it is a demand issue, and it always has been. Do I still have... I do not have enough hinges. I have enough knobs. When pre-staging the materials for gates, put them in the top corner. So right there. Otherwise, I do have enough for the last door. Well, not last. One more hinge. I said one more hinge, that was for the gate. We used that hinge, so now we need one more hinge again. We're always unhinged here, there's nothing new about that. The outer doors I'm leaving intact because I actually might use this place for something. TBA. If I did, it would be very limited. Level 10 mechanics on September 20th. Nice, very nice. That takes some tunnel visioning. Mechanics is that's a lot of clickety click on the cars. Worth it in the long run. We're going to be doing it ourselves here soon. But for the immediate moment, give me that. What do I need? 4 more planks. 5 more planks. So this is now an actual proper full enclosure. That doesn't mean much for us right now. Obviously, it's still Swiss cheese. But the walls that we built are fully linked up with the walls that already existed. Zombies will behave accordingly. But they'll immediately, as soon as they get close, they'll recognize that there's a way through one of these windows. So still operating as if these are nothing but slowdowns, which they are. That actually worked out better than I thought. Excellent. We are ready to open another box of nails. That's why we left this out here. And let's just go ahead and start dumping more planks into getting the... I kind of got locked in on doing some dirt work without thinking about it. Dirt work is secondary now that we've got the garden planted. We want to be doing wall work now, which is relevant to the walls we put up, but not relevant to the dirt. Oh, right. These military backpacks are still full of planks. So all I gotta do is stand here and, I'd emptied some planks out of the bag so I can pick them up now. Oops, damn it. I accidentally hit a keyboard button and shaped it with a weapon, therefore dropping the base. Much better. So the priority is the front in terms of defenses. Oops. Barricades, yes. Now we're just going to start with a single plank, because we hear them from 70 tiles away now. So this is the one huge benefit. If a zombie does roll up, a single zombie can actually break through a single plank pretty quickly, but we'll hear them every single time they slap it. So we will at least, and we'll hear them. I was actually thinking about doing something slightly different with this spot. It's fine, it's fine. I will go ahead and put the plank in anyway so that we can say that we've got this buttoned up. So again, if anybody didn't follow as to why I'm doing this, it's a double tall wall made entirely out of wood that we can see through. And it's getting us a lot of carpentry experience, so several things going together on that. Usually I would just build in the water to avoid all this, but I have decided to use the assets that have been given to me here with this lovely little municipal complex area. Level 9. We are almost to the point where we can pick up beds without breaking them. I actually thought we'd run out of planks, but we have 2 left. Now, the place they're most likely to come from is this direction, so I will go ahead and start doubling this side, because this road right here, there are still quite many far down that road, so assuming the general migration pattern would take them in the direction of this road, which they will get bottlenecked on at one point because of the bridge, yeah, that will, we have to assume that this direction is going to get the most heat. If you put it so that there's 2 on each side, you can still see through them, but they're much better well defended than almost anything else you can build, even more than metal fences at that point. The only thing that makes metal fences better is that you can shoot through them, which is not to be knocked at. Good shit. Oh, so what you're saying, Grimbaki, is that you cheated. I'm kidding. But no, that honestly, that is it's a burning indictment that it feels that we need to have an automatic mod in order to accomplish a task in a reasonable time frame. Actually, what am I doing? The lumber should be on this side of the fence, because this is where we're going to put the burning barrel. So we're actually trying to move all this stuff to the other side. Now, wood splinters, pine cones, and twigs are no use for burning charcoal. They need to be, those are for fuel for the fires. So they go upstairs. We don't even have any fireplaces for them yet, but when we do, they'll be up here. Oops. Took off my handbags, then I took off my full backpack. Okay, here we go. So technically speaking, the garden is fully protected on all sides. There are a few very weak points. These three panes of the bus stop window are vulnerable. This corner is not. This corner specifically cannot be broken. I would demonstrate by swinging, but I don't know if it will accidentally break like a window next to it or something. But generally speaking, these corner window tiles are not currently breakable. If you try to right-click on it, you see the smash window button, it's probably talking about a different window. It's trying to bring her all the way around. It's probably talking about this one. But what that means is we don't need barricades on it. At least not on that side. Yeah, no, honestly, leveling mechanics in this game is so mindless. When, what's-his-face, when our guy, Filibuster Rhymes gets around to improving the vehicle experience, I hope he improves the leveling experience, too. I trust him. I've seen some of his work. I trust him. I think he'll get us some good shit. I think it will be better in the future. Wish it wouldn't do that. All the way over there to that tile. Ugh. Trying to keep my crop plots not covered in stuff, thank you. Can't remember if welding disassembly gives you credit for experience. If it does, it would behoove us to just use welding to delete these segments of fence here. For the moment, let's go ahead and go to sleep and continue on that after we sleep. We've been making some progress through Longblade 1 and then tailoring 1. Looked at my time, we're at 8 hours 34. We're pretty good today. Just reading for the rest of the evening here. And then sleep. Okay, since we're going to do a little bit of welding of fences, or I'm going to do one and then see if we get a good ROI on experience. Start with these torches that are partially full. Grab a mask, and let's see what happens here. Okay, so we were at welding level 0 with 0 experience, and we are still at welding level 0 with 0 experience. So disassembly with welding does not get any experience at all whatsoever. So nope, that would be a negative. We are going to not use welding to disassemble. We've got a sledgehammer. Perfectly fine sledgehammer. Just refill these torches. Okay, that's actually perfect. These torches are all full, but these tanks are completely empty. This is going to be the first couple of many empty propane tanks. Usually I just find a place to put them and start putting them there. How about to the left of the main entrance? Or what used to be the main entrance. So the welding stuff gets put away until we feel like making a lot of floors. I might do some stuff to make animal pens out of welding floors. That is a slightly lower priority task at the moment. For now, sledgehammer, passenger seat of the ambulance. Now we can sledge 4 times in a row before the muscle strain starts kicking in. Muscle strain just makes us less combat effective. We are at yellow right now. If we do it one more time, we get to the red. Now I would take out this last piece of fence, but I forgot that there's a street light right here. So even if I take it out, there's no drivable terrain here. So this is actually just permanently not drivable terrain because of the street light, which is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a gate right there. Far lower of a priority of a gate, but a gate, eventually. 80 kilos, still gaining. When we start looking like we're about to fall out of weight gain, we'll just switch to more beans. Take an inventory of my frozen stuff real quick here. Need a butcher hook, but we don't have one yet. That's why we have a few spare large hooks here. I would probably put it just outside around the corner here. I just usually want to keep it outside of the view cone of any potential animals. That would include the chickens that I might want to put out here. One of the reasons that I would actually want to put chickens in the bus stop joint right there, I mean, one, it's already a partial enclosure with interior space, but two, it is a place where they would be able to see incoming zombies and start making the loud clucking noises, which is very relevant to my interests. So my idea for the chicken coop is to make this the inside of it, and then this little 6-tile area the outside of it. Which is why I kind of hesitated when I started barricading these walls here. So I might redo those walls. We'll see. Did do the chickens there, then we could just do the butcher hook in this corner here. Works. Okay, now I can resume working on groundwork with a slightly cleaner conscience, because almost everything else time sensitive has been handled. Spend the rest of the evening scything and bagging the grass. How many days in? It's in the title, add like 10. This shows we're 2 months, so just shy of 3 months. 2 months, 26 days. I'm not necessarily like bent out of shape that I need to get every single blade of grass here. but the more the merrier. All of it's going to eventually be filled in with something else other than grass, so it's better to have it be not grass than grass. But it is now bedtime. I feel like I'm probably going to do a back door to the base itself at some point. Possibly. We'll see. So over here we've got materials. Only 2 of them are sacks of gravel. I have plans for where I want to put gravel, but 2 sacks are so far from being enough that I didn't even want to really start using them, but it'll free up sacks, which means we have more material to work with elsewhere. We will put gravel just a little bit here. Eventually everything that's scythed out here will be gravel, among a few other things. And this is why I even pick up twigs off the ground, because otherwise that happens, and it looks silly. Just mowing the lawn. Literally just mowing the lawn here. Nothing special. Solving a problem. Solving a problem. Solving a problem. Problem solved. We can scythe right through the wall. That's the... Okay, yeah. I was going to get rid of that grass at some point. YOLO. Just no clip activated. Let's go. As the new postmaster of Riverside, I hereby declare that this mailbox needs to be moved, but I don't have a crowbar, so later. I don't think we need to side the whole thing. Because for this, we don't need to clear out the whole thing. I just want to clear out uglies. What happened to my flag? The flagpole's still there, but the flag's gone. Huh. I wonder if that's a redundant flagpole. So, I mean, we got the flagpole for the main facility right here. No idea. Okay, somebody in chat was asking about how to get rid of stumps. We're about to get rid of one. Got a pickaxe on the floor right here. Just put that in your hands and right-click. We actually found this pickaxe in form of a pickaxe head. It was in the trash can somewhere, so if you are having trouble finding a pickaxe, same rules as sledgehammers. Just check all of your garbage bins and you might come across one eventually. Otherwise, it's in the gardening sub-menu. Goodbye. We waited to pick that up because it's cool. I kind of like the appearance. But low-level carpentry means 50% chance to break. So now it's only 7.5% chance. Willing to risk it for that kind of a thing. I don't know 100% what I want to do with it yet, so we'll just place it over here for now. Those graves? No, we don't die here. My last character death was well over a year ago. Those graves are for my character is a firefighter, and we're at the fire department. So the two firefighters who came out of the fire department, I had to assume that they were my character's colleagues. So those are the only two zombies we've given a proper burial. Unmarked graves as of yet, because they didn't have ident cards, so I don't actually have any ID cards to put on. That's usually what I do when I'm burying somebody. If I can find an ID card, I'll put the ID card on the headstone. But unfortunately, those folks did not have one. We were doing a quick dump of burning materials up here. and then we're clear to do a little bit more dirt work. Don't mind the stones. They're very, very heavy. I would need to bring a vehicle back here to pick them up efficiently. Otherwise, I'd have to drop a bunch of shit. I'm not interested in that right now. Oh, that sucks. Fence jumps, they can really fuck you up. Whether you're trying to go over a low one or jumping over a tall one and then failing because there's like a... I think the chance to fail climbing a fence is ridiculous these days. I'm strength level 10 and fitness level 10, and yet my character will still fail like 50% of the time almost. The devs really want you to corner yourself and then fail to climb up a fence. Okay, I am tired of these being uneven. I'm just going to empty one of these bags of dirt. Just one. Because then we can get these last 4 tiles, and I can call this even for now. I think these sacks of sand, what I'm going to do is just dump them on the ground outside. I might actually need the sand for something, but if I just dump them on the ground outside, I can just turn right around and pick it up again if I need it. Otherwise, I need the sacks that the sand is in. I need that more readily than the sand itself. So let's do a... I'm just going to like start with a tile of sand next to the... somewhere where I don't really care, like right here. Where it wouldn't look too bad. So we're doing this just to free up the bags that the sand is in. and you see the fact that I ran out of sand there, it's very hard to notice. So I'm actually kind of glad it worked out that way. The place I'm going to use this dirt is just up the road. I'm going to go ahead and get it out of my backpack for now. We need some food. Let's get some food prep. No, we dropped out a weight gain, so... Oh, clumsy. Clumsy is the, Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for a second there. Find it difficult in fighting. There's a lot to go over for that. If you find fighting difficulty fighting. Sorry. The best advice I can give you is learn your ranges. Learn how far you can swing with whatever your weapon you're using, and just maintain distance. Maintain distance, constantly fall back. Your distance and your movement speed are your two most valuable assets. But yeah, Grimbaki, you're talking about clumsy. Clumsy is... I don't know if that's what's stopping me from climbing over double tall fences. I actually don't know. I do know that it messes with you when you're trying to run over short fences, but if you're not trying to run over them, if you're just going at regular speed, then you're fine. Basically, if you have clumsy, the trick is to make sure you're never running while you try to vault a fence of any sort. Since we fell at a weight gain, we're going to make some more beans. I'm going to make this a really fat stew, but I'm going to slow eat it. Because I'm pretty sure that this might actually put me at risk of double weight gain. Which is, now that we're at a certain point, we're at 80 kilo. That actually puts us at risk of getting fat, which, you know, I don't mind a little bit of heft on the girls, but I don't want them too chunky. Reading a long blade book as we proceed with this. Came out to be about 60. We're going to eat about half of that because we are currently very hungry. We are not in rapid weight gain. I actually thought we'd be in rapid. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we are next going to... I still have a lot of tasks that I need to do, but I'm trying to prioritize. I might... Okay, so I have to step away briefly in a few moments here. I was hoping to wait to do that until the evening. But if nothing else is jumping out at me as the next high priority task, then we can start deviating into medium priority stuff. Oops. Oh, using up this dirt. Yeah, we're still doing dirt work here. Dirt work includes picking up dirt from tiles directly next to the building, which are never going to be used for gardening. Now, I don't want to put furrows down if I'm not going to be planting, but I do want to be able to keep mental track of where the furrows are going to go. And having a visual will help with that. So what we do is we're taking dirt from between the rows and placing dirt on the rows themselves. Now, visually, it looks the same, but if anybody's not familiar, empty tiles and dirt tiles are visually the same, but they're not. I'm just kind of keeping register in my brain that the rows in between the crops are empty tiles. The rows beneath the crops are, well, they all should be dirt tiles, except I forgot these. I forgot the last 20 here, because I'm an idiot, and I was in a rush to plant things, and I put things off to the last minute, so mea culpa on that. We're going to have some ugly-ass grass here when that shit regrows. And I'm going to hate it, but just going to have to fucking deal with it until the winter wheat is ready to go, which is, could be a minute. It's fine. I don't have to look at it too much, just every time I come out here, he says, as a single tear streams down his face. Now what this does is it prevents anything from growing on these tiles. It doesn't actually functionally change anything. The fact that the weed over here is going to have grass growing next to it, I don't think that actually messes with it. If you wanted to be a pedantic realist, it would absolutely mess with it. The reason that I'm doing what I'm doing is it's mostly aesthetic, but if you wanted to be one of those pedantic realism people, you could say that we're tilling the earth to prevent competing things from growing in and choking out our crops. First homemade bone choker. Yep, that is, well, I mean, if only we could actually wear it all the time without becoming extremely uncomfortable. Bone chokers are extremely uncomfortable in this game. Great for the interior clearing, though. Okay, that is all the dirt that I would want to pour out right now. There are still dirt tiles that I want to take. But now when we fill up our sacks, we're not going to have anything else to dump, so I'm going to want to... Probably going to want to, I'm collecting all this dirt so that we can work on animal pens somewhere. When I say somewhere, what I really mean is the water. We're going to make animal pens out in the river, so I don't have to hear their goddamn noises all the time. A total of 24 dirt sacks. That's pretty good. Large metal troughs. We want to put these out into the animal zone. So since we're loading things up for that now. Okay, this generator, I'm going to try moving it just a little ways back. See if I can't put it directly into the street light. I don't remember if I even tried doing that before. It needs to only be powering one chest freezer and one chrome fridge. There we go. So we can actually make use of this stupid tile that's forever stuck with a light stuck on it. Much better. Those dumpsters are not long for this world. As you can see, they're in my driving space here, and they serve no purpose now that we've emptied everything out of them. Regular trash cans are actually bigger than them, so it's literally 200% useless. Visual, and they block line of sight too, of all things. So eventually, when we're capable of making proper fences, these 4 tiles will be replaced with a metal fence that is an appropriate match for the rest of the metal fence in here. We do have the recipe for them, we just got to get welding level 5, and then we can make one. One of these lovely things. Easier said than done to get welding level 5, that's going to be a lot of metal. Oh, lights that are not needed. Kill these. We moved the generators over here, but we never got a full beat on exactly how many of these, whatchamacallits, post office lights were being powered by it. Is there roof access on this building? Well, we do have this strange assortment of pipes bolted to the wall here. We still have yet to figure out what to do with these. I feel like I'm looking at it, and I feel like if maybe if I like put my hand, like maybe kind of like this. Maybe if I put my hand like right there, maybe. But maybe then if I put my foot on it too. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't know what we're supposed to do with these. They're a mystery to me. But it looks like it's strategically placed as if it has some very important meaning. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What do we do with those? Strange pipes. Maybe they're useful for welding someday. What I just did, running over those fences, that could cause an injury to me. I should be a little less cavalier with that. That is the threat as a clumsy person. But we're all right. We are a little early for bed, but let's hit stack. We're tired. Okay, as an overnight task, we still have a little bit of food to eat here. I'm going to see if I can finish the long blade tonight. That'll give us all the more incentive to get our blacksmithing infrastructure up and running. Resting on the chair here. And glasses upon the eyeballs. And book in the hand. I'll be right back in just a moment, folks. And then we will proceed with the next phase of base expansion. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something interesting to add. We have a bite to eat because we're hungry. And we are finishing off Longblade now. I think we've got enough time to do it this night. And we're going to dive right into the next book on the roster, which is probably going to be carving. Because we have a lot of carving to do, but I've been holding off because I want to have the book read if I'm going to do it. So we'll read this for the next hour, and then we will get our second sleep in, and then evaluate the meal situation. You know, I got this fridge installed. I should maybe actually use the fridge part. Let's get some tomato out of the freezer and into the fridge. And some of this rabbit meat. I don't actually know exactly what I'm cooking. I'm just getting a little bit of everything out of the freezer, putting it in the fridge, so that we'll have a preponderance of ingredients to work with. Alright, second bedtime is a go. And we're going to start dumping some of these sacks of dirt into the river, actually. Now, I can already hear some people saying, what? We're just dumping dirt into the river? Yes. This is where our animal pens are going to be, all the way at the end of this pier. And the reason for that is animals make a lot of noise. It's not just because the animal noises get a little bit repetitive and irritating over time. It's also that they attract zombies. So if we just take all of this dirt that we just picked up to get our garden cleaned up, and just dump it out at the end of this pier and extend the pier itself. Did I just crash? I think I just crashed. Okay. This will be the second time that we've crashed in Riverside for no reason that I can comprehend whatsoever. At least this time, there's not a zombie 3 tiles away from us. So the only difference is I'm in a van, and I don't know if... Okay, you know the funniest part about this? I've had it happen in the past where the van has continued moving after the game crashed. I haven't heard any crunching sounds yet, so I don't think we collided. But if the game got stuck with my foot on the accelerator, that could be a 40-mile-an-hour collision by the time we hit the water. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but we got to close and re-up the game. There's no fixing that. It was. Was that the plane crash one? I can't remember. I didn't play a lot of 4. I was a Modern Warfare 2 kid. Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops 2. Blops 2. I did do a fair bit of Modern Warfare 3 as well. All the originals. Fuck the remakes. There are no remakes. Only the originals. done and open. Now we're good. Alright, hopefully the van is not, like, shoved into the river here with a huge broken, damaged hood, lodged glass in my character. If your windshield shatters, you get glass lodged in your appendages. It's no fun. Okay, we're good. It didn't seem to register that we crossed the pier. That's very interesting, isn't it? Not sure what's going on there. And I guess it's a good thing that that happened, because now I can figure out my food situation that I never remembered to figure out. The game crashed to remind me of something important. Do 2 roasts and 2 stir fries. And we're going to start with a base of rabbit meats in all 4. Leftovers. There's no trash can over there anymore. Cabbages being chunkier, we'll put those in the... Oh well, we can put 1 in each. And then we're doing 1 broccoli in each. Broccoli is still one of the only things that just properly uses up the whole piece of vegetable when I put it into a recipe. Everything else gotta leave some friggin' leftovers. Okay, that's pretty good. Doing these recipes 4 at a time and then getting some fresh garlic onto them is actually great, because a full clove of garlic is worth 4 recipes, so that's just helping me get... I've always had a lot of garlic in the past when I grew it myself, but the trick of actually finding an efficient way to use it has actually kind of eluded me. So we are not going to worry about calories. We're just going to cook these straight up as is, because I want to say that the heavy loaded up stew that we just had, or soup rather, should do pretty well on calories, as long as we don't cook 100% of them off, I suppose. And while we wait for this, we put the glasses on, and we put the carving 3 in our face. Cooking level 5. We have acquired 290 roasts and 260 fries. I name the foods after how much hunger they reduce, so I still know how much they're worth after we start chowing down. Back to work. So it was when we were crossing this bridge, is that where we crashed last. I don't think the position actually has anything to do with it. I think there's just a memory leak of some sort that is building up because Riverside, the glow-up, is very pretty. And very pretty places in the past, like Louisville, have caused memory leaks that crashed eventually. Let's see real quick if this blocks driving. It does not. We can drive right over that. Good. We could turn this into our fishing basket. We want to go fishing. Alright, so dumping dirt into the river. Let's see if they've done anything about the strange glitchy tiles. They have not. Okay, so when you dump, basically what we're trying to do is create dirt tiles on the river. This is how I'm eventually someday just going to build a bridge to Indiana. Not on this character, probably not. There's no reason to. On this character, we have we can just kill all the zombies. They're not going to respawn. If we ever played Extinction Mode, this would be the part where I build a bridge to Indiana, because Extinction Mode means respawns, which means I'm not ever going to try to clear 31 West. Fuck 31 West with respawns enabled. Never again. I will go around 31 West and through Indiana. If anybody's not familiar, Indiana is what's on the other side of the Ohio River from Kentucky. So this little jutty here that's on the map, this is going to be artificially extended if we were going to do the thing, which we're not going to do the thing. There's no need to. We did it for the sake of science on Annie, and also because Annie lived in a universe where Apocalypse still had respawns. So now these invisible tiles that we are now walking upon, they're actually dirt. They're just not drawing properly. If we leave the area and come back, the dirt... What? Okay. This is new. This is new. Apparently, if the dirt is in sufficient amounts, it will finally draw properly. That's good. That's good. This is my first time doing this on 4220. Good. They did a good thing. I'm happy. So basically, in order to get the dirt to show up, there's got to be at least 2 tiles next to each other. Otherwise, it'll look like you're just walking on invisible water. No Jeebus. Sorry. This is a godforsaken game. Jesus has no time for this nonsense. We should have plenty of dirt to work with here. Now, do be careful whenever you do this. Remember that once you delete a water tile, you will never get it back. If I were to like try to get rid of this dirt, I would pick it up, but it would be just left with an empty dirt tile, just like back at the garden. So this landscaping we're doing is permanent, and I'm okay with that because this was part of the plan. But if I didn't know what I was doing, this could lead to sore disappointment. Now the goal is, you see how like the ambulance right there is actually edging off the edge of our loaded territory. I want none of the base to be in loaded territory when we start the animal pen. So the outer edge of the animal pen is going to be out of loaded territory. That might be far enough that I don't have to deal with the fucking noise all day. That's what I'm hoping. I'll finish that thought in a moment because I'm having another one. What if... So right now, the only cow we have is a bull. And I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't really care that much about a bull. A bull's not going to produce milk. At least not the kind you can drink. Or it's not going to help you much if you drink it. It's just going to be salty. What I'm going to do is probably use him as an experiment. I'll put him in an animal trailer, drive him all the way out here, and then just run out on foot. See if I can still hear him. And if I can, that means I need to go farther. At least that's an even number for 18 sacks. This is our first military backpack, SAC 18, by the way. We'll have many of these in the future. 18 sacks in a military backpack means you can go out and fill them up with dirt, sand, or clay, or whatever the fuck you want. And as long as you're organized, you can fit 18 full sacks of any of those building materials into a military backpack that you then just put in your hand. So having those pre-allocated is a perfect use for surplus military backpacks. In the meantime, we've got 6 leftover sacks here. And I guess I'm okay with this being uneven. Yeah, I'm okay with it. The original undead. Sylvanus, eat your heart out. That's actually a great number. 18 and then 6. Should have known it's divisible. But if we go to the edge of this extension, this dirt extension to the pier, and then we look behind us, are we out all the way yet? Almost. Pretty much one more car length. Yeah, one more car length of dirt, and we're out of there. So that's going to be just like another, yeah, 4 times 6, 24 tiles. Something like that. Now, I would, if I'm going to be driving animals all the way down here, perhaps additional cows that I don't have yet, that I may want to actually try to save someday, I would want a way to turn around. I think that's what this smaller pier is going to be used for. We'll extend it a little bit. We'll use, we could use metal to do that. Yeah, we could use metal for that. Now, I'm gonna tell you guys a little secret. Remember I was saying that once you put down a dirt tile on the river, it's there forever. I could take this dirt tile back. But you'll notice that there's still dirt there. You can basically just create an infinite dirt bridge this way. It's a little gamey, and I don't expect it to always work like that. But that's how it works right now. If you just want to make an infinite dirt bridge across to the Indiana, and just go off into the wilderness where there's literally no zombies ever. Well, no zombies until you get to the far, far west Indiana. On the other side of the Clark Memorial Bridge from Louisville, there are infinite spawns along the highway that goes on for infinity. Functional infinity until you hit the energy limit. Video game infinity. But yeah, see, I just took like 12 tiles, so I can go put down 12 tiles up here. And again, I can do that infinitely. I'm not going to, like I said, this is a gamey solution, and one of the reasons we're doing this is actually get rid of dirt tiles that are not needed in the garden. So we're going to continue doing that for now. Hey, that's illegal. But yeah, I was looking for a place to get more welded floors put down, and I'm thinking that this is where we're doing it. Kind of hoping for something closer to the base, so I'm not locked in on that decision. But I do need a way to turn around. Going backwards like that is not going to help us much when we've got an animal trailer to worry about. We need to be able to turn around out there. Now, when it comes to picking up dirt tiles, there's a stupid little rule that you actually can't put regular dirt back down on top of an empty tile. For example, these tiles that are directly next to the building are empty tiles, 100% empty. If these dirt tiles, if I pick them up, and then I turn around and try to pour the dirt back out, you'll notice it's not letting me. You can still get dirt back on those tiles, but you got to do some convoluted nonsense. You have to put a different surface down first, and that can be anything. But whatever it is, it's going to be deleted. So you can do a wooden floor, plank and a nail. That's the cheapest. You could do a metal floor, put dirt on top of a metal floor. That'll delete the metal floor. I don't recommend that, but you can do it. Sand or gravel. Both are far more valuable than dirt, but you can technically put them down and then delete them. But you cannot put dirt where dirt once was. So if you're going to pick up dirt, assume that you're not going to be putting it back anytime soon without, strange how laws of thermodynamics actually kind of apply there. Can't break even. Can't break even. It's a zero sum. Not even zero sum. It's negative sum. And these bushes, they're going to keep appearing, by the way. Anytime we don't put down a tile, if we just pick one up, that's still territory for just bushes to randomly fucking appear. And this is one of the reasons that I want to get rid of pre-existing dirt tiles beneath all of these grass tiles that I forgot to fill in with dirt. Random fucking ass bushes are going to appear on them. And I'm bracing myself for it because I can't stop it. I can't stop it. I already planted these, and the planting season month has ended. So yeah, that's our life right now. Can't always have it perfect. Sometimes I try really hard to get perfect, but I can't. But yeah, it's a surefire thing that I'm not going to want to need dirt directly next to the, whatchamacallit, the wood fence here. Oh. She tried to open the window for a second there. Hang on. There is no opening window. I know I heard that for a second. It was the window opening sound. But, okay. Anyway. Now, I actually have not, this tiny little segment that I extended beyond over here, I haven't 100% idea for it yet. I do know that I'm doing the chicken coop over here, where the generator currently is. I think I'm going to leave the grass where it is. I think that the grass is fine. Yeah, the grass is fine. I'm just going to move the generator over one tile. The floodlights too. It doesn't matter where I put the floodlights because everything is a fence, so the light will go straight through it, no shadows. At some point I might put it on the upper floor. I wasn't sure if there was a specific reason that I had these as close as I did. This one needs a new bulb. We got one on the floor right here. Ish, right here. Okay, so again, I was talking before, we're going to have a chicken coop right here. I'm going to delete this tile here, and then put a gate right here. I think I'll leave it a wooden gate. Yeah. What if I did a log gate? That might, well, I want something that is going to feel like it's going to protect the chickens. We're going by vibe here, right? In this universe, chickens seem to be very vulnerable creatures. Wait a minute, the ambulance is out there, isn't it? Which side? Other side. This is where the sledgehammer is, so... If it seems like I got distracted from the dirt tile operation, yes, I did. We've kind of hit a limit on picking up dirt tiles and having them be a guaranteed what I want to do. So I'm holding off on picking up too much more dirt immediately. I want to get the chicken coop put together, and then we can kind of make a decision from there. Oh, I left the sledgehammer on the ground again. Sometimes it's helpful to do that, sometimes it's just not, I shouldn't have done it. Now again, with animal noises, some of them are louder than others. Cow moos, it seems impossible to make them not noisy. Back in Jericho Base on my previous character, we had like 6 walls between us. We still heard the fucking things. So the cows are going very far away from us. But chickens, they were relatively muted with just 1 wall. So putting a chicken coop right here as a kind of like an early warning system, actually. Because if you look at this, this is one of the forwardmost points of the base. Yeah, we could have the chickens out here as an early warning system, because they'll be zombies will be attracted by both the chicken noises and the generator itself. But we are deleting this. Okay, so we've got a chicken coop there with a glass entryway. We now need to build the outer walls. We still have plenty of logs on the floor in the middle of the garden, awaiting purpose. You tried to take from us what we wanted to take from you. Purpose. I still have my nails, so we're good. Just gotta sit down and saw. Oh, I can't unbarricade the window yet, or I cannot right now because I don't have a tool that can do it. Where's my axe? Oh, I have my crowbar right here. I actually need that to move the mailbox, so I'll take that. Crowbar can remove barricades. troughs. It's actually great that it's raining, because now we can get a couple of water troughs down. Chickens don't need a lot of water. 2 small troughs will probably set your chickens for life. I was actually juggling over whether I would do, I think we'll do a door frame here. But then I probably never should have deleted those other 2. Oh well, too late. Okay, now these feeding troughs, one of them is filling up with water, the other is not. I'm just going to try picking up, put it back down again. Okay, now it's filling up with water. They both are. Good. I wish I could replicate that. That'd be useful. You may notice my movement speed is a lot slower now. It is raining and I'm moving on dirt. So, therefore, that's it. That's all it takes. Rain plus dirt equals you move slower. Doesn't matter how much rain there's fallen. This is hardly anywhere close to enough to make mud, but it doesn't fucking matter. Not in this universe, huh, homie? In this universe, if there's rain, if there's sky water falling, you can't move very well anymore on the dirt. Zombies aren't impeded by this, by the way. Their movement speed is still normal. It's only us who suffer, because that is the way of the land here. It looks a little ugly to just put regular ass wooden barricades on the pretty windows here, but it's not hurting the windows. It looks like it would be, but it's not. We can always yank these barricades back off and replace them with proper, beautiful bars later on, like we're going to do to the rest of the building. If anybody didn't follow along with what we're doing here, this is the chicken coop. We are completely out of planks. Okay. That's fine. We'll have to do another load of sawing anyway. I'm going to do that indoors. We'll also need to acquire more knobs and hinges, because we're currently unhinged. But what else is new, am I right? See, it looks like this is going to be a proper rainstorm, which means it would be amazing if I could get these large metal feeding troughs down. But, I don't know. We've only got 6 bags of dirt filled up. What about in here? About an hour and a little bit away from bed here. There's other forms of progression we could make right now that would be very helpful. One of which would be my electrical skill is just about to hit level 5. After that, we just want to get to electrical level 6, and we are making remote controllers for pipe bombs. That is the last threshold that will enable me to just start bombing zombies. Oh boy, I can't wait to bomb some Zodongos. That was terrible. Let us put away frying pan, and we've already got food for tomorrow. We're going to continue reading carving. With all the rainfall, it's just going to make operating outdoors miserable. Moving slower in the mud and all that shit, so... read this until bedtime, and then we've got food for pretty much all day tomorrow, so we can just take a day tomorrow. I can already tell you that this storm is going to keep going for days, just based on the sheer cadence of the rain. We had one of those rare several days in a row in fall of Project Zomboid without rain. That's clearly over. So in terms of skills, as you can see, carpentry is already halfway to level 10. Fantastic. Every time we barricade one of those windows or build one of those doors or walls out there, carpentry go up. That's where we're all about here, getting those numbers up. Next after that will be carving, because the moment we finish this book, we've got a bunch of saplings upstairs just waiting for us to carve them into long sticks. And then a few other things. Alrighty, we are complete reading carving free. Put that away, swap it out for the next one because we're full in the trunk here. Fishing couldn't hurt. And we got the river right there. I mostly just have to swap one because I literally don't have room to put anything else back into that. Alright, glasses back where they belong. Let's go upstairs and carve some sticks. That'll be the rest of the afternoon right there. Look at all that crap we gotta carve up. Carve long stick times 39. Getting 13 experience each, so yeah. Not gonna get too much progress with this. But we will use every single one of these. Looks like our total of long stick is 42. I'm going to go ahead and start researching things. So because I've got to carving level 4 and some change, we right click on all sorts of the small form lumber and we can learn little recipes that we didn't know already. Bone spike weapon, wooden spade, yeah, stuff like that. Carving a tree branch into small handles can net you small handles which are useful for carving into smaller things. So if I were to carve 4 of these tree branches into small handles, not only does that get me 100 experience, that also gets me 16 small handles that I can carve into higher level things, like stuff that I need a crafting surface for. What is a good crafting surface? How about this table? Why is that out here and not in there? Sitting on the ground right here, I can access the table as a crafting surface. And we've got a couple of level 3 recipes here that we can use that'll get us some good experience. Turning a small handle into a pipe. Pretty good. I'm a pipe enjoyer myself. I enjoy pipe tobacco. Great stuff. My current favorite is whiskey blend. It seems different from... Okay, so the same company made this other kind that I liked, which is rum-cured tobacco. This, it doesn't say cured, it just says whiskey flavored. So, probably not actually cured like the rum cured stuff. It was good. Compare it to cigar smoke, it's a lot less harsh. No added chemicals or anything. So if you're a complete addict to smoking, you're not going to get as much out of a pipe. Because it's all the shit that they add to it that's really getting you addicted. Not really the nicotine itself as much. It's a factor, but definitely not the biggest. Put away our utensils. Grab one of them roasts out of the fridge. I'm going to wait till I get a little hungrier to eat this roast, because it is a 90 roast. That means eating a quarter of it is way more than a hunger noodle, which is just 15. Give that a little time. What is my medium handle quality if I carve one? I still can't do perfect ones, so I don't really want to do anything with those yet. Carving level 5, I'm going to reassess my recipes now. No major changes. Most of our most efficient recipes are still what's right in front of us. At level 5, there's some bone stuff we could carve up. Oh, we can do buckets already. I actually didn't realize that. I don't have the recipe for that. I don't have the magazine. But I might be able to go research a log, as stupid as that sounds. If I go find a log, right-click and hit Research Craft, I might be able to learn how to make a bucket, which would be relevant because of all the rainfall. We've got plenty of buckets outside, but I threaten me with a good time. I'll take more. I'll always take more buckets. No logs out here. Check for a floor log real quick up here. There we go. And research craft recipes. Learning how to make a bucket out of a log. I don't have my axe with me, so I'm not going to try to cut any trees. I actually kind of wanted to patrol this area a little bit on foot. Just see if I see any Zeds up here, because we did actually see one or two people coming from this direction earlier that I didn't expect. I mean, we killed everybody up here a long time ago, but that doesn't matter. Migrations will bring them in from places that you didn't even know they were initially. Disgusting to leave all this garbage next to my beautiful lake here. I don't know what we're paying the local forest service, but it's not enough, clearly. Oh, the rain is less annoying if I'm behind a place with a door here. I have an extra chair somewhere. If I put a chair in that room, that's a nice reading room right there. Yeah, give me an extra chair. Yeah, it's right next to the garbage can. Ugh. It's a little bit quieter in here, just a little bit. Not as much quieter as I would have preferred. But I actually didn't come in here just to read. I came in here to carve. These 3 buckets are going to take the rest of the evening. Buckets take a long time to carve. They're really rewarding. 78 experience, and we get an actual bucket to work with. The materials for that were 1 log and 1 tree branch. That's why we went out of our way to get a couple of tree branches to come home with. And these will be car wash objects for the moment. Still carrying around this crowbar so that I can move that silly mailbox. Look at that. Yet another bush just out of nowhere. Only so much we can do about it. That will continue until 200 days in, so we've got a long time before that's going to stop. We can't put the mailbox underneath the light. The light to block it. Okay. I'm actually going to go ahead and put this here because it's going to be something nice and bright to remind me that the pole is here. See, now that we've got, you know, a wooden backstop for this pole, isometric view is going to make this a little hard for me to distinguish if I'm driving in here from, like, the bottom right or something. So having something bright colored to lock my eyes onto, I'll feel happier with. Some water real quick. Oh, we were in need of more knobs and handles. And would you look at that? There's a bunch of knobs and handles right in front of us here. Okay. Fair amount of material to work with, not everything that I need. Can't always get what you want. Hey, another bucket. late for bed. I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. Let me just get this last bucket outside on the floor, catch the rain. Oh, look at that, lightning. Big severe thunderstorm. Probably a flash flood warning. If this was a real riverside, like the actual side of a real river, storm surge would be in effect probably. Riverside Municipal Chickens. That is this zone here. Got a nice indoor coop for them here to chill in when it's raining, and a nice little outdoor place in for them to be outdoors and remember what the sky is. We just need to get a one-door flap right here in the front. That is going to be a barn door, a full-on barn door. We need 7 more planks for that. I also am going to need more hinges and knobs, so we're going to resume disassembly of doors within the post office. This one's knocked out. Is this just a... Is this a unisex bathroom? Where's the, okay. So we had the staff bathrooms in the back, but this seems to be the only public bathroom on this side. Public bathroom would be the last place you want to have a unisex bathroom. Don't do that. Certain places in the West are learning not to do that in real time. Plenty of doors on this side, though. Bathrooms are not the only source of doors. Okay, we just need some more plank now. Many more things we could get planks from. Nothing I particularly want to disassemble in here, though. I would sooner do trees. We've been edging on planks for way too long. I'm going to do another log disbursement. Yes it is. If I felt like going all the way down there, that would definitely be a good option. That's all the way down there, though. I'm not going all the way down there right now, but it used to be filled with a lot of other things, and I sorely miss all those other things that used to be filled with. RIP to the tool shed source. used to be a amazing place for tools. We're still getting good return on tools, but that's because we know to look out for them. I'm glad I went there first to find out that it's, if I had taken it for granted early on, and then came back here with no tools from the field, I'd be in a sore spot. But now we're good. We are quite good. Sehr gut, if I do say so. We'll go ahead and sleep now. Ooh, we got cold last night. Look at that. Okay. Well then. Let's look at a layer or two that we can put on. First thing you can do if you get cold is just get some body heat generation going. That's an easy instant fix, but can't do that while you're sleeping. And beds don't have sheets in this universe, so... This was my hoodie. Okay, so, not my hoodie, like I didn't own it, but I found it on a zombie. So it's super dirty, I gotta clean it. It's got holes in the chest, but it's gonna provide a little bit of insulation elsewhere. And it's the correct color. Let's wash it real quick. Now the reason I like clothing with holes in the chest, there's some deep lore there. If you're trying to keep yourself protected but not over-insulated, then having clothing that has holes in the chest means that your chest, which is one of the biggest places where your body heat vents from, is not overly insulated, so you can still get leather strip sewn onto your arms with that layer without the penalty of being overheated, which gets you tired faster and wastes your water. So we're now wearing a hoodie that has the chest ripped out a little bit, which is okay. That's what I want right now. Now, if we still get cold, there's a nuclear option. And trust me when I say this is nuclear. If we put on one of the hunting vests, the gray hunting vests, I love these things. They look cool. I will overheat from very simple tasks. Like when I sit down to saw these logs, I get the feeling I'm going to overheat just doing that. Let's see. I'm curious. Okay, not quite, just from 2 logs. But I am curious to see what kind of physical activity will get me overheated with this setup. So you'll notice something a little weird here. Nothing seems to be blocking the gate. You would be correct. Nothing is blocking the gate. Despite the fact that there are 2 tiles of glass window right there. It doesn't matter. We can build the gate anyway. And we're going to. But this is how you get half double gates. You build the whole thing first, and then you selectively disassemble the part that you don't want. Fuck it is. Stupid ass thing. That's really funny. It thinks it's barricaded because the window behind it is. But it's not. So we've got a half door now. And that's exactly what I wanted. Look at that. Look at that, boys. Our bus stop is now a chicken coop. A proper chicken coop. So we'll take those 2 leftover planks, get them a food trough inside where it won't fill up with water, and then dump one of these garbage bags full of grass that we harvested earlier into that, and that is their food. They got food, they got water, they got space, they got safety. Should be everything we need to have successful chickens. Should be. If we want to do the coop bullshit, then I'm not doing chickens. That is my bargain right now. If it turns out that chickens without a coop, just something goes wrong and they die or some shit, then fuck them, they can die. I do not have the action economy to open and close a fucking chicken coop twice a day, every day. Fuck you, I'm not doing that. If that is required in this universe where we have no NPCs to do it for us, then fuck you. I'm just not engaging with that. It's bullshit. I have very strong opinions when it comes to the chicken coops needing to be opened and closed twice a day. That seems like the dumbest busy work that never should have come anywhere close to this game that is currently full of busy work. Like, we have been at this for about 10 hours and 30 minutes, and most of what we've been doing has been busy work. This has been a very busy work stream. Now, I find it relaxing personally, but I'm a weirdo. Most people, when they want to play this game, they just want to sit back and relax and enjoy the game, and not play task multiplication simulator. But I digest. Give me another short. There we go. So 2 shorts. Oh, I can't put that there because of the lights. Give me those lights. Let's try that again. All right. Let's go dump some grass in there. Okay, I wasn't going insane. If you click on these floor-to-ceiling glass panels, your character will try to open them. That's 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10, game of the year. Game of the year. Best game, best game, best game. So this is why we actually saved all that grass that we picked up. Because it's animal food. Chickens love it. Don't ask where their protein's coming from. The birds don't need protein, right? Oh, look at this, guys. We've got a bucket. It's just a bucket. It's not an empty bucket. That's why it's not filling with rainwater. We've learned the hard way in the past that there's nothing you can do with these. When you find an item and it's just called bucket, that's it. That's it. It's not a liquid container. It's just a bucket. Where's the liquid submenu? Where's the transfer liquid? It's not there. I don't know what causes these to spawn, but they spawn. It's a thing that happens. This bucket is forever just a bucket. It's like a wormhole bucket from Team Fortress. This is a bucket. There's more. Now, 2 feeding troughs with this much grass, these chickens are already beyond set for life. They will never want for anything. As long as they don't die for no reason. I don't like having stuff on top of my crops. I'm gonna wait until after the storm to go pick up the chickens. Not even for any particular reason. I'm just going to. I don't know what it is, but after having several animals die for no apparent reason, after a rainstorm, I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I'm patient. I'm very patient. I don't mind. Oh no. That lady's chickens must have died for no reason. R.I.P. I don't have a good spot in my storage system yet for certain construction materials, so I'm going to put these knobs and hinges and nails just all together on the same spot on the floor here. Spare planks too, really. They're there when we're ready for our next build. Just looking at my skills real quick. Welding is a no-brainer. I've got to get it leveled at some point. It's just so I know how I'm going to level it too. It's going to be floors. I just don't necessarily want to waste material on floors that I'm not going to use. So I would prefer to build the floors somewhere useful. Honestly, I want to keep this wooden little railing thing. I want to keep it wooden because it's going to match the aesthetic of the wooden fence on the outer rim here. So I kind of want to keep that the way it is. At some point, we'll replace this with a proper door. Alright, so about the floor in here. I don't like gravel because, or this isn't gravel, it's like asphalt, something sort of. If you listen carefully, you hear my footsteps? Why does it sound like I'm walking on something wet? There's no leak in here, there's no rain in here. That bothers me over time. Eventually I'm going to want to replace the whole floor in here if I can. That's a very long-term concern. I wouldn't want to use welding just to replace an entire floor for that reason. I built a sky bridge between the fire department and the post office. The post office doesn't have roof access, so if I built a bridge from the roof of the fire department to the roof of the U.S. Mail Service, that does not compromise my security in the slightest. So that would be a valid use of. Now I do got to be very careful about. I can't just extend this roof all the way over here because that would cover up from the rain and the sun. It would actually cover up my the crops down here, so we want to make sure that it's not touching the crops if I do it directly over top of perhaps this straight away here. Yes, okay. So we've got a purpose that we can do some welding with. It's going to be the upper floors, not the lower floors. Let's get our bags set up for some welding. We've already read the book. We read it a while ago, so we were just waiting until we found the magazine, which we found earlier this stream. Now, the one thing we're going to run short on pretty quick is welding rods. I call them dub rods because if you see them, take the dub. They're very good shit. And you cannot make them yourselves. There is no crafting dub rods in this game. You have to source them in loot tables, and that's it. So we've got 5.5 stacks. I think there's 20 bits in a stack. Hang on. Let me take one stack out and then a small steel sheet. Open the crafting menu. Oh, okay, so I have it memorized that a gate, a double wire gate, will use half of a stack. And that's 10. Okay, so every stack is 20. So every stack of these welding rods is 20 floors. Okay. We'll see how far we get with that. I will allocate one stack of welding rods to that for now. Wait a minute. I need to check one more time. I swear I saw that tape. You know what? If we can level with a tape instead of expending materials, extremely limited materials, we really should be doing that. Adefo's Fencing Something was the name of the tape. It is not a very common tape. Okay, I guess that means we're going to do a little bit of residential looting first. I mean, if nothing else, while we're doing some residential looting, we can pick up some more dub rods. I'm sure people's garages and sheds will have some. Refitting the truck real quick for a outing here, and we're going to gear back up with our proper combat kit. Rebrewing some coffee that I should have rebrewed already a while ago, but now we've got it good and fresh, putting some flowers in it. This is what we use the flowers for. Coffee, salads. The chamomile specifically helps reduce stress when you drink the coffee too, which is, here for it. I'll add a little sugar to it. Not cocoa powder. Cocoa powder increases the weight of the coffee cup, which I don't like that. I want it to be predictable. Yeah, I had the exact same thought. I was actually, I was relieved because I hadn't started leveling welding yet, so I got really lucky. Just, that's privilege being a streamer. Folks in chat will let you know shit. When somebody in chat mentioned that the fencing was actually literal, just talking about fences, that kind of, I think my brain shut down for like 10 seconds. I had to do a quick, you can see a little wheel spinning. It's not that it doesn't make sense, it's the last thing I expected. Now we've wiped out hit vids here, and I dumped duplicates on the floor. I'm pretty sure we have no need for duplicates, so we'll take a quick peek. Yeah. I did see one dude showing up over here. Oh, there you are. Yeah, that's right. I pulled out a double barrel shotgun to point blank some dude on the side of the road. I want to bring everybody out of their houses right now. Better that than going in there and fighting them. Now this, I have to assume, is going to get me a little bit warm. So I'm going to go ahead and take the vest off. I'm going to lower the music volume ever so slightly. Thanks to the rain, we've got a lot of noise pollution. I do love the sound of the double barrel. If nothing else, this thing has got one hell of a sound to it. It's just beautiful. It sounds like fucking thunder. It sounds like I'm bringing the thunder. Hey. Ready for a sharpen, are we? It's unacceptable. Criminals here. That means a pretty black duffel bag is what that means. Come on, give me that duffel bag. Get into that. Stop twitching. Stop twitching. Come on, become a corpse. Do what you were meant to do. This is what happens when you shoot them and they go ragdoll. They just do that, and you can't loot them for a minute. Okay. Come on out. Two of them up there. Come on out of there. I'm not going to be discharging the shotgun this close to the river. I would prefer to not be pulling them like all the way around the river. That's just going to result in some unpredictable movements. garage is actually safe now. Now that all those doors are closed, I can sharpen in peace. Of course, I'm out of water. What else is new? I'm 11 hours in. I should have refilled by now. So there's a lot of things I'd love to loot right now, but really, we're looking for welding supplies, and please, I really want to find that tape. Residential is my best bet here in town. I suppose since we're in the market for rope, because we're doing construction. Planks I can get billions of, that's not a problem. Yeah, here's somebody. A nice exercise room in there. Don't like this room. It's a hallway. Too many open doors, too many tight corners. Closet. Alright, give me some tapes. Comics. Twine. It's a cute dress. Yeah, whoever lived here loved their comics. It's like 3 containers I've seen of them. Toy cat pistol. They don't actually do damage, by the way. Do not allow the little damage meter thing to fool you. They do not do damage. You know these knee pads. Hell yeah, boys, we got some dark sport knee pads. Hell yes. Hell yes, that's a better match than the tactical black knee pads. It's like every one of my characters have eventually found those, but it's not guaranteed. I'm not even going to try to figure out what's going on in this room. There's 2 sets of clothes on the floor, and an SN38 on the right side of the bed where there should be a pillow. Gun under the pillow, perhaps. I could see that being a trope, but just a gun on the bed with no pillow. All right, that's one hard dude. He uses his revolver as a pillow. That's one hard dude. Copy of Welder Monthly there. One we've already read. I really should not allow myself to get distracted by these pretty new houses. It is honestly what we're here for, though. You know, I've seen Project Zomboid for 3,600 hours before the map changes. Not seen it very much since. This is not the house I want to be in right now. I'm going to and go kill that guy from the outside. See, that house is Swiss cheese, and it's a house that they would have to pass through to get to me. Could be wrong, but I felt like I heard somebody else mouth breathing with a different cadence. Peek in those windows. Windows are absolute peak. Okay, the house isn't that Swiss cheese after all. Only one window's broken. Now, of course, we're not just looking for, what's it called? Our primary objective is that tape, which is a shot in a billion. But we've got a lot of secondary objectives, all of which I'm happy to meet. In fact, I don't even think I could list them all right now. It's mostly just a case of me look-see at the loot, me sees something me wants, me grabs loot. It's very straightforward. Should be dismantling more TVs than I have been. We are so close to the next level of electrical. Still got another level to go after that, but... Now, look at this, China cabinet with a fucking welding torch in it. There's something weird with the whatchamacallit, China cabinets, guys. I don't know what's going on with them, but, the cabinets ain't right. Yeah, yo, chop, chop. I'm looking for getting into that garage. I don't think there's a window. Oh, no, there is. Hang on. Back in. Ooh, it's a book one. No book. That's a lot of random shit. They're not rocks, Marie. They're minerals. We got Hank's, yeah, we got Hank's collection here. Nice. Electrical level 5. As soon as we get 6, we get those remote controllers. Long distance ones. Yep, remote controller, long range, requires level 6. Regrettable, but that's what we're holding out for, really. I already have a medium controller. I've had one all along, so that's not been stopping us. I don't want to throw off my skill set when it comes to bombing. I want max range, or I don't want to do it. Especially after the close call that we had with Danny semi-recently, when we found out that, yes, you can get hit by your own pipe bombs. Don't do that. It's not good. This guy's garage is stapled on, so we can just go straight on in. Perimeter check, please. Okay, now. Watch me swoosh right in. Yeah, VHS Mother's Boy, short blade. It's a very small amount. Like a very small amount of experience. But it's one of the very few, I think one of the only VHS tapes that gives weapon experience. That's been around for a long time. And it is funny. The Hitchcock references in that tape are not lost on me. We still cannot make our own large handles, so I'm taking that home with me. That's, you know, sledgehammers, axes. It takes a little bit more carving before we can make our own handles of those. Backpack is now full. If anybody's ever wondering, I've had this asked many times, why I dump stuff on the floor all the time. That is to let myself, my future self, know that I've already looted the containers that the stuff is on the floor in front of, right? So I come back into this garage in the future, I see loot on the floor in front of these containers, I know these containers are emptied. Pilfered of all that is valuable. I do not need to check them again. Otherwise, these all look the goddamn same, so... Despite the glow up, the containers still look the same. Map designers can only do so much about that. Okay, so we've hit the VHS stores in both... what's it called? Both in this town and in Muldraugh. Riverside and Muldraugh, both VHS stores wiped clean. There's a movie theater here in town, but I'm pretty sure that it would not have VHS tapes. Probably have cinema reels. There's projectors in this game, but you can't do anything with them, they're just decorative. I suppose we should do our diligence in here. Check the shelves. It's an Indie Stone t-shirt. Still can't rip them up. Yeah, I get it, Indie Stone. It's the only t-shirt in the game that you can't rip up. You know what I can do? There you go. I don't need your rags. Sorry, I don't actually dislike the Indie Stone or anything, but I do find it really, really, really funny that the only shirt in the game you can't rip up is the one with the TIS logo. Ooh, is this formal shirt a good color? It's a little bright. It's a little bright. We're on the right track, but not there. They come in random colors, and mine, I used to have one once. I almost hit rip. I'm going to use one of these duffel bags I picked up. Yeah, should be doing that. Hey, look. Oh, no, never mind. Thought that was another Indie Stone shirt. It's a key to a nearby Primani. I'm holding on to that because I remember there being a Primani in the area. Don't remember where. My roast go. I finish it off? I guess I finished off my roast. We're out of weight gain, so I can eat some of these oats with a straight face. Oh, there's a basement in this house. I suppose that's worth a shot. I wish I knew whether the basements were random generators. Some of them used to be, some of them are no longer. With all of the, hand-touch effort of the latest map updates, I want to say that they're a little bit less likely to be randomized than they used to be. Before we go downstairs, just checking this, and then... Okay. A placeholder basement, I guess. The words unfinished basement come to mind. This in the more literal sense. Well, that was a nice bit of residential exploration, but honestly, we didn't actually hit that many chances at VHS tapes. So I don't see VHS for What the? Okay, so how did I know that that son of a bitch was there? The fucking Moodle, the panic Moodle popped up. And when I see the panic Moodle pop up, I get panicked in real life. So yeah, okay. Get off the road, bitch. Hiding underneath my fucking van. Fuck you. Cut your head off for that. He was in the, I mean, you know, any vehicle has a dead zone when it's a crawler. But, observe an ambulance parked as such. Where did my character go? You can't see her. Can't see zombies like that either, so be advised. I probably, yeah, I did that to me. I left the van running, which attracted him. He would have had no incentive to be camping there if the van hadn't been running. Did I already loot the nails and nuts? Partially. I looted it of everything that I needed for the short term, for the foreseeable future. There's some stuff that I could still pull out of it that would still be useful eventually someday, but yeah, nothing for immediate benefit. Where am I at? 11 hours, 9 minutes? Regrettably, YouTube does cut you off at 12 hours, so this is the final 45 minutes of the stream here, or about 40. Yeah, 40 on the dot. So I am in wrap-up mode now. I feel myself getting sluggish. I'm not yet to the point where I feel like I would be putting our girl at risk, but I know I'm moving in that direction. Oh, let's do a load of laundry. Yeah, absolutely. In a moment. We'll do it after we unload some more loot. Now we've gotten our bags emptied far enough that I feel comfortable doing a load of laundry. So we're going into our container of clothing items we picked up over the year, and we are shoving anything that is dirty and or bloody into the bag here, along with the stuff we just recently picked up. Stick it all into the wash, along with the stuff I'm currently wearing. We don't want to get cold while we're doing laundry, so I'm going to take some long johns and coveralls and boots. And, what color are those coveralls? We'll find out. We'll find a matching hat. Otherwise, looking good. Which washer and dryer should I use? Which indeed. Por qué no los dos? They're both combos, so I can use whichever one I want to. Beautiful. Avert your eyes, YouTube. Is it decadent of me to have 2 separate washing machines for 2 separate loads so that I don't have to worry about separating what I'm wearing from what I need? Yeah, maybe a little bit. I don't care. Sue me. I have the water. We just had that huge rainstorm. I'm here for it. Alright, this is like a grayish. Yeah, this is like gunmetal gray. Maybe a little lighter than gunmetal. Give me a hat. I know I have a hat that matches this. I mean, I got a couple of black berets. That's an easy win. The cowboy hat is going to be a little too dark. Yeah, cowboy hat's too dark. How about the beret we just picked up? That's like black with a tiny shade of green to it. The other beret we picked up is in the wash. Well, I could just flee the opposite direction from trying to match. Yeah, I could flee in the opposite direction. We've got a, where was it? I must have scrolled right past it twice now. Ha! 10 out of 10. Game of the year. So straight up in my inventory right now are 31 batteries in relatively perfect condition. We want to box those up. The ones that are like slightly below perfect. Those are the ones I prefer to use first. What I'm doing with welding torches that need to be refilled is I usually just kind of have this habit of leaving them out in front of my bases wherever I'm operating. I leave the ones that need to be refilled on the floor out here, and then anytime I find a propane tank out in the field that's like partially used already, I also stack the propane tanks that are partially used out here next to the refills that need to be filled up, and just whenever it's relevant, I come around and do some refills. Kill off some tanks, put them aside. It is past my bedtime. Let me hit the sack really quick. And we can swap these to dryers. I think we'll be warm enough tonight. Let me check my insulation. Something I can put on my top here. What about this? This foreman vest might match the steel here. Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that! The foreman vest is a perfect match for the coveralls. Yeah, we'll be very warm tonight. That's great. You gotta find fun in the little things, otherwise this game will really get really boring. How do I enjoy Zomboid? Be easily amused. Never did empty these racks. Let's get these off. More flowers for the flower god. scarves like? Yeah, let's put on the red and white scarf for this. Oh yes, I like it. Honestly, I don't mind it. The only problem is we're losing some insulation without the coveralls there. Yeah, our arms are actually going to get really cold now. Damn. See, I have a Santa jacket, but it's green. Yeah, and it blocks your Alice belt, so that's literally never putting that on. You can wear a firefighter. Okay, so if you ever want to do load of laundry and not get cold overnight while you're doing the laundry, firefighter outfit. The insulation is so absurdly high on those that just a firefighter jacket and pants, literally all you need. You put these on, you go to sleep in these. Somehow there's no discomfort. They actually make perfect pajamas in this universe. You know what? Okay, yeah. At all of my bases, I have pajamas. So that I can do laundry. Here are my pajamas, I'm wearing them. It's goofy looking. I don't think I have any hats that would come anywhere close to matching this. Except maybe the firefighter hat. I mean, but that's not very insulating. I mean, it's, it's 55 Fahrenheit right now, but in the future it'll get colder. Actually, the hunting camo orange, that's a little bright. That's always been my complaint with those. Always been a little bright. The only good hoodie that I have is currently in the wash. Maybe there will be something good that matches this in the wash. It's pretty much done anyway. You know what? I'm going to take it. I'm just going to swap the... So basically what I want is I'm establishing a set of clothing that I can put next to the laundry that doesn't look bad. This looks great, actually. I fucking love this. This is great. The pajamas, basically, is what these are. I can sleep in these. I'll be nice and warm. Actually, just need to make sure I don't run around in them too much because I'll overheat. Firefighter gear is very powerful like that. So the gloves, the scarf, they're all spares. Same with the boots and the beret. Oh, we never actually washed ourselves. Let's do that. Now, the good thing about having a good hoodie on is if I just feel like I'm about to get a little bit more cold, but not that much more, and I'm not worried about protection for the immediate moment, I can just go from having the hood down to the hood up. And even though that replaces my riding helmet, that's whatever, short term. So I'll keep it like that when I go back to sleep. Inoculate myself against getting too cold again. Being a little lazy with food, I'm going to go ahead and cook next time. We've only got another 20 or so minutes here, so I want to spend that on whatever I can that's relevant. Hold the phone. Does this... I've got a bandana here, and I'm morally obligated because it looks like it might be a match for the firefighter jacket. Close, not quite. It's fine. That's fine. It was worth a peek. We don't have a good bandana that's a global match right now. Just partials. Wait a minute. You know, okay, I dropped my bandana on the floor right here. The red and white one. And it's gone. Okay. I didn't think that happened if the player did it. I know that some items, if zombies drop them on the floor, like bandanas, hats, glasses, they disappear over time. I thought if the player did it, it wouldn't disappear. It's not a unique color bandana, so I don't really care. We can find another one, but it's annoying. I guess I'll have to represent Grove Street if I need to put my bandana on. Provide me with a good time. After 5 years on the East Coast, it's time to go home. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Ah, shit. Here we go again. I'm procrastinating. I think we're good. We can go to sleep. I'm just going to leave this bandana in the ambulance for combat purposes. So I think what I'm going to do for next time is kind of like plan out a expedition to the next town on the agenda. Echo Creek does not have a VHS store that I know of, so it won't be Echo Creek, even though I'm already due to go in that direction to get a shot at the next aiming and reloading books. I mean, if I go to Rosewood is not that far from Echo Creek, so we're going in the general south-ish direction. That is undisputed. That'll be happening tomorrow. Okay. Otherwise, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. YouTube is going to cut me off in like 20 minutes or so, regardless of what I want to do. And that is not enough time to do a full day. Unless I want to spend the whole day reading. No, I don't really want to just sit here and read all day if I've got good weather like this. No, this weather's great. Good shooting weather, good fighting weather. No more rain for a minute. Maybe just a minute, who knows. But I do think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. This has definitely been a longer one. Hopefully this doesn't mean I'm burning myself out for the weekend too much. Because I do want to get some stuff done this weekend here. I've been craving playing the game while I was sick earlier this week. But I was definitely not in a good state where I'd perform well, so it's a good thing I didn't. It's always, I'm a big advocate, don't play if you can't keep your character safe, it's not worth it. Give something else a whirl. I'll deal with that later. Did this Barrel Dog's jacket have any holes? No. I swear we did find at least one leather jacket with holes in it. But I don't see one. So if I did, it didn't make its way where it should have made its way into this container. It's not in tailoring. Okay, another time then. You know, part of me is terrified that I put it into tailoring and then stood here and tore up some leather jackets, not realizing that I tore up the one that I wanted. Well, that's fine. As long as there's zombies out there, we'll eventually come across somebody with a leather jacket that's got holes in the chest, so that we can wear it with arm protection without overheating. It's great. I will catch you guys in the next one. I'm going to go ahead and bid farewell for the day. And always screenshot your bases as you progress. We have made significant progress today. I'm going to catch an interior and an exterior shot for this joint here. New chicken coop. I'm looking forward to getting some chickens in there, seeing if they properly survive. Okay, I am now headed out, folks. I appreciate everybody sticking through the extra long one today. But we're out here. I will be here bright and early, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, so that is literally just a 12 and a half hours from now. I'll catch you guys then. Y'all peace out and have a good one. Adios.